are you guys today? So, today I kind of want to go over the Brittany Jones situation that you may or may not have seen. Uh, so basically, there are a bunch of people that are not only invalidating the indigeneity of her ancestry, but also particularly the Patawomecks tribe and Bill Deyo that I want to address. We're speaking on the Patawomecks tribe and our tribal historian, and I'll also touch on what has been said about Brittany Jones as well, and just kind of do a brief overview of some of the issues. I think I don't know. I kind of want to see how much time we have to get into everything today. Um, I definitely did not pull up everything I would like to review and cover of the situation, but I would like to get more in detail. But I don't know if I'll be able to mentally stay up tonight to get through as much as I want to do, but if I can, we will. Um, Basically, she was accused of illegally occupying a commercial space known as Gingerbread Village in Oregon. And that issue did go to court. There was a lot of publications that came out that called her a squatter. Another thing to know about her also is she previously ran for president and now she is running for the governor of Oregon. I think she previously ran as an independent wait, am I saying the right words? Whatever. As an independent what's the word? Campaign person, candidate. As an independent candidate. And now, in order to potentially secure more of the vote in Oregon, she chose to go with the Democratic Party, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And so, yeah, that has also been up for issue. And we'll be addressing some of the records, spoken about that. I think I'm going to reserve covering those campaigns because I'm going to cover it to the point it comes up in this material today, but I'm going to reserve my coverage on those actual campaigns for another time. And we'll go over that then. But yeah, fucking. So there's all of that. We'll review mostly be spending a lot of time on this TikTok channel called PNW Gem. And that's GEM. That is choosing to kind of spend a lot of time covering the Brittany Jones situation from their perspective, but they're also spreading misinformation about Indigenous people, contributing to Indigenous erasure, in my opinion, and potentially being extremely harmful. And I also feel there's other social issues to address, if I remember correctly, from that page. So I'll bitch about that as we go and see it as well, if that comes back up. But yeah, so I'm going to spend a lot of time on that page addressing some of the points they're making and everything that comes up surrounding that. They do have a lot on this page, so I don't know if I'll have time to get through it all tonight, but I think I will just see how much time I have to get through what we can now. I don't know. I think I'm going to start with one video out of order and then maybe watch it from like oldest to newest, if that makes sense. We'll see. But yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna do that, and as we go, I've also kind of, because I had watched some of it before, so from what I watched and from what I remembered off the top of my head, I did go ahead and pull up some sources related to that, as well as some things. I did talk to Brittany directly about this, so I did pull up some screenshots directly from her that we will get to as well. And we'll just also look at some of her posts on the situation, I think, too, eventually, if I do end up getting through everything today. that's what I may be covering today. And if I don't cover, whatever I don't fucking get to, it will just be the next part, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? So yeah. I feel like I'm really low energy. Like, part of me really wants to get this bitch done because, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm like anxious about it that I feel like my intro is even more off than usual. Like, oftentimes my intros are off because of how ADHD I am. I can't stay on topic or shit. But today I feel like my intro's off because not only am I just like really tired right now, it's the end of my day, but also like, I don't know, I just feel like this is just a weirder, so this is that topic, you know, where it's like I'm addressing issues from within my own community. So a lot of people have been asking me to talk about the Brittany Jones situation publicly, and I've been kind of like just waiting on that for now. And so this is kind of my first time doing all of that. So we'll get to it. All right. I am gonna roll my intro, and we'll just really dive right on in. And I'm gonna start it off with my fucking lineage, because I'm not about to get into these other people's lineage without discussing my own. So we'll do that too.
Wingapo netapewh, descendants of one Tsenacommacah. Tsenacommacah is the land of the Powhatan.
I was totally on my phone just now, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Focus, bitch. My bad. So, basically, let's start it off with my, ancestry. So, mind you, showing you my dad's family, we've got my dad, actually here. This is reversed. Okay, so, actually here. So, here is my dad. And there is, you know, my twin and I, and my dad, and then next to my dad over here on the bottom is my dad's parents. So you know what I'm saying? Just so you can kind of see the full effect here. See the full effect. Okay, you got that? Yay. Okay. Now, like, with his ancestry, where the fuck is my dad from? So, my dad, you know, he's a Carney, so we take that down from the Carney lineage here. We follow that Carney lineage. We take that all the way to Richard Carney, I believe it is. You know, they had put two different Carney spouses, Thomas Carney and Richard Carney Sr. for Abigail, which I think is interesting. But then there's just Thomas Carney Sr., so that's interesting fact right there. Like, what do you get? I don't know. But you know what? Y'all, these people were weird. But anyway, so from Abigail Alexander married into the Carney lineage. And from Abigail Alexander, she was from Philip Alexander and Sarah Ashton. Well, who the fuck was Sarah Ashton? Sarah Ashton was a descendant of John Ashton and Grace Meese. Who the fuck is Grace Meese? What did you know? She was Henry Meese and Mary Wahonganoche's daughter. And who the fuck is that? Wahonganoche, Chief Wahonganoche Adroya, you know what I'm saying, down here. This would be Patawomecks right here. Descendant of Yapasao, Japasao, however you pronounce it. Theoretically, 12th great grandfather. Ah, wrong button. So, I feel like that sounded kind of like a crow. Anyway, like a crow, like a ahawas. Just kind of understanding my lineage. So, Wahonganoche, descendant of Yapasao, and a sister of matoaka, Pocahontas, a manute. And from there, you know, Rebecca Pettis is known as a descendant of Kauki. Kauki would be the daughter of Kokoum and Pocahontas. Okay? Marinate on all that. Believe what you want to believe. I'm telling you what I've had confirmed, what I believe. Believe what you want to believe. Now, I did not go ahead and pull up proof of confirmation. How dare I? Let's pull that up. Hold up. Should have done that. I've posted that before. Okay, here we go. So, just to confirm, that I was in communication with tribal historian William Deyo, that my lineage was confirmed through him, just so you know. Okay, now, proof of my lineage and receipts documented on FamilySearch.org, and mind you, here's my dad. Alright. You got that? Okay. Now, mind you, and my dad, my dad's dad, you know, definitely documented. So, and it's documentations. So, just putting that out there. Where am I standing from? Where am I coming from? Blah, 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 blah. So, getting into here, how did this kind of all begin, I believe, you know, with the Portland Northwest coverage here. I think it really all started from the Oregon Coast Explored had posted, and so did other news outlets, but this one tied it into her political campaign as well. So, there is a restaurant known as Gingerbread Village, who was owned by someone named Carol. And so this post says, Gingerbread Village, owned by Carol for many years, closed in March 2025 due to health issues. And she initially intended to sell the property to benefit the Indigenous community, as indicated on her Facebook page. In October, Brittany Jones expressed interest in purchasing the Gingerbread Village and planned a fundraiser at the Mapleton site. But Carol backed out after Brittany changed the locks and transferred utilities without formal agreements. Despite Oregon squatter rights complicating the situation, Carol filed legal action, and today she won her case in Lane County Court, resulting in Brittany being ordered to vacate immediately. Brittany Jones completed Ballotpedia's Candidate Connection Survey in 2022 and was a 2024 presidential candidate. She wrote, I am running in the 2024 presidential elections for the United States. After much deliberation, I have decided to run as an unaffiliated candidate. I cannot, in good conscience, play into the rigged two-party system that our government has become today. During her campaign process, she obtained over $57,000 in donations. Brittany Jones is now a candidate for the 2026 Oregon Democrat Party, running against Tsenacommacah in November. Sources, and it comes with some sources here. And so from the sources, we see that they linked. We got Ballotpedia showing that Brittany Jones was a presidential candidate for Oregon in 2024. And that she ran with no party affiliation. And yeah. So, let's see. She had also completed a survey. So we can, okay, let's read that. So, it says, who are you? Tell us about yourself. It says, I am a member of many marginalized communities. I have experienced homelessness, have had a culturally diverse upbringing, am a veteran of the United States Army with Indigenous roots, and a member and supporter of the LGBTQ+ community. I am the owner and founder of Olympus Academia, the Academy of Arcane Arts, and has been a business owner for over 10 years. I am running in the 2024 presidential elections for the United States. After much deliberation, I have decided to run as an unaffiliated candidate. I cannot in good conscience play into the rigged two-party system that our government has become today. It says, please list below 3 key messages of your campaign. What are the main points you want voters to remember about your goals for your time in office? Government reform with term and age limits. Human rights reform with equality for everyone, regardless of gender, sexual identity, or race. Enforcing the separation of church and state and ending the religious persecution. It says, what areas of public policy are you personally passionate about? I am most passionate about the separation of church and state. I am a witch after constantly experiencing bigotry, hate, discrimination, and ostracization from, did I say that right? Who knows? From family, friends, and I just really have a picture of an ostrich in my head right now. From family, friends, and community members due to the hate and ignorance the church is pushing using our legal system and our politicians currently in office. I have decided enough is enough. We all deserve to be able to follow our own path. Freedom of religion does not give anyone the right to force their religion onto others. I am going to work to reform the rigged and dishonest two-party system that is currently dominating our politics and country. Their inner bickering is preventing them from actually working for the American people, which they were elected to serve. It is time for accountability and transparency to come back into American government. But was that ever there? It says, who do you look up to? Whose example would you like to follow and why? I do not put any one person on a pedestal. We are all human after all. There are quite a few people I look up to, my Aunt Rachel being the first as an example, for being there for people in need, for being accepting and inclusive, loving and kind. She is an incredibly strong woman who has suffered a lot in her life, but yet still perseveres. Why am I saying preserves? I don't know. She's jamming. But anyway. So it says, what characteristics or principles are most important for an elected official? I believe the most important characteristics or principles an elected official could have would be to actually listen to the American people and serve them rather than their own self-interest. It says, what do you believe are the core responsibilities for someone elected to this office? She says, stated above. So I guess she believes their core responsibilities are the same as the characteristics or principles that are most important to her. I think that she's saying that this is the same. Unless she's referring to something else above I didn't process, but whatever. I'm assuming she means this one. And then it says, is there a book, essay, film, or something else you would recommend to someone who wants to understand your political philosophy? And she put no. Alright, and so that would be her Ballotpedia responses for her presidential campaign back in 2024. And then here it shows from the Federal Election Commission, and mind you, again, this is the second link on this Oregon Coast Explored post. We have the, let's see, it's just got the finances. It looks like the only year that there's any reporting on is for the year 2023-2024. It looks like she documented $57,936.40 for the total receipts here. $53,432.44 came as total contributions from individual contributions, including 9,000, almost 10, 9 to 10,000 were itemized. The rest were unitemized. Party committee contributions, other committee contributions, and presidential public funds all say 0 there. So yeah, and then it says candidate contributions. So I don't know what the differences here in all of this means. I did not look that shit up, and nor do I give a fuck to right now. So anyway, but theoretically, this is a breakdown of some of the, I don't know, contributions to her campaign, I guess. And then it looks like there were no transfers from other authorized committees. And then it also looks like there was a loan received in the amount of $4,344.96. And then it says total offsets to expenditures, $159. And that would be it. For total disbursements, we've got that at $49,960.19, including operating expenditures being most of that, $49,072.89, and then total loan repayments made, it said $846.27. And then for total contribution refunds, there was an individual refund of $41.03. Interesting. Someone wanted a refund. And that is what is documented here. So, is this the same link twice? I could have sworn. Oh. Yeah, I think this is the same link twice. Yeah, alright, whatever. Okay. I'll go remove that from the description later, because fuck that. Anyway, so in the comments here from this original Oregon Coast post, when we come back here, we have Brittany posting here that this is misinformation. Again, this is a cease and desist or we will get legal involved, is what is commented here. So just like general advice to anybody going forward, if you actually have a legal team involved, it would be them that send a proper cease and desist because they know the right things to actually put into it. I think you yourself can technically send a cease and desist, but I don't ever recommend it because you typically do that when you're the one that plans on taking the legal action without a lawyer. If you're going to get a lawyer involved, it's really much better to have them do it themselves. And legally, you do have to send a cease and desist before you're legally allowed to serve them. But I don't know if like a Facebook comment counts. I think there's like a proper process or procedure, and I do believe you may potentially actually have to send them an actual I think you can get away with an email, but I don't know if a Facebook comment counts. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I think it has to be an actual letter though. Maybe an email account. But I honestly don't recommend ever threatening these types of things, unless you're actually gonna do it. You know what I mean? And yeah. So also, you guys, the bottom half of this statement cannot be misinformation because those are all facts that we saw. So, if Carol can prove that Brittany changed the locks and transferred utilities, then I don't know if that's a defamation case, but she would have to sue. But if, you know what I mean? If that were defamation, if this didn't actually happen, that would be something you take to your legal team. You know what I'm saying? Because when you comment on these things, that just makes people don't take you seriously. It's just people who don't care about you. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense. But it's if you take a feather for smudging, or if you have a shell for smudging, if you're Indigenous, you're going to recognize that and value it. But if you're not, you might not. You know what I mean? Or something like that. It's like you either get it or you don't. I don't know. But Yeah, so this is, if it's true, if enough of this is true, like, and if they can prove, oh, we got some facts wrong, they could issue a correction, but so right here they say you can't issue a legal order unless you are a judge. Telling someone it's a cease and desist isn't technically a legal order. It's just like, that's the first step. Sending a cease and desist letter is the first step to taking legal action if you want to, but typically you're not the person who's supposed to do that unless you do not have a lawyer and you plan on filing paperwork in court yourself, which people can do. I've seen people do it. I don't recommend pro se litigation personally. Way too stressful. Fuck that. But I mean, it is possible. People do it all the time. But if you actually do have legal to get involved, don't comment shit like this is what I recommend in the future to anybody. But yeah. Y'all can go read the comments, but basically everybody's kind of shitting on her for the most part, and everybody loves Carol in the comments here. I don't know Carol. But yeah, I have thoughts, but I'm gonna save that for a different live stream in terms of what I've seen on the ancestry issue, because it's just gonna be, you know, I'm not the tribal historian, so I'm just gonna speak to what I can verify myself at this time. But maybe I will tell you eventually what I could or could not verify in the future. But you know what? We're just going to focus on this for now. So, with this live stream, I really want to focus on what they were saying about William Deyo, as well as other things as well. But I'm over here like, look, Brittany has put herself in a position where it's like the cost of doing business in a way, you know, where no matter what, when you run for office, you're going to have lovers and haters no matter what. There's just not going to be, and that's already true for the general person, but I feel like Brittany's a special case because a lot of what she says and does is extremely polarizing. And so I feel like no matter, she's just not going to be somebody who is socially palatable to the mainstream. And no, from that reason alone, you know, I don't think she's used to having the type of public, the weight of public perception on her that from her previous experience, you know, just being public on social media, compared to the past few years, she decided to go on a political campaign route that has really put her into a different sphere of what is it when people are like scrutinizing? Yeah, public scrutiny, you know, like that's, I don't think she's used to this level of public scrutiny because you're not, because it's very different. I think the attention you get from being on social media, from being a business owner, is not the same as what you're going to get from being in a political campaign. And I think that adjustment period is something that hasn't really, like, I feel like she's still handling the situation from a social media perspective rather than having the response of something that is going to be a good political strategy, if that makes sense, you know, in terms of, I don't agree with the cease and desist comment on that post. Even if you don't like the post, that's not how you go about that, you know, that made her look bad. Because if you're in actual political office, you have to allow people to talk shit about you, even if you agree or disagree. And if you can't just go be like, well, that's a lie, that's misinformation, without explaining, clarifying, and coming with the truth. you know? And then you can say that's a lie, that's misinformation. But if I just come up here and I say, Brittany Jones is a fucking bitch and fuck you, people are going to be like, what the fuck? How is Brittany Jones a bitch? What the fuck? That's just mean. And now I look like a bitch because I didn't sit here and say, oh, here is what she did that was hurtful. All I did was just sit there and insult her for no fucking reason right there. Right? That does not make Brittany look bad. That makes me look bad. So that's kind of the similar situation where Brittany did that on that post. She just said, you're spreading misinformation. It didn't make her look good. It didn't make them look bad. It made her look bad, you know? But if she had come to them and she had, like, shown the text messages where the owner agreed to let her move in and things like that, that would be different. Because then it would be like, sup, bitch? Cards on the table. You know what I mean? So it's like how you approach it. Like, if you respond to these types of things, you have to know how the public is going to perceive you. And I don't know if she does or does not have any sort of PR team. If she does have a PR team, I'd be interested as to what they advised her, if anything, because sometimes, you know what, you got the best PR team in the fucking world. If you don't listen to them, there's nothing they can fucking do for you. You know what I mean? I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's like she does have an advisor she's ignoring, she does not have an advisor, or she has an advisor giving her bad advice. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I think some of the responses, like, don't go well for her. But let's see. So let me get into this Bill Deyo post, and then we'll get into everything else here. So, first of all, in the comments here, so first of all, we're going to watch this video, and we'll address some of these issues. But here it says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany N. Jones claiming this is her cousin who is Native American, who, like her, is presenting as white. All research on the tribe goes back to him and him only. All research on the tribe does not only go back to him. You are misinformed. He is our tribal historian emeritus, and as such, he has published a shit ton on our history, but he's not the only source. Matter of fact, another source you could go read is the book 1666 by Laura Chilton. Check out Linwood Costello. Check out Raven Costello. There's just, I could go on and on and on, but there's just so many different sources. You could go check out each different tribal website themselves. He is just a very big source on it, but he is not the only source. He happens to be one of my favorite sources, though. And yeah, so yeah. But just because an indigenous person presents as white or black doesn't mean they aren't indigenous. So, are you going to tell me that my father's not indigenous next? My father is indigenous, and if you don't think he is, I just kind of think you're a piece of shit. Okay? And mind you, William Deyo has more indigenous ancestors documented than my father. Let that sink in, bitches. Fucking, and my little sister, she's just as native as I am. That bitch is blonde hair, blue eyes. We got the same dad. We got the same nosies. I got my dad's nose. And he got it from his dad. Yeah. You know how I've said this before and I'll say it again. You know how parents always did that? I've got your nose. I've got your nose. Well, look, bitch, I got your fucking nose. How about that? I got your, you know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, fucking, but, so when it comes to all of that, like, I don't understand this whole, do you not understand how interracial relationships and phenotypes passing through work? That just screams ignorance and potentially racism, in my opinion. But that's just me. That's just me. Can you say indigenous erasure? Anyway, second. So one comment here says, related to Liar Watha Warren, someone said, oh my god, that is hilarious. Laughing my ass off, spot on. Dying. Bless your heart, Bill. Says, ha ha ha, this is the best one. Her cousin must be proud. Someone says, can't stop watching this. It's hilarious. Someone says, funniest thing I've ever seen. Kind of like a bleeper video. Someone else said, right. Or a comedy set for Saturday Night Live. Someone said, I went to comment on this and accidentally typed in the wrong spot, and look what Taco gave me about her. Ah, god damn it. So, I fucking hate this stupid AI chat bot. I fucking hate it. Anyway, I don't know, it looks like he searched for Brittany Jones on there. The AI chatbot, what they're saying it sent for Brittany Jones is key concerns for her was campaign finance irregularities. They say that she failed to report donations for over a year despite active fundraising, violating Oregon's 45-day reporting requirement, previously dropped her presidential bid after FEC warnings about her unreported funds. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just telling you what they said. It says, questionable tribal claims, promoted disputed DNA evidence, 6.6% indigenous ancestry to support tribal affiliation claims. We're going to address all of that in a bit. And there's more I want to address about it that I'm not going to address today, but I may address another time. So what I address today about this isn't everything I have to say about it, but it's everything I'm going to say for now. Anyway, so faced criticism for lacking connections to indigenous communities and misrepresenting tribal enrollment criteria is what this says. We'll address all of that. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Hold on. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's all connected though. Anyway, business practices. Multiple reports of canceled services without refunds, including wait, that's not right though, because a $25 hair braiding deposit, she doesn't fucking braid hair. So some of this has to be completely wrong, right? But yeah, that's gotta be wrong. Then public perception. They say that she exploits identity politics for political gain while avoiding accountability. Campaign slogan BJ for Oregon has been mocked as disconnected from substantive governance. Honestly, I think BJ for Oregon really is just not a good campaign slogan because literally it just reminds people of blowjobs. I really feel like he should have done something else, but that's just me. You know what I mean? Like Obama's campaign slogan, hope for change or some shit like that. Wasn't that what it was? And then there, like something that's like that makes you want to climb a mountain, and something that's like, yeah, bitch. But you know, I don't know. BJ just blowjob. It doesn't work. I'm sorry, those are your initials. Let's blame your parents. My bad. And so fucking. Why'd you get blocked? I caught her a blowjob. I'm just kidding. But fucking. Okay, so. And then they're going through the DNA issue. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about. Oh shit! I accidentally exited out of that. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn DNA, to be honest. I've never done one of those DNA tests. I just know my genealogy. I just know my dad. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Anyway, so that's what this one guy commented. And someone else said he can't even say the tribe name correctly. Yes, he can. You are just fucking ignorant. And I'm going to address that too. Someone said, nope, you noticed that too. And he named Matoaka by her Disney name, Pocahontas. Completely disrespectful. Let's address that right now. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on. And then Star said, yeah, Forrest Gump here can learn to, oh, hell no. Did you just call Bill Deyo Forrest Gump? Life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Anyway, so learn to say matoaka the way the rest of us have. She's not a Disney princess. She's our stolen sister. All right. If you are not Powhatan, your opinion on Pocahontas is irrelevant. Pocahontas was Powhatan. So how are you going to tell Powhatan people that we don't know as much about Pocahontas as someone who isn't Powhatan? Why don't you go check with Pocahontas's people? Oh wait, that would be us. All right, and let's correct the issue on the name situation. Let's correct the issue on that, bitch. First of all, so here we go. We've got William Deyo's genealogy. First of all, we got William Deyo's genealogy. All right, he's got several indigenous lines, but let's show you some examples here. If you take it from these porch lines here, we see here, oh, look, what do you know? Mary right here. She's Patawomecks. Oh, shit. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? And oh, wouldn't you know? He's a descendant of Christian Pettis, Kaoki, Pocahontas, matoaka, Wahonganoche, etc. Well, actually, not Wahonganoche through this line, but through a different line. I don't feel like clicking around to find it here now, but I know it's in here, god damn it. And the family search profile is linked in the description of this video, so you can go click through that bitch and find it your fucking self. But you know what I'm saying? Like, don't try me. He has a lot of indigenous lineage up in here, actually. We could keep going and we're gonna find more, actually. But I just want y'all to know, I feel like it's fucking bullshit whenever y'all sit here and act like he's not native enough. Actually, you know what? It's over here. It's over here. The Robertson side. My T side. We got the Redmond side. Got the William Redmond right here. And Meese right here. Here's the Wahonganoche. I found it. I told you bitches. He's also Wahonganoche. So don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with us. Don't fuck with Bill Deyo. Alright? He's fucking Patawomecks. Alright, he's got ancestors. No, Anna. What is it? Minchet Kingsiket. Alright? Yeah. So, anyway, I just told you bye and eat my ass out of my squad, bitch. So, fucking, when it comes to the name, when it comes to about the Mattaponi Nation, you know what you're going to notice? The Mattaponi government, the Mattaponi Nation, and mind you, their reservation was established in 1658, all right? What did they talk about here? The true story of John Smith and, guess who? Pocahontas. You know why? Because Pocahontas was a valid name for her. So here we've got the Mattaponi Indian Tribe and Reservation has shared here about Pocahontas's name. And this comes from the Jamestown Settlement and American Revolution Museum at Yorktown, so we'll read that. And again, this is backed by the Mattaponi tribe, all right? So, what's in a name? For 17th century Powhatan people, a lot. The Powhatan often had multiple names throughout their lives, either given to them by someone else or created themselves. According to William Strachey, a Powhatan person's first name came from their parents, though not until several months after birth because of high mortality rates of infants. And children often went by nicknames until they came of age. Name changes also had spiritual meaning to the Powhatan, such as providing protection from harm, etc. Boys got a new name from their fathers when they were older that often reflected their personality. Men could also rename themselves after they achieved something important, like fighting a war. For example, Pocahontas was just a nickname given by her father that meant little playful one. But William Strachey says her birth name was Amanute. Matoaka was her special secret name that was to be kept that was meant to be kept her. I cannot speak. That was to keep her safe. She only revealed it upon her baptism. I would also say that she was assigned the biblical name Rebecca, in reference to being the mother of two sons, nations in conflict. Another two are Opechekanu and his brother Opuchipam. In the summer of 1621, the English noted that the brothers had taken new names. Opechekanu was now known as Mangopisaman, and Opuchipam, who also went by the name Kikitowämank, I cannot say that right, don't get me started on that, upon becoming paramount chief, was now Sasopin. Had the English been more knowledgeable of Powhatan culture, shit, I can't even read English, okay? Don't get me started with reading Kikitowämank when I can't even read English right. Had the English been more knowledgeable of Powhatan culture, this may have been seen as a warning. While we don't know for certain why they changed their names at this time, Helen Roundtree speculates that this name change was meant to signify that plans for a military offensive against the English had been finalized, even though the offensive would not take place until 1622. Okay, so here, let's address what her real names were. Pocahontas is a valid name for her. It's not some fucking Disney name. It's a valid name for her. It's what our people called her. It's what we continue to call her. And it was also a name that was in honor of her mother. Now, another thing. Many Powhatans, not all of us, we're not a fucking monolith. Now, when it comes to the name being secret, what did we mean by that? So, we believe in keeping Matoaka's name secret because some of us believe that we didn't want the English colonists to know her real name, to know her name Matoaka. We wanted her to call her Pocahontas because we believe if they called her Matoaka, it would cause harm to her. So I personally get triggered and do not like it when Indigenous people tell white people to call her Matoaka. It goes against everything from our traditional beliefs. I don't agree with it personally. I don't mind when Native people call her Matoaka. I think that's beautiful. If you're Indigenous and call her Matoaka, I think that's beautiful. If you call her Pocahontas, I think that's beautiful. If you call her Amanute, I think that's beautiful. I just don't like it when people degrade others with her name. I do not like it when people mock her name. I do not like it when people minimize her name or act like any of her names are invalid. And I do not like it when people try to get white people to call her Matoaka. They are the colonizers. And they refuse to give her back to us to this day. I don't like that. And I don't like it when people who are not Powhatan try to act like they are more of a valid source on Powhatan people than actual fucking Powhatan people. I don't fucking like that, personally. Anyway, and in terms of backing up, also, the Pamunkey tribe. So, the Mattaponi, their reservation was established 1658. They have the second oldest reservation in the United States. If you have a reservation, if you have any tribal sovereignty, any of your treaties are based on Powhatan treaties, because we had the first established treaties with the United States. The first established reservation with the United States would be the Pamunkey tribe. Alright, now, the Pamunkey tribe, guess what they talk about? Guess what they talk about? Right here, it says, the Pamunkey Indian tribe is one of the most prominent Indian tribes to first meet Europeans on the east coast of North America. This status is due in part to the prominence of Pamunkey Indians, especially Powhatan and Pocahontas, whose activities were integral to American history. The Pamunkey tribe has the first established reservation in the United States. They are federally recognized. Pocahontas was the daughter of Tsenacommacah, Tsenacommacah, Powhatan, paramount chief, Pamunkey descent. So you're going to say that Pocahontas, whose father was Pamunkey, all right, you're going to say Pamunkey people don't know about Pocahontas? You're going to act like, what? Because that's what these fucking TikTokers like Star Mukwa think. Ew. Who the fuck are you? Are you Powhatan? Sakir Winkan? Anyway. So, now that we've established the Mattaponi validate Pocahontas, the Pamunkey tribe validate Pocahontas, the Patawomecks tribe. Obviously, we descend from Pocahontas. Most of us. Most people from the Patawomecks tribe, and there's exceptions, but let's heavily generalize. Most people from the Patawomecks tribe are descendants of Wahonganoche. And if not descendants of Wahonganoche, then Christian Pettis. Alright? Now, so we're addressing some of that. And mind you, Chief Ota Thomas Costello of the Mattaponi Nation, guess who he married? Elizabeth Newton Costello, who was Patawomeck. There's been long history of Patawomecks, Mattaponi, Pamunkey. All of these tribes, they're not fucking new. We've maintained relationships for hundreds and hundreds of years now. We didn't just spring out of nowhere. Whether or not the government cares about us or recognizes us is separate. Alright, now if you want to learn more, you can check out the Tsenacommacah Algonquian oral history. Ugh, cannot speak today. Okay, so in here, you'll also learn more about Pocahontas. So I believe the start of the Pamunkey one starts off talking about Pamunkey Indian tribe. I think this one starts off talking about Pocahontas. Let's see here. So it says here, when the English made contact in Jamestown in 1607, it was during the reign of Powhatan. He and his daughter Pocahontas were members of the Pamunkey tribe. And mind you, this presentation was put together by Raven Brightwater Costello, an enrolled member of the Mattaponi Nation, and she is also Rappahannock descent. Now, if I'm not mistaken. So here, this presentation, these series of videos have elders from the Pamunkey tribe, Mattaponi tribe, Upper Mattaponi tribe, Patawomecks tribe, and Nansemond tribe. And all telling their stories. Alright? So I'm tired of you bitches invalidating Powhatans. I'm tired of you bitches invalidating Pocahontas and telling Powhatans we don't know shit about Pocahontas. Y'all want to weaponize Pocahontas for your content. Use Pocahontas for clout. Use Pocahontas for your content. But then you don't give a fuck about Powhatans teaching the actual fucking history of Pocahontas. Shameful. Fucking shameful. Anyway. She's my stolen ancestor. She's our actual stolen relative. All indigenous people, yes, we're all relative, we're all cousins, but if it's not your tribe, don't try to compare what it's like for the general indigenous experience compared to the pain of an actual person telling you their ancestral connection to this missing and murdered indigenous person. I'm fucking tired of it, to be honest. I'm just tired of it. I don't give a fuck. So here we got people calling Bill Deyo a pretendian. Someone else saying winner. And then someone else is showing where here, for federal recognition, oh wait, no, this is Googling the same thing. I had Google before. I was trying to copy that and open that. Where are they showing here? I believe it's the federal recognition paperwork. Yep, of the Potomac Indian tribe. They're sharing that. They have a problem with it. The Potomac tribe and the Mattaponi Nation both put their federal recognition in around the same time. And yeah, I just, ugh. And someone says that the chief is a white man. Whether we are mixed or not has nothing to do with whether or not we are also native. And acting like, oh, mixed natives are invalid is a indigenous erasure and genocide. It's literally you whitewashing us when we still have our ancestral connection. We still have our language. We still have our culture. We still have our ways. We still have our teachings. Just because we haven't been federally recognized doesn't mean we aren't still fucking here. So trying to act like, oh, we don't deserve recognition because you don't care, because you fucking don't give a fuck that we went through forced rape, forced intermarriage, slavery. You don't give a fuck about that. You don't give a fuck about the genocide. Okay. Ew. But okay. And then someone says, this actually makes me mad. It makes you mad? You're contributing to indigenous erasure and genocide. Why are you so hateful? You have nothing to be mad about. It says, these are white people. No, we're not white people. You're going to literally call my dad white. You're going to call my pop white. You're going to call my grandmother white. My mom's white. So you can call me white. But if you call my dad and my dad's family white, I think you're just a racist piece of shit. Anyway, so fucking, and they're saying they hope they get rejected because federal recognition brings land and money free of change. Y'all don't know shit. Y'all are fucking stupid as fuck. Oh, so when the fuck are you gonna leave indigenous land then? Because why the fuck are you here? Because fucking colonizers, you're still fucking taking over indigenous land, bitch. Then what? Go back to fucking Europe. Fuck you. Anyway, so people putting laughing emojis. Someone else said, this is a true pretendian right here. Someone said, there's legislation presented to Congress with nothing but this guy's allegations to federally recognize the tribe. Hazardous to both sides of the issue. Hazardous to what? Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you. Anyway, so I'm over here like, yeah, let me debunk this shit. So anyway, fuck you, and especially you. But, so, someone else said, it very much is. This is a white man presenting as Native American. He is fucking Native American. I showed you his genealogy. He has more fucking Native ancestors documented than my fucking father, bitch. Fuck you. So anyway, then it says, so as much as it is possible that his research is correct, dumbass. What has been added to it changed to fit a narrative? Not fucking shit. Danae Reswriter said, we still live our traditional cultural ways. We still know our language and who we are. We love and we are a creator. Kenah, vunamun, Wingapo, netab. Thank you for being here as runner. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Yeah, fucking, they're trying to claim that Potomac people aren't actually Native, and that Bill Deyo isn't actually Native, and that Powhatans don't know about Pocahontas. Pocahontas was Powhatan, dumbasses! And did they fucking know? So Pocahontas' husband was Patawomecks. Pocahontas married into the Patawomecks tribe. Pocahontas' descendants are Patawomecks. Like, they are just, Pocahontas' sister married into Patawomecks tribe. And we just gotta breathe, and we're just gonna take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Anyway, fucking, someone says, what? Nothing has been added or changed to fit a narrative, you dumb shit. You're just contributing to indigenous erasure. So it says his research file says that the only records were destroyed during the Civil War. How convenient. We have records from Jamestown dating back to the 1600s. So you do realize that there's a big difference between having the originals versus having copies versus having, you know what I'm saying? Okay. And which records? There are records where the only records were destroyed during the Civil War, but obviously not all of them, duh. You know how much genealogical records we've had? I don't know what context they're quoting from, but I'm going to assume they're like not representing that right, because they haven't represented any of this right, in my opinion. And it's like, do you know how much of his work is centered on sources pre-Civil War? That makes no fucking sense. I know he's citing and has sources from before Civil War, so what the fuck are they even bringing that up for? So someone else says, writing to this man resulted in an MMIW activist being doxxed. Okay, I'm going to speak on that later. Because okay, you know what, I'm gonna speak on that later. I don't believe that if you reach out to a tribe asking about their indigenous members, and that, I don't think you should expect anonymity. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same as doxing you. Doxing you would be if he just went and looked you up and then published your information. If he shared what you sent and who sent it, that's not doxing. And it is legal for people to share private communications. And it's legal to post them too. It's legal. I could post, you could email me, I could post that right now. That's not doxing you. That's legal. Especially if you're on social media with a public platform, then it's even harder for you to press charges because you're a public figure. But anyway, it says, please keep yourself safe. This is massive white man energy. Indigenous men are supposed to protect life givers. So if an indigenous man lets a member of their tribe or one of their descendants know that people have been asking about their ancestry, that apparently means that he is doxing them and unsafe. Interesting. I think it is more important to protect a member of your tribe and let them know who is trying to find out more information about you. You know what I'm saying? Personally. But that's just me. Yeah. And so then this PNW Gem person said, Bill Deyo would know that if he was Native American, raised Native American, and knew the culture. He does not. He's simply a white man with descent. That's it. Being mixed, especially when you're Eastern Native, or when you are some indigenous, one of the first contact indigenous, to degrade us for being mixed natives is literally degrading us for our own genocide. And to me, that's extremely, when you're white doing that, it's racism. When you're Native doing that, you're participating in literally enabling racism against natives and indigenous races and fucking genocide. Like, it's fucked up as shit. Anyway, says all natives should be aware of this man and his intentions. For what? What intentions? What intentions? You can't speak to someone else's intentions. Putting any of our Native women in harm's way is wrong. So you disagree with him protecting people from his tribe. Okay, that's weird. I think that's weird of you, but whatever. Whatever. Go with what you feel. So if I go to your work and I ask for your work schedule, do you want your boss or your coworker to say, hey, this person's asking for your work schedule, do you know them? Or do you want your boss or your coworker to just give everybody your work schedule? Let me know. Let me know. And if your boss tells you, hey, Jane asked for your work schedule, did your boss then dox Jane? According to Star and PNW Gem, that's the case. So then Star said, we call them descendants. People like to call me a descendant because my mom's white, but if you call my dad a descendant, I think you're a piece of shit. So anyway, she said, we call them descendants, people with legit ancestry but an exaggerated claim of connection for personal gain. It's common. If you're a descendant, it's enough to reconnect, but people with descent connections shouldn't be financially gaining or claiming authority without solid connection. This man has never suffered under white supremacy a day in his life. I want to hear from a real Patawomecq woman on this issue. No, you don't, bitch. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't, bitch. You're over there trying to speak on Pocahontas, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't ever fucking mention Pocahontas again. Fuck you. Anyway, I am so fucking sick of people who are not fucking Powhatan weaponizing Pocahontas against Powhatan people and then trying to claim that's our MMIW. Then don't fucking terrorize people who are actually traumatized from her fucking death with her. It's not your family fucking trauma. It's my family trauma. I don't think people who are not related to her understand the pain that comes with being connected to her. That's why they feel so comfortable to use her all the time the way they do. Anyway, people like Star disgust me. People like PNW Gem disgust me. Sitting there really trying to act like Powhatans don't know about Powhatan issues. Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay, so let's get to some of that. So I don't know who this is, but let's get on this side tangent. So GoldenTurquoise had commented, and Raven sent this to me, by the way, but GoldenTurquoise had commented on on a post somewhere, and someone had commented on that GoldenTurquoise post with somebody else tagged, but these names were sent to me crossed out, so I don't know who it was. But somebody said that, well, I'm gonna just read the comment. It says, well, she said she's from the Patawomecks Indians of Virginia tribe. And when she said that on TikTok, I looked into it because I am a tribal member of that tribe. And I called and asked if she's part of our tribe, and she is not. We do not condone this behavior. So I don't know who this person is. I don't know if someone actually from the Patawomecks tribe or not is actually speaking on this. It could actually be a Patawomecks tribal member. They could have called and said, hey, is she enrolled? And they'd be like, nah, she's not enrolled. And she's not enrolled because she's a fucking descendant. And I'm not fucking enrolled, and I never claimed to be, so. So it could be like that, right? But, and here's why I'm not enrolled yet. I gotta move back to Virginia to do that. And they do have, like, even if you're a descendant, you can still, you don't qualify for full membership enrollment where you can, like, get on tribal council and shit, but you could still be, like, an honorary, they have, like, this affiliate honorary membership thing where you still basically get access, like, you get all the verification of your lineage, so you can still go to powwow and everything, and you get entrance into those types of spaces and powwow and everything and ceremony, and you go to that. And then there's, like, language classes and different cultural events that, you know, the reasons you want to be in part of your community, you can still do all of that. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is get your lineage confirmed and reconnect and everything. But yeah, so, but everything happens in its own timing. So I don't know if this is real or fake, because I don't know who posted it. It would not surprise me either way. It would not surprise me if someone who was not fucking, because people fucking claim to be Patawomecks all the fuck. I had somebody tell me they were Pamunkey. Their username is JAHTHEAMERIINDIAN, if I'm not mistaken. It's Ja the Indian. And so they were telling me they're Pamunkey. And so I start saying Wingapo, netapewh, suck your winkan, and they're like, what is that? And I was like, oh, you don't know Powhatan. And they were telling me that that was gibberish, that I was a pretendian, and that I'm not actually Pamunkey descent or Powhatan or anything. And I was just like, okay, how do you not know Kikitowämank telling me that I'm not Powhatan? What? You just, and it's one thing to correct me. It's one thing to be like, look, that bitch, you suck. All right, here's how the fuck you say that shit. No. They were completely acting like those were not words. They were like, there was no communication. You know, it was weird. It was fucking weird. And yeah. And so I now I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't think they're fucking Pamunkey then. You know what I mean? From that alone, I'm like, now you've discredited yourself to me. You know what I mean? So I understand where it could go either way with this, based on my experience. You know, this could have actually been a Patawomecks person. That could have not been a Patawomecks person. Who fucking knows? I don't know who the fuck it was. Anyway, so more, we'll go ahead and get into this also real quick. You know what? No, we won't. Actually, yes, we will, because it addresses what the fuck we just read in these comments. So, are you gonna let me zoom in? Can I? Okay. So, Brittany emailed William one day to say, hi, I'm just reaching out to make sure you are not being harassed. And William responded to her, yes, I have been contacted by email and by phone from a Nadine Kendall. I did not answer the phone, but I sent an email back to her telling her that your Patawomecks lineage is valid. She has written again asking more questions about your lineage and even your DNA. I am not going to respond to her anymore. Her phone call was from the same person and said that it was something like Oregon elections, but the call was from another state, not Oregon. Bill. Okay. And then here, so Raven, I keep saying Raven, don't I? Because her username on TikTok is Raven. If I accidentally say that, I fucking mean Brittany. Whatever. Brittany sent me, this screenshot that other people were posting about her. So they highlighted part of this and added from William's mouth himself, she isn't Native American. But that's not what he said. That's just what they're saying about it. What he said was, you contacted me about Brittany Jones. I am not aware of any illegal activity that she may be involved in. I only know that she has a valid Patawomecks descent but cannot become a full tribal member because her family left the area too early. I have corresponded with Brittany for a number of years and had no idea of any of the claims that you have against her. I am very sorry if I have been scammed but was not aware. And then it says, from William's mouth himself, she isn't Native American. She is. When people want to act like, oh, if you're not enrolled, you're not Native, that's you enforcing genocide against Natives, all right? Fuck right off with all of that. It's one thing to have an opinion, and valid opinion, all right? Because I do agree there's like a place for descendants, okay? We're going to get to all of that. That's just not what we're here for. We're addressing the lineage first. But I do feel that if you're a descendant, it's not your place to be in certain roles related to Native issues. I do think every descendant should get to bitch about our own ancestry on our own social media platforms. I personally feel that way because I think we need a space to process our shit. Okay? So that's my personal opinion. But I don't think that descendants should be building businesses, taking benefits, you know, and maybe to an extent the social exchange is a form of that, but you can't, I feel like to a certain level, engaging in community no matter what involves a give and take when it comes to some sort of exploitation. And I think by discovering our own journeys, what we do is help our children and help our community process their journey. So I think it is a mutually beneficial exchange, give and take, to share your thoughts, you know, versus when you are in a role of building your business off that identity, or when you're in a role of running political offices off that identity. I think you need to reflect on, are you the correct person to represent the identity that you are reflecting on, because there is a huge, huge difference in me making a blog about my family history versus me building a campaign off of being Native, you know? But yeah, so I do think there are a lot of points to make when people have criticisms on that related to Brittany, but I don't agree with when it comes to not just her, but with any fucking person, like any Native person. I think there is valid, like, let's just leave her out of this for a second. I think it's valid to critique any descendant, to say no descendant should be doing certain things, and to represent Indigenous people. But I do not agree with invalidating indigeneity just because you're a descendant. That I don't agree with, personally. But that's, I think also every person's experience on that also comes down to each tribe's relationship with genocide. And I think we need to reflect on that. Every tribe has a different relationship with genocide. So what would make sense for your tribe on the West Coast, for example, isn't going to be the same for the East Coast, for example. Because, for example, East Coast, our first contact, 1500s, 1600s, 1400s, okay? We are going to have earlier and more intermarriage than someone whose first contact wasn't until 1700s, 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's going to be, y'all have to look at it like that as well. Your history with this is, I think each tribe needs to come to a consensus within that, but we can't project what would be acceptable in our tribe onto another tribe, because our histories may not align in that way to make sense. But yeah, so they're trying to act like he's saying that she's not Native because he said that she's not fully enrolled, and that she's only qualifying for partial enrollment as a descendant. That I do believe she's still Native American descent. Because a descendant of what, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, so if William Deyo, my tribal historian, believes she's Native, then I'm not here to argue with William Deyo. That's my tribal historian emeritus. That's my elder. I'm not sitting here. I'm not gonna fucking go back and forth with my fucking elder about our fucking history. Hell no. But what I will say is I have some sources, and I did my research, and I can tell you my own conclusions onto her genealogy, and I might do that on a different time. But I'm not going to argue with my historian. I'm going to back my historian. And I'm going to argue with anybody that fucking fucks with my historian. Fuck you. Anyway, so this is how Brittany sent it to me. I don't know. I feel like you can still kind of fucking see through it, but I can't control that. But we're here now. So now, shit, I'm getting a message. He knows I'm live though. Shit. Would this be relevant to this though? Shit. Okay, no, that's something to look at later. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Because he knows I'm live. I'm live what to say because, okay, apologies. We haven't even watched those goddamn videos yet. Whatever, I'm still hung up on those comments. Anyway, fuck it. I'm gonna timestamp the shit out of this later. So, what we can see here was William Deyo forwarded to Brittany an email about Brittany. So someone had sent to William regarding Brittany a response that said, "Thank you for your response, all my relations." Before that, it looks like it's the original message that we're seeing. What I can see here is part of it is like I can still kind of read it, so I'm gonna just read you what I can read. Part of it I can't read, so I'm just gonna say redacted for what I can't read. So it looks like it begins in what I believe is potentially Anishinaabe, if I'm not mistaken, Anishinaabe Algonquian. It looks like a greeting. And then it says hello, and it looks like somebody introducing herself and her clan. And it says, I'm writing to you with a, and then all of that is redacted. And then it says, your tribe, Brittany Jones, previously. And then it says redacted. It's redacted, but I can see the word president. And now it says, and is now running for governor in. Then it looks like redacted. And then part of the next word is cut off, but it looks to me as if it says the second half of the word Anishinaabe. I think she's saying she's Anishinaabe, a member of the, oh, I feel so ignorant. I'm gonna butcher this. I am so sorry. I mean no disrespect. King First Nation. I am so sorry if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what she said. So right here, I see the sentence, or see the words, best a descendant, capitalizing on. I'm assuming she's calling Brittany a descendant. And then it says ancestry for personal gain, that I can read. After that, we know that these people throughout Turtle Island take advantage of community. We know that pretendians or descendants take opportunities and resources from bona fide indigenous people who live the lives of indigenous people. She does not have the generational trauma of the Indian boarding schools. She is not at risk of being an MMIW. Currently, she is claiming to be associated with an MMIW as expressed in a TikTok post, but she neglected to name the victim. We don't post tearful videos with an unnamed woman's picture. I don't know. I think that depends, because I will, when it's impacting me, sometimes I have a hard-ish time, like when it comes to, giving a fuck about what other people say about how I tell something. I'm gonna be like, fuck it, I'm gonna share what the fuck I have to say, But when it comes to me telling other people's story, I do try real hard, like, to tell it how they want me to tell it. So some people, they don't want me to name their name, I'm not going to. And I have had that happen a lot. Not everybody, some people, they want certain things to be out there so certain things can get found, but sometimes when people know someone's name is out there, it can get even more dangerous. There can be reasons. If, like, other people are looking for her too, and then that comes across their algorithm, it increases the chance of it hitting their algorithm. Like, there are certain reasons you do not want to name a victim or someone who is missing sometimes. But you might want to share her picture with certain circles. And I've shared posts and then taken them down before. Sometimes because someone was found and people didn't want their family business out there anymore. And sometimes just because, they asked me to for another reason, like, they don't have to disclose a reason either, like, if it helps, it helps. It's about helping them. I have criticisms about certain things that have been done within the association of some of these topics and the political campaign. And I think I would rather I think that would be a good avenue to discuss. But a lot of people are just like, I feel like that's, you know what I mean? But how you share an MMIW story, if you choose to share one, I don't think that should necessarily be an issue unless you are doing something harmful, like, for example, I don't like it when white people do the red handprint. It bothers me. I think it's cultural appropriation. I don't like it. And I don't, and I was saying that about, like, Tawana. I was like, I don't like it because she was doing the spirit handprint and the MMIW handprint and, the red and the black. And, I didn't like either of it, and I was making fun of her, but she was doing the spirit handprint at MMIW rally post, whatever, that she was making, and I was like, isn't that supposed to be red? And, like, I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like, it was just, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, why am I on that? But whatever. Fucking, so, yeah. Okay, let's come back here. Let me finish reading. That's my bad. Okay, so, also, Powhatan history with boarding school is different than other natives as well. I'm not going to get all up in there right now because that's going to detract us again. It's already a long live stream. But let's circle back to that another time. We'll circle back to that another time. We'll discuss the Mattaponi school and things like that. But also, I don't even have to circle back to that because y'all could watch the Pamunkey, particularly the Joyce Krigsvold section of the Pamunkey video here, and watch the Mattaponi video as well. But watch all of these fucking videos. But these two videos in particular, in my opinion, if I remember correctly, do explain some of the Powhatan history with those issues as well. And the Nansemond one does too. So yeah, like, you know what, yeah, go watch those videos because that does explain some of it. We'll come back here, my bad. But anyway, so this person had said, I am in Winnipeg, Canada, and to see someone use our community for personal gain is incredibly hurtful. So mind you, the history that Indigenous people in Canada, how y'all were colonized, and your history with the contact of everything is completely different than Powhatan history. So what might be disconnected to you for a lineage, because that would mean disconnection in your tribe, does not necessarily mean disconnection in another tribe, if that makes sense. Because we are not blood quantum based. We are lineal descent based. We if you have to be like on the homelands, your parents could be enrolled, and if you don't stay on the home territory, you would have to come back to get enrolled. You couldn't just go away, stay away, and be enrolled. It wouldn't work that way. You know what I mean? With our people, we don't do it like, it's like we're not like sitting here like, oh, anybody's native. No, like, you have to follow, you have to have the lineage, you have to have the community connection, you have to do the community events, you have to be there, you have to have an unbroken community cultural tie. And whenever people are disconnected, it's not, oh, they just went and decided to be white one day. It was, oh, so white people poisoned the dog so the dog didn't wake them up whenever the white man came in, shot the husband, held a gun to the woman's face after he shot her mother-in-law because she was too sick to walk, and forced the woman out so she could sexually assault her and steal the baby, take the baby away from her, so the baby's now gone forever, raised with white people. You know, and so then now you're going to be removed from your homeland, and let's see if you get to start a new family one day. But let's say you start a new family one day, everybody else is going to say that new family now isn't native enough because some white man came and killed your first husband. That's how the fuck you bitches sound when you tell us we're not native. That's how the fuck you bitches sound. If my dad's not native enough, why did he always know his history? Why did he always know his lineage? Why did he farm? Why did he grow Three Sisters plants? Why does he prefer our traditional foods? Why does he look the way he does if he's not native enough to you? Where the fuck you think my dad is from then? Anyway. So it says, to see someone use our community for personal gain is incredibly hurtful. We fight to bring our woman out of landfills. We educate. We advocate. All she does is ask for donations. I know that you understand where I am coming from. Are you willing to confirm any details of her connection with your tribe? Do your people have an Indigenous identity fraud reporting procedure? She posted your name as an endorsement. Your confirmation that she has some connection as proof she is Indigenous, not to reconnect but to profit. She shows no evidence of working for the community and is currently embroiled in a number of, and then it's redacted, and then you can see the word health at the end here, and then it looks like it's saying sorry to bring this to you, and then it looks redacted. It says random white woman. I guess she's talking about Brittany there. And then it says, I do so only to protect, and then it's redacted, claims and further financial abuse. It says Miigwech, thank you. And then it says full name star Janet Thomas. And I don't know if that is what they're saying is the doxing, because of she emailed Bill and Bill sent this to Brittany, and then yeah, you know what I mean? Like, but I mean, if Bill literally just said, hey, this bitch is asking about your lineage, you know what I mean, to Brittany, like, I'm sure Bill doesn't curse. Bill doesn't talk like that. That's me talking in my words. I'm highly paraphrasing right now. I'm fucking tired, all right? I've been working on a lot, and so I'm not mentally going to refilter right now. Anyway, so, but if that's basically all fuck he did was like, hey, man, this fucking bitch is, like, asking about your shit or whatever, if he was basically like that, but in Bill terms, you know, properly, that's not doxing anybody, all right? You cannot email public institutions and expect, or tribal institutions, and expect privacy when you're trying to inquire the personal data of tribal members. It's I don't know. So it looks like Bill said, Dear Janet, I have corresponded with Brittany Jones for a number of years, and I have always believed her to be a very nice person. She definitely has Native American Indian ancestry from our tribe, but our tribe is a lineage-based tribe, not one of blood quantum. I am not allowed, however, to give out anyone's personal lineage. This is all that I'll be able to say. I fully believe that the truth will prevail. Now, and from this email also, there were some points brought up about the donation issue and the campaign and all that. I have some thoughts on some of these things, but y'all can already see how long this live stream is. So I don't feel that we have time in this stream to address all of that today, but maybe I will do that in another live stream. But yeah. I'm just going to address the lineage issue only at this time, and maybe add some thoughts as we do some reactions later. Okay, and then we got one more, and this email is from before all of that. So here, William Deyo had said to Brittany back in 2023, Hi Brittany, oh yes, we're definitely related a lot as the paper trail shows. Even the DNA shows that we are related through many segments. But it is just that my DNA did not randomly inherit that much on my mother's side, where the Potomac lines are. If I had, our matching segments would be much larger, but they are still there, just not as large. I seem to have gotten a much larger amount of DNA through my father, which is just that pick of the jaw, that we cannot control, and it is just by chance. You would probably match much more closely with some of the other Patawomecks members. My GEDmatch kit number is and that's redacted, and it says, when I get a chance, I will check out your matches on GEDmatch to see if I recognize other Patawomecks members. I'm sure they'll be there, Bill. So yeah. So I'm just gonna go with if Bill Deyo is verifying Brittany Jones, then that is going to be my answer on face value. I have other thoughts on the lineage that I may choose to address on another video at another time, because We'll just see. We'll just see. But we just can't fit everything into one fucking video. So all I'm gonna do now is, for now, is just say, if the evidence that I have seen is true, if Bill Deyo actually has been verifying Brittany's lineage, I'm going to take Bill's word for it over anybody else's. And that's just me personally. So now let's watch the actual fucking video that they don't get. So the overlay here, and I've already read the description and all the comments, not doing that again, but the overlay, it says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany N. Jones claims this is her Native American cousin. This is William Deyo, is what this says, and let's see. I'm gonna see, do we need to turn on the captioner? I will see.
I'm known as Bill, and my Indian name for the Potomac tribe is Night Owl. I'm the tribal historian of the Potomac, or the Patawomecks tribe as it's properly called.
Now, I have seen people not understand the Patawomecks aspect. You know, they think, oh, Patawomecks is Patawomecks, right? Well, why the fuck do you think it's pronounced Powhatan, dumbass? Yeah, it could be either way, dumbass. It could be Powhatan. Do you think it's Powhatan? It can be Patawomecks, dumbasses. They're acting like he doesn't know how the fuck to say Patawomecks. Yes, the fuck he does. Fuck you, suck my dick. Anyway.
I was born in the city of Fredericksburg in the very old Mary Washington Hospital on Sophia Street. Now that's condominiums. When I was growing up, my family kept close ties with Stafford because my mother was born there and had many relatives that were still there. And I went to visit them frequently, and in the summers I spent time with my great aunt Maggie Newton Robertson, who had a farm there on White Oak Road, and she took me around to see a lot of the relatives and showed me some historic family sites.
What is your role in the tribe today?
As the tribal historian, I review the applications that come in for membership, and I have worked for years studying the genealogies and know practically all the lines that are acceptable. And I'll make a recommendation, and the tribal council will review it and vote on it.
So have you done your own genealogy?
Yes, I've been working on mine since I was a teenager. When I was a child, when most kids were asking for all kinds of toys, I asked for those too, but I also put on my Christmas list to Santa that I wanted my family tree. And my mother never got it for me, so when I went to college, I learned how to do it myself. But as a teenager, I would ask some of the older relatives and try to write down what they knew on the family. And then I learned how to do it myself later. And while I was in college, I joined the Virginia Genealogical Society, and later I became president of the society back in the 1990s. And I had a good teacher. My mother's had a friend, George H.S. King, who was the area genealogist, and he knew a lot about my family too, and shared some records with me. And he taught me the ropes of how to trace your ancestry.
So are you descended from any important personages, or?
Well, the Indian lines are the most abundant on my mother's side, and she's a direct descendant of Pocahontas through her Indian husband, Nichole. And I descend from Cornelius Dabney, the personal interpreter to the Queen of Pamunkey through my father. He came from Chicago, and most of his ancestry is in New York. He descended from Indians in New York, but he had one line through Kentucky that went back to Cornelius Dabney, and Cornelius' second wife whom we believe was one of the monkey family.
So what do you hope to accomplish by having the tribe here today with all their displays?
We're hoping to teach people what the history of the tribe actually was and how they influenced the settlement of Jamestown to survive. The history books never did say anything about our tribe in the past, and when I went to school we learned about Powhatan, but not of the Potomac tribe. And it was the Potomac tribe that didn't turn their backs on the settlers like Powhatan did, and helped them to survive, providing them with corn and other substances. We just want to set the history book straight.
Honestly, any help that Powhatans ever gave to colonists only led to our genocide. And it's literally just like a parable of what happens whenever you're in community with white people in general. Like, you try to go in with good faith and all they will do is stab you in the back.
Help people to learn the truth. We have a lot of artifacts here today that some are reproduced by members of the tribe, and others are original artifacts going back some maybe 1,000 years.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
The tribe originally started, we found from some records of Indians speaking to the Maryland legislature back in the 1600s, that the tribe started in the Eastern Shore and were allied with the Piscataways. And eventually they moved to this area, and through intermarriage became allied with the Powhatan Federation and part of that federation. So for probably about 300 or so years we've been in this area and allied with the Powhatan Federation.
Alright, so I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back and then just kind of check in on what we addressed, process this, and then we'll just kind of see how much time we have and what else is here from the PNW Gem. We'll just kind of see how much I think I can get through tonight or feel like watching tonight. We'll see what's here. But yeah, so I'm going to take my break. I will be back in like 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, maybe 15-20 minutes or so tops. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back, and it is darker now because I turned off the lights. Cause fuck that shit. Yeah, I'm done with the light now. I'm done. So anyway, I want to just get back to addressing the. We're just gonna spend the rest of this stream kind of reacting to some of this PNW commentary. Before we do that though, I'm just realizing this whole time, did I even have the comments showing on the screen? I don't know. Let me just pull those up again one more time. Make sure you saw that. I'm not rereading. I'm just clicking them, pulling them up on the screen. And y'all can pause to read. I read them out loud earlier. I'm not rereading again. I just want to make sure it's all captured. Because if I reread all of this again, I'm gonna get pretty pissed. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So these were the comments in case it wasn't visible earlier that I was reading and addressing earlier, and I'm not gonna keep reading and addressing the comments on these posts. I think unless they're about Bill, because I don't know. I don't feel like I have time for all that. But some comments that they were making in particular that had stood out to me that I reflected on were the comments that they were making about Pocahontas, about matoaka. And mind you guys, I just want to reflect again, this is William Deyo's family tree, mind you. This is his parents from his mom's side, mind you. I had clicked through earlier some of his Potomac and Powhatan ancestry and things of that nature, and shown you guys where he is a descent of Pocahontas, of Amanote, of matoaka. So we discussed that previously already. And so mind you, this is Bill Deyo's family tree, and here again, how am I connected? Mind you guys, so I can also keep proving over and over who my ancestors are. So just putting that out there, y'all can come to your own fucking conclusions and everything. This is my dad's family, you know. So yeah, so like as you can see, we do have common ancestry. So I'm clicking from Bill's family tree to see my ancestors, you know what I mean, from the same fucking tribe, all right, as my dad. And Bill Deyo has more documented native ancestors than my dad, but y'all want to act like my dad's not native enough for you bitches. Well, suck my fucking dick, all right? Now, moving on. So, and again, mind you guys, these are people who are acting like Powhatans don't know about Pocahontas. And so I have pulled up sources, and all of this is linked in the description of the video. When I timestamp, if anything does get moved, it'll get moved to the comments. But yeah, so just throwing all of that out there. I looked at that already. Okay, so that's kind of where I had left off. And coming back to the whole Pocahontas concept, like when we look at why it's so fucked up to me, again, mind you, I've spoken about all of this before. The only reason we know the full true story of what happened to Pocahontas is because of her sister, Mochana. Okay? Pocahontas' sister, Mochana, and Mochana's husband, Uramaramakon, were with Pocahontas. And they were with her when she passed. They were who continued to advocate for her. They are who made sure her story was told. So to invalidate other Powhatans on Powhatans when why you know what the fuck happened to her is just really fucking wild to me. All Powhatan people are related to Pocahontas, whether she is a grand aunt, whether she is a direct ancestor, or whether she is by marriage. Every Powhatan at this point, because of how our tribes are related to her somehow, for real. So when we speak on that relation, and you act like, oh, Powhatans don't know about Pocahontas because you're calling her Pocahontas. Like, where did this trend come from? Like, that Pocahontas wasn't a real name for her. It is. And I don't like it when non-Powhatans invalidate our ways. Okay, but I went through all my sources on that. I'm not going to keep rehashing that. I'm just going to say, what a lot of people don't know is the reason she got taken from the English, or because the reason she got taken from the Powhatans by the English, or because the English were fucking threatening the Patawomecks. And so, because of that, Matoaka's sister and Matoaka's brother-in-law, Japasa, had helped when it came to being why Matoaka ended up captured. And it's not as easy as, oh, they just went and helped Matoaka get captured. It was like their entire village was getting threatened, and a bunch of fucked up shit had been happening, and wars were going down, and just like crazy shit was happening. But yeah, like there's like mixed feelings about all of that within our own communities, because when white people tell it, they act as if the Patawomecks betrayed her. But or that her sister betrayed her. But or her brother-in-law did, I think they didn't make the best decisions. And I do think technically it is betrayal. So I don't really think people are wrong for saying that. There are people in my community that get offended by it though, because they'll be like, they didn't just do that though. They didn't just do that for no reason. It wasn't like, oh, let's just fuck with Pocahontas one day, like there was shit going down. But so a lot of people get offended by it because the Patawomecks were tricked. The Patawomecks were mistreated and threatened, and basically like going through a bunch of shit when that went down too. I disagree with how it was handled, obviously, knowing me. But at the same time, seeing the society we live in today, I understand why they may have been scared. And what a lot of people don't realize is the power imbalance of weapons. By the time a lot of Western natives experienced colonialism, guns had came through native community to where at least some natives had some access to some guns to fight back with. When we first contacted with the English, we didn't have that same access. Yeah, we eventually traded up, but they had guns. We didn't. And I don't think a lot of people understand why the literal expression of don't bring a knife to a gunfight. And they act as if you're gonna make logical decisions when someone has a fucking gun to your head and all you have is a knife. Or maybe a bow and arrow. I don't think people can comprehend that. And when you have whole armies with guns, I don't think they understand the wars and genocides we faced with the power imbalance we had. But another fucking thing, Pocahontas' descendants were kept, so our ancestors were in close contact with the Mattaponi, Chief and Patawomeck tribes. And depending at various points, Kalki was known to be in contact with various relatives of Pocahontas from those tribes. In terms of the technical tribal affiliation, I think that her and her ancestors, because of being born into Patawomecks tribe, were Patawomecks, you know. So to my understanding, the way it kind of worked with us is, so the way it is, you're born, so you marry into your husband's tribe, right? And then your kids are born into that tribe that you two are now in together, where you marry into your husband's tribe. So your kids are from the father's tribe. But the mother, the role the mother has, is from the woman's side in society. The power flows through the woman. So, am I making sense? So that kind of can explain how that all works out. But yeah, fucking, and like, look, mind you, again, Mary Wahango Noche right here, mind you, we are on Bill Deyo's family tree, but you can see here his ancestors, his Patawomecks ancestors are my ancestors too. So, I'm just putting that out there, like, and so everybody wants to, like, if you don't believe that my dad is Patawomecks, if you don't believe that my dad is Powhatan, I will give you my whole family tree is posted. You can do my genealogy for me. You let me know where my dad's from then, bitch, fuck. But you know what, like, my dad is Powhatan. Like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But people want to act like, you know, they know more about us than us. And they want to act like, oh, if you marry outside your race and you have mixed kids, then those kids are no longer native. Now they're pretendants and descendants. That's basically it. That's basically, in my opinion, like how these people are. Now, if you don't like somebody, criticize that shit. Just like, because when you do this shit, it takes away from the valid fucking criticisms, in my opinion. Like, when there is actual real shit to criticize about someone's behavior and they're actually doing problematic shit, but you're wasting all this time trying to invalidate people who are indigenous when they actually are indigenous, and you're not actually addressing the real issues, it kind of pisses me off, because it doesn't seem like you actually care about those issues. It just kind of looks like indigenous erasure. But anyway, that's kind of how I ended up here today, and I've been like kind of rambling, and the Pocahontas commentary is really kind of triggering for me, because it's like, if you are experiencing the ramifications of the genocide of Pocahontas, then they invalidate you while they want to weaponize and use her name for not only their content and their clout, but also as some sort of policing over others' indigeneity, while they negate her actual fucking descendants. Make that make fucking sense, because it makes none of me. But I'm gonna try not to read these fucking comments, because they will keep me here all fucking night. So instead, what we're gonna do now is, there's a lot of videos here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it through all of them, but let's just see how many of these fucking things we can fucking get through. So let's see where this shit all started. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and fucking mute this shit. So, Alright, it just says Oregon's their happy place or whatever. Who gives a fuck? Next. Okay, here we go. It says here, the real owner and operator of the Gingerbread, a beloved restaurant that has been an icon for 59 years. Sadly, the owner became ill and sadly closed 8 months ago. You can see the love in this video, how she was adored by her community and how she loved the community right back. A real icon of Mapleton. Oh, I'm burping. Apologies. A real icon of Mapleton. Or like, share, and repost my videos to get the word out about what is going on with the gingerbread right now. I feel like that sentence does not make sense to me. Whatever. Mapleton strong. Okay. What the fuck's in the background? Let's see. Is this copyrighted? No, it's just some music. No, we're not doing that. Copyrighted. Fucking. So it's just like some shit from the fucking Gingerbread Village, I guess. But whatever. Alright, I don't give a fuck. Next. So, here it says Brittany Jones running for Oregon governor, squatting in a restaurant in Mapleton, Oregon. Brittany Jones, Oregon running mate for the 2026 Oregon governor's seat, is squatting at a local Mapleton restaurant. She claims she had a contract, a lease. She did not. Slapped the owner with a restraining order, breach of contract, and an injunction to stay at the restaurant and operate the restaurant while not being licensed to do so. How was she legally ever able to begin operating it? She had no license though. All of her claims against the owner was dismissed, and the judge, treating her as a squatter, she was never given the owner a dime to use the restaurant, gave her 2 weeks to vacate. Now she is up on her page, The Ravens Party, saying she needs to protect this space. There is nothing to protect it. It isn't yours. It's for sale. If you wanted it, you could have simply bought it, but you didn't. You refused to bring back the keys to the owner's restaurant when she allowed you to use it for a fundraiser, thinking you were permitted lawfully to do so. Did you get a permit to do a fundraiser at her restaurant? No. Instead, you didn't take no for an answer when she said you didn't need to do a lease to own with you. Do you need a permit to do a fundraiser, or do you just need one to like operate a business, or does it depend what you do at the fundraiser? I don't fucking know. So on a comment, Brittany had posted, because the injunction was removed, we have to take more steps to protect it. And someone said, notice how it's dark outside. After a long day losing in court and everything, getting dismissed, you drove over an hour to protect the building you're squatting in and sleeping there with your young children. The realtor has a right to list and show the property. And over it says, Brittany has 2 weeks to vacate property. She is squatting. Judge dismissing all claims. And then it says, protect what, Brittany? It is not your restaurant. That looks like that's it. So, god damn it. I fucking hate when these posts are on my buffet. Okay, so this post, it says, finally know what direction to take this portion of the building. I guess there's like a screenshot from Brittany's post, and that's what she had said. And then her original post has said, while we cannot have our full menu, we have other ways to raise money for the community. You can drop off your gently used items to our location to help raise funds for our community spaces and to help others get access to items they may need for cheaper than what they get at any other thrift shop. And then it says, let's go look at this nonprofit. Alright. And then let's see. They looked up to see if there was a registered nonprofit for her names, but there was not one. Yeah, it's not technically, so technically to form a nonprofit, you have to operate as a nonprofit when you're filing the paperwork, so to form it or whatever. So sometimes there will be people who are claiming nonprofit, but as long as you're not saying you have a 501c3 status, then it's not illegal. I think to claim nonprofit, because a lot of people will be operating in that capacity until they can file that, or until they are or if they're testing the sustainability of what they're gonna do or something like that. They might test something or an idea or something before they do the official paperwork filing or something, or maybe they need to solidify the people of the organization before they file it or whatever. There could be different reasons. People can operate as nonprofits without filing 501c3 status, but as long as she's not claiming 501c3 without being filed as that, then it's not illegal to discuss wanting to not operate in that capacity. I think what would be unethical would be if she did operate in a for-profit capacity, claiming nonprofit through that avenue. Not that she can't operate for-profit through another avenue. You know what I mean? So you gotta make your money somewhere, shit. Okay, I don't know. Next up, it says United Threads Housing Nonprofit is merging with the Ravens Party, and we have a new location at the Ravens Landing on Highway 126 between Eugene and Florence. It says she would have to file articles of merger to do this lawfully. She has not. I think they only have to do that if they actually have 501c3 status. If they don't have that yet, then this could be a rebrand, and then they file that, and then they would have to do that if they change again in the future. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think off the top of my head. Okay. And then it's over what else she put here, so I'm not even gonna try if I can read that. And then it says if you have any donations, you can drop them off at 12300 Highway 126, Mapleton, Oregon 97453. And it says this is not the Ravens Landing. This location is the Old World Gingerbread. But yeah, and the description here for this one says that Oregon running mate BJ for Oregon with the Ravens Party has been illegally operating a restaurant without a business license or proper clearance through the health department and is now wanting to merge another nonprofit that she was running years ago called United Threads Housing Nonprofit, which isn't registered with Oregon. Maybe she just wanted to use the same fucking page and not lose the followers. When I was in high school, I had started my fucking Facebook page as some stupid ass name because when I was in high school, that was just this little trend where people would start random shit with random names. I don't know. And then I had gotten some random number of followers on there. So then when I decided to actually use a page or something, I just changed the damn name of it. I don't know. But yeah, and we are here now. I am talking, I spent my previous portion of today's live stream going over Brittany Jones and Will Deyo's lineage and Patawomecks issues and Pocahontas and commentary people were making about all that. And yeah, now we are continuing with the Raven Jones issue. She was a presidential campaign candidate 2024, as well as she is currently in the running for, she's running for office for governor of Oregon in the Democratic Party against Tsenacommacah this year in November, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I got that right. I don't fucking know, man. I'm not, but yeah, so she's doing some shit and shit. I can verify that Bill Deyo, if he's verified her lineage, then I support that verification because I'm not here to question Bill Deyo on who is or isn't Patawomecks. So yeah, but I could understand why people would have criticisms for other things, for certain statements or actions related to the political campaign. If y'all have criticisms, support that. Keep speaking on that. You go ahead. Everybody, someone's running for office, everybody's gonna have something to say about it. Like, I mean, when, not people who don't care, but you know what I mean. Like, so I'm not here to police anybody just because they have an opinion when it comes to political issues or social issues, or even about like the way she could be discussing or representing Indigenous community. If you are Indigenous, if you're not Indigenous, fuck right off. But you know, like, so things like that, I think those are things I want to hear. What I'm tired of hearing is people invalidating Bill Deyo and in relation just because they don't fucking like Brittany Jones. I'm tired of hearing people invalidating Patawomecks just because they don't like Brittany Jones. I'm fucking tired of hearing people invalidating Powhatans, the Pamunkey, the Mattaponi, like all of our fucking history, Pocahontas, just because you don't like Brittany Jones. Fuck right off. You don't have to like Brittany Jones. I don't give a fuck who you like. Stop fucking contributing to genocide, indigenous erasure just because you don't like some random fucking person who happens to maybe be, you know, have indigenous ancestry. I don't know. Just a thought. But, alright, what does the next fucking side say? Or did I read the side of this? I don't fucking know. Let's keep going. Shit. I don't think I did keep reading that. Alright, fuck it. Alright, so anyway, it says Oregon running mate BJ for Oregon. Yeah, I just think of blowjob. Every time I read it, it doesn't fucking work. You gotta change that. Oregon running mate BJ for Oregon with the Ravens Party has been illegally operating a restaurant without a business license or proper clearance through the health department and is now wanting to merge another nonprofit that she was running years ago called United Threads Housing. Oh, I totally did read that. Okay, no. Which isn't registered with Oregon. Alright, my bad. Alright, this is where I got distracted. Focus, bitch. Focus. Even though she was, it says even though she was running what? Did they mean wasn't? I don't know. Even though she was? Or which is, isn't registered even though she was. Okay, now I see. Well, you can be running one. It doesn't technically have to be registered. You just won't get the tax exempt write-off thing, whatever. I don't know. Yet. Until you do, I think. Or something like that. So then it says she was evicted from that space or building. Please don't support her. She is hurting the indigenous community by what she is doing. But are you even fucking indigenous? It says she is hurting the community of Mapleton, Oregon, and most importantly, hurting the kindest woman you could ever meet. All she wanted to do was offer her restaurant that is for sale to a woman who claims to be Native American and claims to want to help the Native community. So you're admitting right here that the restaurant was offered to her. I just put that out there. Right there, they're admitting that in writing the restaurant was offered to Brittany. I rest my case. Okay. Thank you for your time. So, technically, I think people can get away legally with calling Brittany a squatter because of like First Amendment rights and blah 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 blah, right to an opinion and all that bullshit. So I kind of told her that before, and she was like not happy with that, obviously, because who the fuck wants to be called a squatter? But anyway, I don't think the definition technically fits her though, because she technically did get permission to be there when she was there. There are disputes about how it ended, and we can say that she did stay longer than she was supposed to. We can say that, and we can say she was no longer welcome. But so you know, I'm not saying that she was. I'm saying technically, when you're a squatter, you never had permission to be there. Technically, by the like technical definition, and if she was ever given permission to be there, then she's not legally technically a squatter. She could be asked to leave. She could be evicted. But it would be like a tenant issue. Would it be technically a squatter if it was ever offered to her? And you just said right here it was offered to her. So, I'm just putting that out there. I'm gonna hold your hand. No, but, fucking, it's fine. I personally, and I told her this, I personally do not agree with how she handled it. When she was telling me that, you know, she wanted to, I think it was like a rent to own something, or buy rent to own thing, if I'm not mistaken. She was like, she wanted to get this place, and she was originally, I think, approved for it. They originally agreed for it to go down, and then it had fallen through, and she was like really upset. And she was talking about how she wanted to fight to stay there. And I told her, don't do that. The right thing will come along one day. Like, it's better to just not try to stay somewhere where you're not wanted. It'll work out somewhere else one day. Like, just get out. You do not want this on your name. I told her, I don't want this on your name. You don't want this on your name. I don't want you to stay there. And you know what she did? She fucking stayed there. And not only did she fucking stayed there, then she brought our fucking tribe's name into it. You really fucking think I agree with her bringing the fucking tribe's name into that shit? You really think I agree with that? Now, so, if you're Native, I think you get to have your own opinion on Native representation, and I support whatever the fuck you feel about that. About general Native representation. If you are not Powhatan, I don't think you should be talking about who is or isn't Powhatan. It's not your community. I'm not sitting here trying to say who is or isn't part of your tribe. Unless you're Lakota, and I'm talking about Harley, aka Tawada. That's a different story, though. Come on, give me a break. Anyway, fucking. But y'all know what I'm saying. Like, have proof. At least have some fucking proof. I feel like if you are not Indigenous, I don't think that this is something that you should be speaking on. If you are Potomac, I'm very interested to know or Powhatan, in any Powhatan tribe. I'm very curious to know your thoughts. I know some Potomac and Mattaponi thoughts on the situation, but I want to know other thoughts. But yeah, there is just like, I don't know. Anyway, okay, sorry, distracted. Let's keep reading. God damn. It says, Brittany took advantage of the owner. She then filed a restraining order along with an injunction against the owner to keep the restaurant, even though a judge flat out dismissed her claims and told her she didn't have a legal lease. She is running for governor of Oregon. Does Oregonians really want someone like her running? So, there was never a technical lease signed. There was only a text message agreement. And in that text message agreement, there were terms discussed for what would become the final agreement. However, the owner backed out, but when she backed out, she did agree for Brittany to still come and do some sort of, I don't know the duration, but some sort of fundraiser event, temporary situation. And, like, from my knowledge, whenever the owner wanted her to leave, Brittany just had decided she was going to fight to stay there. And, you know, that may be something I disagree with, but it's where we're at now. So, it looks like here it's a notice of termination of tenancy served to Brittany Jones. And it was saying that she basically had to leave by Saturday, December 6, 2025, but they put it in legalese, and I'm not reading all that. Look, I'm too tired. Fuck that shit. But yeah. And she had to get all her shit out. Okay, it says pause to zoom in. She doesn't have a license overlaid here, so I guess I will fucking zoom in and read this. God damn it. It's being a little finicky. Okay. So, it says reports of selling food from an unlicensed establishment. Dear Brittany Jones, it has been reported that you are selling food from an unlicensed facility. All food sold to the public must come from an approved source such as a licensed restaurant or licensed mobile unit. You must cease and desist from selling food to the public until you are able to do so from a licensed establishment. Food from an uninspected or unlicensed source is a danger to public health. To comply, your establishment must be licensed by the Oregon Health Authority, which you will need to apply for. This should include a requirement to demonstrate you are, let's see, it's got the play button over it, an owner of the food establishment or an officer of the legal ownership. And then it's got some shit cited. It says, in addition to any other penalty provided by law, the Oregon Health Authority may impose a civil penalty on any person in violation of whatever the fuck civil code that is. And it says a fine of $500 per day. See enclosed for your reference. And then it says, please respond to this letter in writing within 30 days. Failure to respond to this letter will result in continued investigation and possible issuance of an administrative citation or civil penalties if evidence is found that you are selling food from an unlicensed facility. Please contact me at the below address, or you can reach me via phone or email. Sincerely, Jeffrey Carmen. So, it's from an environmental health specialist. So yeah. So to me that is kind of a wild thing, you know, like I understand there are some things you can sell under cottage law. So like I know like maybe if you were confused or if there was a misunderstanding, there might be some room to kind of argue like, okay, it's understandable to be mixed up there. Mistakes happen. But overall, I really feel like if you're going to be selling food, you really do need to be having your license, be on top of inspections. It's a matter of public safety. And when you're running for office, it's even more important that you do that type of shit, because these policies, these procedures, the things that come into place, you know, for like people's security and the state security and like national security and shit, the government doesn't play about that, but it's like not about. So I mean, a lot of fucking bullshit about this damn thing really is about a power play situation, in my opinion, upholding colonialism, whatever. But some of the procedures, though, they're not about any of that. It literally is about being able to maintain systems that keep people safe. And when you're not following basic food safety protocol, but you are someone who wanted to be president and someone who's running for governor, between that and the discrepancy with the reporting, with, you know, with the housing, with the gingerbread house issue, not housing, gingerbread house, there's house in the name, whatever, with that building, you know, all of those things kind of, I feel like that was something that needed to be let go. Because if that was let go, then it's just like none of this would have escalated, right? Maybe those things weren't done because it was going to be temporary, or she was fighting or something, but I don't know. I just feel like there are some issues here that even if you have good intention, sometimes you need to reflect on the difference between intent and impact. And yeah, even if I don't like a lot of shit that is put on this PNW Gem page, there are some things on here that I'm like, okay, this is what needs to be talked about. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I do think that is a big deal. I've got a long experience in food and service industry, and I do think it really does matter. I've seen the shit people try to do I think being licensed really is important and having those inspections and being on top of that. And I don't think you can expect, to be operating without those types of checks and balances. And I don't think you can expect to be elected as an official without respect for authority. Okay, it looks like they're just reposting this other fucking thing. I think we saw this before. Here, it's got this post that says, Brittany Jones, Oregon governor running mate against Tsenacommacah, is illegally operating a restaurant that she is not permitted to be in as she was evicted. Well, but I don't know, because if she was only selling fry bread, which is what I thought she was doing, then doesn't that follow under cottage law, and wouldn't that be legal? Or am I said COTTAGE, not college, cottage. But anyway, but wouldn't that qualify as that, or am I mistaken? I don't know, but like, that might be a gray line depending on what she was selling. Like, if they wrote her that because she was selling other shit, then maybe that point stands. But anyway, you can be evicted from a building and still operate theoretically. Okay, besides that licensing issue, if she was licensed to operate as a business, then even if she was evicted, she could theoretically operate until she had to fucking leave. So I don't think that is illegal. It is illegal if she doesn't have a food permit, though. So that I can kind of understand them being like, let's hold her to the fire on that one. That's kind of a big deal. But yeah. But the eviction point is like, whatever. Okay, so. And it says she has yet to pay the owner a dime for using the premises. I don't know if that's true or not. It says the utilities and is causing harm to the Mapleton community and most importantly the owner. Please don't support this criminal. I don't think she's done anything criminal though. You can break the law and it not be criminal. Can you show me what she did that was criminal? You see, some of the points that are made on this PNW Gem page, I'm like, all right, they have some good points on here, but they say so much shit without proof that is unfounded that it's just like, that takes away from the points they hit, in my opinion. So I'm like, damn. Okay, and then it says the icing on the cake. The property on 99 that she said an offer was accepted, the owner had to barricade the property from having her return. She didn't give them $5,000. She said she was invited back, according to people close to the property. That is not the truth. The owner is happy they dodged this bullet. I don't know anything about that. And it says, please like, share, and follow for more. Honestly, I would like to know exactly what Brittany has done to help the Indigenous community all these years other than cause chaos and conflict. No receipt, no money to show through all these donations. Okay. The next post, it says, William is now aware of her dealings, what she has been doing and telling people of her being Native American while operating a Native Indigenous nonprofit as she claims to be Native American. How can anyone trust her to run the state of Oregon if she lies so easily to the public on something so simple as your heritage? I don't support BJ for Oregon, the Ravens Party, Brittany Jones for Oregon, and honestly, neither should you. Okay, so, oops, I accidentally scrolled. God damn it, I accidentally scrolled away. Where was that? Okay, it was this one, sorry. And here it says she claims she is Native American. And it has an overlay where she was talking about MMIW. It says they're actively harming a Native woman, actively harming for a nonprofit made for our community. Or, oh, okay, no, she's talking about herself. And then it says message sent to William Deyo and his response. And it says to somebody, thank you for responding. No need to apologize. We want to get accurate information. She is currently running for Oregon State Governor. This is why this is being further investigated. Did you confirm her DNA and genealogy? She has publicly posted DNA results with no Amerindian present. Also, she shows misleading K11 graphs without percentages. Even if she was a distant relative 12th cousin removed, it is problematic to be operating as an indigenous nonprofit organization, filing for federal grants, and using TERO guidelines. I can appreciate her reconnection journey with distant relatives, but it can't be a leading narrative in running a campaign for office. Can you confirm the endorsement you wrote? We appreciate your time. So, and at the top here, it's showing what we read before from the other emails where it said, you contacted me about Brittany Jones. I'm not aware of any illegal activity that she made. Blah, 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 blah. And then here, it shows what I had read to you guys before. Already been through this. I'm not going through it before. They are saying that William is claiming she's not Native American. He never said that. He literally said she has valid Patawomeck descent, but cannot become a full tribal member. That's not saying she's not Native American. Oh, and I'm just realizing my fucking captioner's not working. God damn it. I don't know how long my captioner's not been working for, and I mentally cannot process that right now. So hopefully the other one is working. That sucks ass. I'm really sorry, guys. But right now, I was just saying that I'd already read this one. They're trying to act as if William doesn't claim her. William does claim her as Native. They are just, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. But how are they going to ask William if she's Native or not, and then also invalidate William? Like, fuck you, dumbasses. It's because he didn't tell them what they wanted to hear. Didn't tell them what they wanted to hear. But honestly, you don't want to tell my dad that he's not Native. No, don't do that, because you're gonna meet my dad's best friends, and let's just say my dad's best friend are weapons. But anyway, so yeah, this is it ends on the same post we already read. So the description on the side here, it says, according to these emails, she isn't Native. Those emails literally proved she was Native. So do you not have reading comprehension? That makes no sense. That if you want to say she's not enrolled, that would be a true statement. But there's a difference between being enrolled versus being Native American. Anyway, y'all love paper genocide, don't you? So, then it says, she posted an endorsement from William, and now I even question if he wrote it. Look, I agree. I honestly do think it is weird as fuck to post an endorsement from someone without posting the original endorsement. It's one thing to, for aesthetic, like for a flyer, or for your website, or for something to make the images of the endorsement to make it prettier. But whenever you get endorsements and reviews, you're supposed to post proof of the reviews and the endorsements. So it does bother the fuck out of me that she posts the endorsement without the email from the original endorsement. That bothers the fuck out of me. You're not wrong for that, okay? But look, all I'm gonna say is Here's why I'm gonna assume it's true. I have seen from multiple sources, he confirmed via email that she's definitely Patawomeck descent. I trust William Deyo on who is or isn't a Patawomeck descendant. Now, when it comes to if she has gotten her lineage confirmed, and if she has her own relationship with William Deyo, then all I'm gonna say is, if she's posting this over and over and over, wouldn't he speak out? Wouldn't he tell others in the tribe if he didn't actually verify her, if he didn't actually endorse her? So I'm gonna wait for him to speak out before I invalidate that. I will let William Deyo determine that, and until he speaks out against it, I'm gonna assume it's true, because he's the one letting her say it. So if it's not true, why would he allow it? That's all I'm gonna say on that for now. And then it says, he states that she cannot be accepted into the tribe. No, it states that she doesn't qualify for full enrollment. It never said she wasn't accepted. We have honorary or affiliate, whatever the fuck you want to call it, memberships and programs for people who are descendants, but not necessarily fully enrolled. That doesn't equate to the same. It says, was he scammed? It sure seems that way. How would he be scammed, though? You know what I mean? So here's the thing. You don't just say, hey, Will, am I native? And he's like, yeah, you're native now. No, bitch, he fucking researches your shit, dumbasses. Like, you know what? We're gonna take deep breaths. You have to, deep breaths, bitch. Deep breaths, bitch. You send proof of your fucking genealogy. People get their genealogy done through different ways, but theoretically, you know, you're gonna need some sort of combination of birth certificates, death records, obituaries, marriage records, baptisms or something, wills, anything, you know, really, that of those, like, legal paperwork, census records, a lot of those types of things, and then the rolls, obviously, but you know, like, things like that can help you confirm, and historical records, who is or isn't native, right, or descent from the tribe. But then it's like he does so much work. And then when you do like those GEDmatch DNA things, I've never done one, but what I do know is that alone isn't going to necessarily give you those records. It's just going to potentially point you in the direction of where to look for them. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to have a hard time believing like that Bill's out here just willy-nilly Williams willy-nilly you know, about who is or isn't Patawomeck. I believe he really thinks about it and puts a lot of research and work and consideration into each answer he gives for each lineage. Okay, moving on. It says, now that you are there, using utilities that aren't... Okay, this isn't possessive. It's T-I-E-S, alright? It's plural, not possessive. Using utilities that aren't in your name because you aren't supposed to be there. You owe the owner utility payments, along with mortgage payments, taxes, and insurance payments. 2 months worth. If you aren't squatting, then pay up. I already addressed all that. I'm not doing it again. And then next stuff it says, on the bottom here it says, we do not use internet or phone service. The propane account is in our name. I don't know. It says, then who is paying this bill? You can send payment to the owner's attorney. Proof applies. No one is forcing her to pay utilities. I don't know about any of that, but whatever. They're basically saying that the owner is being billed. This looks like a pump house bill and an electric bill. That the owner was billed or whatever. But whether or not she paid the owner, I don't know. And then it says, and then Brittany goes and sends this message, and of course blocks the account. It says the owner is only paying electric because she switched it out of our name illegally on December 1st. We switched it back in our name with the first preliminary injunction. She wasn't billed for November, and December hasn't even been billed yet. And someone said, so you see the bill now, send payment to the owner, $482.86. So the description here, it says, Brittany Jones, Oregon governor, running against Tsenacommacah squatting, racking up bills. The owner of the gingerbread wants Brittany and Jones to leave. Even with legal eviction, she refuses to leave and then racks up bills for the owner to pay while Brittany files a restraining order against her because she said on her live it's to stop her from evicting me from the property. Yeah, that went to the owner. I wonder if the attorney has that now. Not a good look, Brittany, as a woman who wants to be the governor of Oregon. Do they have proof she said that? Because they should post that clip. Because they've been making claims that I don't know if they're true or not. Some of the things they say, I'm like, okay, here's the evidence, and whatever. Some of the things they say, I'm like, yeah, anybody has a right to feel however they feel about a political person. But when it comes to the specific Patawomecq issues, that's where I'm like, all right, bitch, let's fight. You know what I'm like? Okay, so it says, check out this Oregon candidate, the Ravens Party and BJ for Oregon. Lots of untruths, money missing. You all need to investigate her FEC from the presidential campaign too, along with her spending on running for Oregon governor. And then here it's saying to check the dates. How does she get these emails if either Richard or Susan? Brittany, either Richard or Susan did not fucking like you. Who wants to bet it was Susan? Watch it have been Richard. Sounds like a dick move, Richard. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. So it says, hello, we just got a bill and it once again says we are inactive. Did she change it out of our names again? And this is from Brittany to Richard. And then Richard's, or, oh, is it, Susan Richards is that one person? Duh. Okay, well, my bad. Anyway, so Susan put Brittany. The account has been transferred out of your name on December 1st. You will receive a final bill. Please let me know if you have any questions regarding your final bill. And it says, now that you are there, using utilities that aren't in your name. Okay, it's just repeating the same thing again. They do that, apparently, whatever. And they didn't fucking correct the, I guess, was that a typo, or did they not know the difference between plural and possessive? I don't know. So yeah, this says to zoom in, but shit, man, like anybody can see what the fuck that says. Hold on. Got some fucking notice. The notice, it says food served at this location may not have been inspected by the regulatory authority. That was a notice put, oopsie, on the door at the Gingerbread Village. So it says, just wanted to post this, as she said so many times how she was legal to operate, and she posted this in the door. Well, technically, if you post that in the door, it's legal. Anyway, so here it says, Oregon State Governor running mate Brittany and Jones' second eviction attempt. Did I read all of this? Oh no. I feel like it's not showing, like, this to me in order, whatever. She said, it says it was mailed to you and now it was posted on the door. Second attempt to evict Brittany and Jones for Oregon from Gingerbread for illegally obtaining the property. God damn, this shit is boring. So here, it's to Brittany, the Ravens party. Looks like some eviction papers and some court paperwork or whatever, or something like that for eviction or some shit. And yeah, so I'm not reading all that. Okay, now we read everything on the post. So the side says Brittany has been served and a court date for the 23rd. Let this be a Christmas miracle that she is permanently evicted from the property and can never come back. She has caused so much heartache and trauma to the owner of the old World Gingerbread Village in Mapleton, Oregon, and the community of Mapleton. Mapleton wants her out. Brittany has racked up thousands in legal fees to get her to leave, not to mention the thousands in what she stole while illegally squatting on the property. There was never a lease. That was determined in court, and a judge flat out told her that and the injunction was dismissed. The owner never refused payment. She told her she didn't want to do a lease to own after the fundraiser and to please pack up and return the keys. The owner, knowing Brittany needed every dime, never asked for anything, providing materials for her fundraiser out of her own pocket. Brittany has taken advantage of a woman who has been dealing with serious medical conditions, knowing full well she needs to sell the property, and while attacking her good nature on social. So, every post I saw about, I guess actually, you know what, never mind, I'm not going to speak on that. Because a lot of shit was said. Let's see.
I have no idea who.
It looks like
some
some
being
shit
harassed.
is being said here. Sorry, let me take that from the back. The overlay here says screenshot because you remove comments, tagging people so they too can see the truth. You're not fighting legally. You're using the court system in a malicious manner. No one dead named anyone on purpose. She admitted to mixing campaign funds. That's illegal. Anyway, finding a way to lie to people. And here it says hidden video of Oregon governor running mate. No one is harassing her. This account was made to give the people of Mapleton, Oregon a voice and to support the owner of the gingerbread. Brittany is illegally occupying the restaurant and using the court system to stay at the restaurant that she can't even operate because she didn't have a business license. A clearance from the health department, she hasn't paid a dime towards legal fees, simply asking for everything to be waived as she's costing the owner thousands to get her off the premises. Do you really want this woman to run Oregon? Okay, and then let's see what the video says.
By PNW Gem on TikTok. I have no idea who they are. Apparently they have connections with Carol. All their videos are about me, and all they're sharing is screenshots of what other people have said outside of things that I've already, like even my own videos. Like they're sharing screenshots of my own videos and quotes from my own videos as if it's new information. Yeah, it's harassment. I'm fighting for the gingerbread legally, in the legal way, without harassing any of these people. I have them all blocked, and yet they are still sending people to my page to see who is commenting and supporting my videos, and they are tagging them in their own videos. I have receipts for everything. I am claimed by my enrolled family members. I work within the Indigenous community. I just spent the last week and a half working within our community after we had a tragic loss, and I am not acting nearly as badly as Carol did, and they're trying to say I'm making fun of her because of she had a loss. A candidate does not have to stop running their businesses. When I get elected into office, I would not be able to run my businesses. Somebody else would have to. They also dead named one of my team members, which is absolutely not okay, extremely transphobic. So not only are they attacking my native heritage, but they are dead naming people on my team. That is transphobic. They are not safe people. They are disgusting people. I will continue to fight with my head held high to defend myself, my community, and my team. Oh my God, they're still going, you guys. This is harassment. They're talking about the fee waiver that was denied and the case was dismissed in when I filed for TikTok illegally deleting my presidential account because they said I mixed my personal and campaign finances in one affidavit. They're trying to say that I was mixing my personal and campaign finances out in the real world, the people who made the TikTok, when really that just says I put my personal finances and my campaign finances into one court document, which is not, which can't be done. I have to either be personal or professional. And back then, I didn't know any better, so I was like, I'm poor, my campaign is poor, I can't afford to pay the fee waiver, my campaign cannot afford to pay the fee waiver. I mean the fee, not the fee waiver. I'm tired. So that's all that means. I never mix my personal and campaign finances. They are taking everything and trying to twist it into something that it's not. Being harassed by PNW Gem on TikTok. I have no idea who they are. Apparently they have connections with...
Okay, it's replaying. And mind you, on the side, on the comments here, they are fucking posting Bill Deyo again, calling him a white man. Like, mixed natives are fucking still native. You want to call my dad a white man? You're just a fucking piece of shit, in my opinion. Alright? And Bill Deyo's got more documented ancestors than my fucking native ancestors than my dad does. Mixed natives are still fucking native. It doesn't matter if you're white presenting or not. It doesn't matter if you present as African American. You know, it doesn't matter if you could be, you know, Native American mixed with any other community. It doesn't matter if you present different. If you are having the lineage, if you're connected to your community, connected to your culture, there's no argument here about if you are or aren't native to me. Like, it's just this, ugh, these people. Anyway, viewing on TikTok kind of sucks. So, let's see here we got Brittany flipping off the camera. It says, let's see how desperate the haters are to see what I post. And it says, Oregon running mate Brittany Jones not a good look. Who gives a shit? But I really feel like, to a point, I feel like she needs some media training in order to have success at these higher level offices. She could benefit from some media training and a good PR team. But on another level, it's like, when people are saying certain things, you know, related to your genocide, whenever the tribal historian has confirmed your lineage, you can only go to a certain point with your reaction sometimes. We're gonna address the lineage again, I think, one day, but not tonight, because that's gonna take way too long. But anyway, fucking, so they're posting pictures of her, whatever, and it says, desperate to get subscribers. She desperately needs to monetize so she can make money. Shouldn't she be campaigning, looking for endorsements? Tsenacommacah will win the nomination. She knows this, just like the presidential campaign, where she made, according to her FEC report, nearly $60,000, but never saw her debate. Lots of excuses, though, as to why she couldn't. No one endorsed there either. Is she serious about being the governor of Oregon, or is she looking to pad her pockets? So here, it looks like they screenshot part of a post from, I'm assuming, Brittany. It says, so I heard back from the tribe. I found they are direct descendants of Pocahontas' sister, or I guess not the whole tribe, but there's a lot of intermarriages to try to keep their bloodline strong. So like cousins and aunts and that type of thing, I'll have intermingled bloodlines with Pocahontas, etc. I do not agree with, support, or like the way she worded that. And so, no. Like, on one level, All people who are Powhatan have common ancestry. So, yeah, all Powhatans are cousins to a certain degree. But there would be degrees of separation. It wouldn't be your fucking first cousin, alright? It would be degrees of separation. It would be a distant relative, not your fucking aunt, first cousin. Like, that's not... I mean, there is, I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to go into that history. Because, obviously, in every fucking tribe, there is going to be your fucking exceptions to this shit. Because blah, 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 blah. People are fucking people. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not even doing this right now, but... But where she generalizes the whole tribe, and then it's that from Brittany? I don't know why I'm saying... Well, this whole page is about Brittany, which is why I assumed that. But, you know, I have problems with this post. I've got problems with this post. But anyway, it says her sister married into the Patawomecks tribe, and so did Pocahontas. Anyway, and her descendants, by a couple generations, married my 10th great-grandfather, which is pretty cool. I know by now the lineage is pretty watered down, but I know there's a lot of tribes that believe that blood quantum is only a governmental thing that tries to wipe them out, and I'm excited to learn more. So I guess here she's saying she's a descendant. I don't fucking... I'm too tired to properly address the first half of this. Just know I don't like the way she put this, and I'm just not addressing this right now, but I could, and I would another time. But anyway, so here they put, you were right in that post where you said extremely watered down. You are not indigenous. You have 0 indigenous blood. So she does have indigenous blood. She does have indigenous ancestry. If William Deyo has confirmed her lineage, then we're not invalidating William Deyo's confirmation here. You're gonna act like my dad's not indigenous. You're gonna act like William Deyo's not indigenous, like I'm not indigenous, like blah 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 blah. Fuck you. And then it says your family left and married colonizers, as you say so well. So if it comes from the genocide of 1666, our family didn't just up and leave and marry colonizers. We were raped. We were fucking forced out of our territories. It didn't just... That's not how that happened. And that's pretty fucked up. And it says, and those people married other white people and so forth. Just because you might have an ancestor that is Native American doesn't make you a Native American. Okay, so this is hypocrisy. You can't say someone has 0 indigenous blood while say you might have a Native ancestor. Then you have indigenous blood now, don't you? Now, if you want to sit there, like, for me, where you're sitting there and invalidating indigenous people because you don't think they're native enough, that is literally just genocide. It's indigenous erasure. You're contributing to indigenous erasure. You're being anti-indigenous with this argument. It's disgusting to see. Oh, I just realized I had my family pictures up here still. And then it says, did your great-grandmother that is native get sent off to a Catholic school? So, you know, that's not the case for every single person, because we were exposed to Christians who were not necessarily Catholic. But you know what? All right. It says where they cut off her hair, dressed her in English clothing, well, him or her for us depending, and didn't allow her to speak her native language. No, actually, you don't know her lineage, but whatever. It says your great-grandparents aren't native. You have never lived the hurts that our natives have lived, and you promote liquor. Shame on you. We see your lives. I feel like this just kind of shows extreme ignorance to the history of Powhatan people and our struggles and trauma and genocide. So it's like, Yeah. And you know, another thing I don't understand is so many Native people are like, if you don't have enough trauma, then you're not Native. And I just think that is the most ridiculous thing ever. Anyway, like, yes, it's a fact that being Native comes with trauma, but shouldn't it be the goal to have Native people who aren't fucked up by trauma? Anyway, so they keep reposting the William Deyo email situation, but they keep claiming that he denied she's Native. He never denied she's Native. He literally said she's a descendant. Then it says here, how can you stand before the people of Oregon after all you have done to our Native communities? Your dishonest presidential campaign, your non-existent governor's campaign, and now what you are doing in Mapleton, Oregon. You trying to change the case from a judge to a mediator after a judgment has already been read. Slimy practice to keep something that was never yours in the first place. And it says, don't vote for Brittany Jones. Okay, let's see what it says. Zoom in on text. That's too fucking tiny. I don't think I can do it this time. Let's see. Nah, it ain't happening. I can't see what the fuck that says. Fuck that. But we're just gonna watch the video. I have no idea what the fuck they're saying here.
She told me, teach them, educate those people out there what land back means. So here I am. I'm going to educate these people on what land back means. True sovereignty, true freedom, and give us our fucking land back.
I don't know what that is in relation to, but, you know, apparently that's a snippet. So, you know, by her own language, you know, she's discussed that she says she's a descendant, that her lineage was watered down, you know. I do think that she does need to reflect on the community cultural connection and the reflection when it comes to who is the right person to be a source of authority and someone to speak on these types of issues from an Indigenous perspective. Because it's one thing to be a descendant and to speak on your family history, specifically and only, and your family trauma, and to show your path, because I think that's what helps not only other people with a similar lineage, but more specifically people within your community process that family history. But when it comes to how are Native people represented, for people who didn't have a disconnection issue, I think that's different. And I think we need to reflect on what is the difference between someone who, you know, even like, okay, so I have a cousin. My cousin grew up on the res, goes to powwow, enrolled, claimed by community. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, all right. And then there's me. My dad is like, I'm connected to my dad. I've never been disconnected from my Indigenous ancestry, right? Like, this is my fucking dad. But I wasn't raised next to my community, next to my land. I wasn't raised going to powwow. You know what I'm saying? I was raised traditionally. I was raised Three Sisters farming. I was raised learning my history. I was raised knowing my lineage. they got one of my ancestors' middle names wrong, but the rest of that shit they got fucking right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know, like, I just feel like, and then there's people who, like, Brittany, she wasn't necessarily raised knowing her lineage by what I can tell from her Facebook posts. And she wasn't raised near the community, near the connection, or anything like that. And so that journey is a recent journey to understanding that history. To my understanding, if I'm not mistaken. And so from that perception, I do feel that, you know, like, if you are mixed descent and someone who is not mixed has opinions on representation for if you are mixed, you know, presenting of what you're mixed with or something, like white presenting or black presenting, you know, a lot of Native Americans have problems with white or black people with Native ancestry being any form of representation of a Native. Like, I know a black woman who's actually fucking Native, actually fucking enrolled. Like, if she wears her regalia because she's Afro-Indigenous, like, people will be commenting like, oh, you're pretending, you're not actually Native, take off our regalia, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, she actually is Native, you dumb bitches. But, so, I don't know, I feel like a lot of Natives, you know, they don't like mixed people, like, at all. It's a big deal in Native community if you are mixed. A lot of Natives just are gonna hate you no matter what. Not every Native. A lot of Natives understand, you know, they don't give a fuck. But it is a thing in Native community to address. A lot of people in Native community, they only believe in marrying Native people and keep, like, there are people in Native community who will tell me I'm not pure blood enough. And it's all, like, usually someone in Native community that's saying that shit. I've had white people tell me that I'm a half-breed and, or whatever, which is, like, I'm triracial, so, but, anyway, but, like, it's Natives who are always saying that my bloodline's not pure enough. And I just feel like all of that ties into our genocide and eugenics against us. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, those are just some things that we need to think about in Native community, I think. We need to think about why we hold on to blood quantum so much. But yeah. Alright, but I do think on that level, though, there is a valid point to discuss with representation of Native community. Sorry about that. Let's actually play this thing. Oh wait, no, I already did. Okay, let's go to the next one. It's too loud. Oh, fuck that. So, here it says you're not required to allow people to harass you. So this is her mission statement. Swipe to see. People are fearful of her and her group, no gaslighting. No harassment, simply exposing the truth. It says, let them be mad about you blocking them. You do not owe them your space. Boundaries. You're not required to allow people to harass you. And then it says, and she screams land back. This is not what land back means. Land back is a movement by Indigenous peoples to reclaim sovereignty and control of their ancestral lands. The Gingerbread Restaurant isn't your ancestral lands. It is privately owned, and not by you. You're hurting real Native Americans. Yeah, because that doesn't really make sense unless you buy back the restaurant and give it to the Indigenous tribe whose territory you own. You know what I mean? Because alright, they do have a point with the concept of land back in this way as it applies to that debate, I guess. I don't know. But whatever. But it says, Brittany is now encouraging people to block people who disagree with her, that see the truth through the lies. Questioning her after coming to this account. Court case after court case, it is all in favor of the owner. She never had a lease. She never had a contract. She used a restaurant without licensing from the health department. She didn't have a restaurant license to sell food. She doesn't have a registered business license. She lied about applying for a 501c3. What? I never saw her say she applied for one. Did she say that? She did. She was evicted on the 6th of December, refused to leave, said she was going to apply for another restraining order. She did, to stop the owner from applying for yet another eviction, this time with a court order and police presence. The second eviction is set for the 23rd with immediate removal. She has cost the owner of this restaurant more than $20,000 in legal fees, and she is allowed to run for Oregon governor. Acting like this. Shame. So, oh wait, did I read all the, yeah I did, okay. So here we have the, god damn it, it's like a video with post, but it's, okay, it's like a tribute post to the Old World Gingerbread, and it's got like the Old World Gingerbread, you know, posting how they would help people who were affected by wrecks, who were stuck with the flu, all the things that they would do for the community. It's just the tribute post for the place that Brittany Jones was fighting over. And the caption here says, this is only from the last year. A few select photos from thousands shared. The restaurant wasn't failing. Her health was. She gave her life to this community and they gave back. She is missed so much. Her food was featured all over Oregon as one of the best in the state. This is a tribute to the amazing owner and all we miss. Okay, this is worded weird. But so thankful for her contribution to the community. We love you, Carol, whatever. Okay. And then it says, god damn it. Oregon Governor running mate Brittany Jones deceives public in her live tonight. Her motion was denied. Why lie to the public? Is what this says here. And then here it shows the order being denied. Says this account isn't to defame anyone. It's to bring to light what an Oregon candidate for Oregon is doing to an owner in Mapleton, Oregon by squatting on native-owned land. She states that she is for Indigenous people and is one herself, yet does this to a well-known, well-loved, and respected community member of Mapleton. I don't understand by squatting on native-owned land. So is the owner Carol Native American as well? What tribe is she from? Because if Carol's not native, then it's not native-owned. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, okay, so it says, as a candidate for Oregon, you need to explain yourself without propaganda and mistruths. They really can't spell for shit. Okay, so then it says, Brittany went on live tonight talking about a whole lot of stuff, but let's talk about her court case. She put in a motion to have the case transferred into commercial court. She's been told several times within this court battle against the owner of the gingerbread that she doesn't have a lease agreement, a contract, nothing binding in court, so it's been dismissed. Every motion Brittany sets before the courts, they are denied. The facts remain. No money was ever exchanged. No contract or lease was ever drawn up or signed. Brittany was asked to return the keys and leave the property after the fundraiser. She did not. We know this. For a woman running for Oregon governor, shouldn't she be held to a higher standard? She is to represent the state of Oregon, representing each person. I don't know about you, but I don't want a woman like her as governor. Okay. And then next up, okay, this is just that post that I had shown earlier. It looks like, yeah, I already read this to you guys from that Oregon Coast Explored. We started off the stream with this. Okay, so there were disputes about how the restaurant was left. So here it says part 1. This is what the restaurant looked like when Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones took over the Gingerbread Restaurant in Mapleton, Oregon. I thought this is what it looked like when they started. I mean, when they left. I don't know. I tried to see if they were saying anything, but it looks like it's just some fucking music and she's just walking around that bitch. So I don't know when this is from. If this is from like when they first took over or when they were leaving. I don't know. Because I thought she had posted those videos when she was leaving, but maybe not. But this says that it's from when they first got there. I don't know. And this is the part 2, because that has said part 1. Let's see if there's anything we're seeing here. Yeah, it's just some music. So on the side here it says Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones leaves the owner with thousands of dollars in legal fees and even more. The restaurant was cleaned before she took it over. Check part 1. She left the owner with this mess. She used a door hinge to secure the back door. Brittany claims that the owner put the door hinge there. I don't know. It says now the door needs to be replaced using the ice machine that is connected to the well that was never tested. So if Brittany is right and the door hinge was done by the owner, then that has nothing to do with Brittany. If Brittany did do that, then I guess you could hold her accountable. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, it says disassembled booths and removed them. Possible plumbing issues per to traps not being cleaned for almost 2 months. Damage to walls, floors, and trash left behind. Very disappointing for an Oregon candidate for governor to treat a restaurant owner like this. I'm so sleepy. Yeah. I don't know how much more I got in me, but we're going to just take a peek. But yeah, I just read the side for y'all. Okay, let's see. Where did we leave off here? So we just left off here. Oh, god damn. There is a lot more here. Can I mentally do it? I don't know, man. How long have I been streaming? Oh, shit. Okay, maybe we'll go for like 30 more minutes, and then we'll see how I feel when I get to these recordings. 'Cause I need to get ready for bed and shit. I gotta work. Okay. It says, beautiful gingerbread before the takeover. Okay, it's just got pictures of the gingerbread here. Anyway, it says Brittany left at 2 p.m. Per the agreement, she was to leave keys in mailbox. She left them on counter and never returned, leaving restaurant unattended and unlocked. She could have contacted the owner to tell her she wasn't finished. She did not. Honestly, leaving the keys in a mailbox isn't very smart either, but okay. It says we have an Oregon governor running mate who used the legal system to take possession of a restaurant in Mapleton, Oregon. Per the agreement, I keep saying per to the agreement. That doesn't sound right to me. But whatever. She was to leave the restaurant in the way she found it. Her one videos show how beautiful the restaurant was before she took it over. This video, along with others, are evidence that she did not adhere to the agreement and left the restaurant for the owner to clean up. The restaurant is dirty and disgusting. It was cleaned before. Just look at the listing for sale. The thing is, though, it doesn't look disgusting to me, but okay. Maybe I'm just used to New Orleans kitchen sometimes. But it says, reply to Oregon Governor running mate Brittany Jones. The flat grill is filthy as you used it to make hot dogs, hamburgers, sandwiches, and everything in between. You did not leave the kitchen or the restaurant cleaner than you left it. You are not the victim here, the owner is. You have left her more than $20,000 while you asked for a settlement of $30,000 to leave. You are running for Oregon Governor. This is horrid behavior. What you did to the owner of Gingerbread is not okay. Yeah, those flat griddles are pretty bad. But yeah. I hadn't seen that, when I made my other statement. But the rest of it, I was like, eh. But then when I saw that, I was like, ooh. Okay. So here, they have an overlay over Brittany Jones's video, and it says, narcissists view opposition as a direct threat and a personal attack, interpreting disagreement as a challenge to their superiority, an attempt to steal their resources, attention, admiration, or a sign of disloyalty, leading them to react with hostility. devaluation, gaslighting, and a need to control or punish the person who opposed them, as they see life as zero-sum game where they must win. They often twist reality and blame the other person, seeing your valid perspective as the problem. It says why opposition triggers them. Threat to superiority. Any challenge to their perceived perfection or authority is seen as a narcissistic injury, threatening their fragile self-esteem. Zero-sum game. They believe life is about winning and losing, so your gain or differing view means their loss. I feel like this is probably some ableist shit, but whatever. Here's what her video says.
Hey, everybody. This year, I'm hoping to be elected governor of Oregon, and this year, he becomes a
teenager.
Yay! She'll be my last one not being a teenager.
So it looks like she's got her kids up in there.
Finished 2025 off with the New Year's powwow at the Oregon Convention Center, and that was amazing. There were so many of our community there, so many dancers. My children got out and danced quite a bit, and it made me so happy to see them out there like I used to do when I was a kid. And one thing I did not expect was a larger smear campaign against me while running for governor of Oregon than there was when I was running for president of the United States, because on that profile I had over 200,000 followers on a federal level. And so to see a larger smear campaign against me on a smaller candidacy platform, it was interesting. It still is interesting. So we're going into 2026, ready to tackle that, ready to become governor of Oregon, ready for my youngest son to be a teenager, and
I want to have a phone.
You can't have a phone till you're 10. Anyways, thank you for those who have supported me and stood by me and did not let rumors and the defamation and the libel and the lies turn you against me. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support. We will go into this year making fry bread, providing food, working for our community, and running for office.
Bye, everybody. Have an amazing 2026.
Have the best year of your life.
Bye, guys.
Okay, I was wondering why they put that in there, but I'm assuming it's the comments left about the lies or whatever. Okay, it looks like there's like 7 more seconds.
Bye, guys. Let's go into 2026 and kick some ass.
Okay.
Hey, everyone.
Now, given the situation, you know, we previously saw clips where she had discussed she didn't have much money personally or through her campaign, and now there is an issue here about like the car situation. I do feel like this post is interesting to look at. On here in the comments, he does say that it was posted 2023, not 2024 in the comments here. But the overlay of the description says this car you posted this the overlay says 2024. The comments say they meant 2023. You raised $57,000. You went to Arizona in 2025 with said car. Why wasn't it given away? And then we'll look at the video in a minute, but I believe Brittany said that she was going to give this car away. And the description says, Oregon State Governor candidate Brittany Jones stated in 2023, not 2024, she was going to raffle off this vehicle under her presidential campaign, yet a year later while in Arizona, she still owned the vehicle. She raised well over $20,000, but never raffled off the vehicle. The Oregon voters want to know why you didn't keep your promise to the American people while running for president. Disclaimer, all videos are protected under the Freedom of Information Act of 1976 under the Fair Use section, section 107. These videos aren't related to the Freedom of Information Act. This is about, the Fair Use section isn't about freedom of information. Fair use is about copyright law. Freedom of information is separate from fair use. But you know what? That's a different conversation. Okay, apologies. Let's see what this video says.
It's Brittany Jones, the presidential candidate for 2024, and I have some exciting news for you. So watch this whole video. Don't forget to like and follow as well. We have a fundraising goal of $20,000. but I firmly believe in giving back to the community. I always have. I'm here to tell you, as soon as we reach $20,000, we will be donating this car that we're in right now. We got it for the campaign, to someone in need. Right, Alette?
Right.
What are we gonna do with the car?
Gonna donate the car.
And this is what the car looks like. It's an older car. It's 2005, but it runs and drives. Automatic 2005 Nissan Armada. Has towing capacity, has a towing kit, so you can actually already just attach a ball and tow a trailer. So this will be going to a person in need as soon as we reach the $20,000 threshold. And for $5 donated to our Cash App, PayPal, or our website, you can have a uplifting comment written on the vehicle with your name, or whatever name you prefer, along with the comment. So I want this car to be covered in positivity. So while Alette is crawling back to her seat to buckle up, I am going to show you the PayPal information, the Cash App information, and the website. Screenshot the next image so you have it for your records, and I think we can reach $20,000 in 1 week. Let's do this, guys.
Yeah, so I feel like this does not look good for her. I think it is kind of showing, you know, she may not have any sort of guidance when it comes to this. No sort of manager or press team. Or if she does have one, I don't feel that they are doing her justice. But any sort of professional could have advised her, like, this is going to bite her in the ass. Because, okay, so there's nothing wrong with being broke and wanting to run in politics. You know, look at, whether or not you agree with her, look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You know, she was huge in the service industry before she got the political position she's got now. And she went, theoretically, it wasn't actually this way, but it kind of feels as if it was like she went from being a bartender to a political figure overnight. And, you know, it's like, when you are relatable, there's nothing wrong with being broke, and in politics, it makes you more relatable. But in this scenario, when you've already kind of discussed that you don't have a lot of personal finances or campaign finances, and you're over here like, I'm gonna raffle off this car for money, that's not the best look for you. And I am very curious as to where her mind was going. Like, was she that desperate at the time for some income flow? But no campaign ran this way is sustainable. Say she had good intentions, just never had the guidance to follow through with it on these logistical ends. You know, like, I feel like it sucks because, you know, it kind of shows you can have all good intentions, but if your actions have the wrong impact, then it doesn't matter what your intention is, because people are just going to look at that impact. And I think that's one of those things where sometimes we have to learn to adjust between what our intent is and what the impact is. It looks like that's it for this video. Oh,
hey everyone, it's Brittany Jones, the presidential candidate for 2024, and I have some exciting news for you. So watch this whole video. Don't forget to like and follow us.
No, that's the same one. I'm out of it. My bad. Okay, let's fuck it. Let's do a little bit more.
No, I'm not voting for Brittany Jones in 2024. I don't think that she is the best candidate. We have a lot of different women coming forward right now saying that Brittany Jones, Indigenous women, mind you, saying that Brittany Jones was harassing, stalking, and bullying them as soon as they didn't agree with her agenda. She claims that she's an Indigenous woman, but she holds no regard for Indigenous women or Indigenous lives. And so she's done more harm in the community than good. There's a lot of things that she says that just aren't mathin'.
I've never seen anybody claim that Brittany was bullying, harassing, stalking, doxing them or anything like that. But if you guys know anything about that, could y'all please send me some evidence? I'd be very curious to know more about that. But I've never seen any of those allegations previously outside of this video or any evidence before.
Along with her military career, she calls herself a veteran, but then in one of her videos she also states that she couldn't get her GI funding for education because they said that she hadn't served active duty for 90 days. And so she is claiming that the military is absolutely wrong on that, and I don't buy it and I don't believe her. So no for Brittany Jones 2024. No, I'm not voting for Brittany Jones in 2024.
I don't know anything about that GI Bill military situation, but on the side here it says, for the caption, it says, candidate for Oregon Governor Brittany Jones, Native woman, comes on CNN and gives her personal account of who she is when running for president. Was she actually on CNN for this, or was this like I could have sworn, you know how there'll be like those, TikTok like templates or whatever. I thought that was fucking fake. Was this actually on CNN? Damn, that's kind of a big deal. But it says, as she runs a nonprofit for Native Americans, are there tribes in Oregon who have partnered with her? That's the question. But yeah, they keep putting freedom of information under fair use, but fair use is copyright law. Freedom of information is about privacy. Fair use is about copyright law. Those are separate, and the fact that he keeps combining it is bothering the fuck out of me. But whatever. Why am I saying he? I don't know if there's a he or she running this. Whoever the fuck made this. Okay, so here it says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones states in her biography, Brittany Jones was born in Cottage Grove, Oregon. She served in the United States Army Reserve from 2007 to 2015. She graduated from Churchill High School and attended Lane Community College. Her career experience includes working as an activist. Yet when she applied for her GI Bill, she shared this on her Facebook page. Oh, I still got my old caption from the video. The Facebook page posted here that says only show 3 credible years of service. Okay. So yeah, and that was about a certificate of eligibility for loan guarantee benefits. It says the United States Reserves uses a point system. The reserves are a part-time military force of citizen soldiers. Membership gives the reserve 15 points per year of service. Points come from active duty, 1 point per day. Drills, training, 1 point per unit training, assembly, and courses. Points for completing correspondence courses. According to the military, she only served 3 years, not 8. So, as a candidate, why state you served 8 when your record shows 3? Maybe she was technically enlisted for 8 years, but only active for 3. Maybe that's it. I don't fucking know. That's me purely speculating as to an answer to the question. Anyway, I don't fucking know. But on the side here, it says, when researching Oregon's candidate Brittany Jones, she posted this on her Facebook. A Native American woman challenged her on her military record in the last video posted. So I did some digging. What do you think of her bio stating she served for 8 years, yet the letter from the military states she only served 3? Is there a mistake? I hope this candidate can clear the air, as we believe she served for 8 years. Thank you for your service. And this is stating only 3. Okay, so here in this So Sorrel refers to Carol, which would be the owner of the place where there was the tenancy issue. So it says that she gave Brittany Jones the keys to the building ahead of the fundraiser, but did not bring a paper lease. Jones said that Sorrel agreed for her to move the utilities to Jones's names, which she did Monday, November 3rd. That transfer of utilities, Jones argued, established tenancy and was tantamount to an agreement that she and the Ravens party stay in the building long term. I just realized this didn't start off in the right spot. I don't know why it's been doing that to me. Have y'all, like, the fuck? Whatever. But okay, so it says, a gingerbread house of cards. Mapleton legal drama unfolds after gubernatorial candidate's fundraiser. The Old World Gingerbread Village on Highway 126 in Mapleton, a closed Christmas-themed restaurant, is at the center of a legal drama involving a gubernatorial candidate, squatting claims, invocations of the Indigenous land back movement, and more, playing out across dueling lawsuits. It all started with a fried bread fundraiser. Brittany Jones is a Springfield resident challenging incumbent Oregon Governor Tsenacommacah in the state's Democratic primaries. Jones also ran for president in 2024. On Halloween, she posted about a fundraiser November 1st and 2nd to bring new life to the Gingerbread Village, which had been closed since March. According to a post on the Facebook page for the Ravens Party, an organization that Jones is the president of, and which registered as a non-profit organization in October, the plans was to reinvent the building as a Ravens Landing, an Indigenous restaurant with fried bread burgers on the menu. The Ravens Party goals, according to public business records, are to provide Indigenous services for housing, land ownership, substance abuse support, food stability, and community gatherings. Old World Gingerbread Village owner Carol Sorrel gave them permission to use the building for the fundraiser. But shortly after the fundraiser, things turned sour. Jones filed a lawsuit for illegal eviction November 7th, while Sorrel, represented by Eugene attorney Frank Gibson, filed to have her and the Ravens Party evicted December 12th. After a hearing Tuesday, December 23rd, the two parties entered into an agreement that Jones must return the keys to the building and vacate by midnight on Sunday, December 28th, tentatively bringing an end to the litigation. At one point, Carol agreed to give us her gingerbread recipe, but that, I'm assuming, is no longer going to be done, Jones said at a 3-hour court hearing November 21st. That hearing was over a preliminary injunction Jones filed for, and a judge later dissolved to prevent Sorrel from evicting her from the gingerbread bakery, interfering with utilities, or selling the building as litigation continued. Under the terms of the agreement, both sides are barred from interviews on the case. That means the November 21st hearing and Jones's public social media posts are some of the only direct testimony available to explain how the cookie crumbled legally. Lookout reviewed the recording, which was made available on the website for Gibson's law firm Hutchinson Cox, with the URL listed in the public court filing. So, there's the entire court hearing is posted. It says Jones's argument, an illegal eviction, land back advocacy. Jones, representing herself, has argued that text and verbal conversations with Sorrel indicated an agreement for long-term possession of the building. Sorrel gave Jones keys to the building ahead of the fundraiser, but did not bring a paper lease. Jones said Sorrel agreed for her to move utilities to Jones' names, which she did Monday, November 3rd. Okay, and we already read that. That transfer of utilities, Jones argued, established tenancy and was tantamount to an agreement that she and the Ravens Party stay in the building long term. That same night, Jones said Sorrel called to say she wouldn't be moving forward with a lease. At first, Jones was ready to leave before reading up on Oregon's tenancy laws. I didn't know I had rights, she said at November 21st hearing. Then she decided not to leave. On Tuesday, November 4th, Sorrel canceled the utilities and called the sheriff's office, who told her she would have to have Jones removed from the property through the courts. That same day, Jones posted on Facebook that she was committed to operating out of the Old World Gingerbread Village, listing open hours selling food and drinks from the building on the Ravens Party Facebook page. Jones posted, okay, that's just repeating. On November 5th, Sorrel changed the locks, which Jones described in the 3-hour hearing as a self-help eviction, illegal in Oregon. So, right here Previously, they accused Brittany of doing that, but here they're admitting it was Carol, if I understand all that correctly. It says Jones and her Ravens Party members returned to the property November 15th after a judge granted an injunction preventing Surratt from evicting her or turning off the utilities. That injunction was later dissolved in the November 21st hearing. From Jones's perspective, it's about more than a tenancy dispute. Jones, who identifies as a member of the Potomac Indian Tribe of Virginia, frequently uses the hashtag #landback on her TikToks about the restaurant. I don't think she identifies as a member. I think she identifies as a descendant. Because she never claimed to be enrolled. That I've ever seen. Now, I have opinions about some of the wording and some of the, statements she's made and representation and things like that. I have opinions on it. I think there are a lot of valid things to say about that. But I don't feel she ever claimed to be enrolled. Anyway, it says, invoking the global movement to restore indigenous sovereignty to ancestral lands, tying the Ravens Landing and her tenancy in the building to a large social movement. And then it says, in a TikTok posted Tuesday, December 23rd, she said her team was leaving as they were not safe in the building. Pointing to harassment she said she and her employees have faced during the last 2 months. Mapleton, you do get your way because we will not be staying in that building, she said. There's too much hate, too much harassment. Surratt's argument, a gubernatorial candidate and a lease that didn't exist. When Surratt started talking with Jones about taking over the building in October, Surratt said Jones seemed like a solid prospect to lease the building. She would have an active interest no matter who took over, as she lives on the adjacent property. Jones's political career, she said, gave her added credibility. It started to roll out in my understanding that I'm looking at a person who is running for governor, Surratt said at the November 21st hearing. Surratt initially put the building up for sale in April after a chronic medical condition stopped her from operating the gingerbread bakery. After putting up the listing, she talked with Chief Doug Barrett of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians about tribes possibly buying the building to start an indigenous cultural education site there. A friend sent her a Facebook post from Jones, who had described wanting something similar along Highway 99. The two women began talking, and Surratt gave Jones permission to have the fundraiser at the building. She said she thought Jones and the Ravens Party were similar to the tribe she had spoken with a council of elders and larger organizational structure. But when Jones asked to have the fundraiser, Surratt said she thought everything was moving a little fast. Jones said she had already bought the food, so Surratt agreed to let the fry bread fundraiser continue. It's unclear from the hearing or court documents what led Surratt to decline to go forward with a lease, but in the November 21st hearing, an exchange between Jones and Gibson zeroed in on the two sides' disparate understandings of what a lease would look like. Jones detailed an alleged lease-to-own agreement where Surratt would accept the restaurant's monthly profits as payments toward rent until Jones could get a loan to pay off the remainder of the mortgage. In talking with Jones about her plans for the building, Gibson asked how she would pay expenses on the building in a month with no profit. They do not include the mortgage, Jones said during the November 21st hearing. That's not how real estate works. Well, that's your idea of it, Gibson responded, but it may not have been Mrs. Surratt's idea of it. Yeah, I feel like, so one of my clients, works in commercial real estate. He used to be a broker. So I do have some opinions on that aspect. Not everything she said in all of her legal arguments were wrong, but that one argument, or she's trying to act as if it's not typical for any sort of rent to own or buyout of a building to include the mortgage, is kind of wild, but look, we're just going to keep going for now. So now it says Jones also pointed to social media posts as defamatory. likely referencing posts from an account on TikTok called @PNW Gem that has been recounting the situation since mid-November. Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with Carol. Like, unless you can prove that it was Carol behind that, you can't lump that together, in my opinion, personally. But it says they are painting us as scammers, as miscreants, as people who use causes to raise money to use wrongfully, Jones said in the November 21st hearing, and that is simply not the case. Gibson said in closing arguments that no one was claiming Jones was acting in bad faith. I think these people both were sincerely excited about trying to put something together, Gibson said in the November 21st hearing. They just never did. And yeah, says what happens now. This week, Jones and Surratt entered into an agreement where Jones and the Ravens party must vacate the Old World Gingerbread Village by midnight Sunday, December 28th. As part of the agreed upon terms, neither side is permitted to speak about the case through derogatory social media posting, word of mouth, or interviews with or by third parties. The agreement also requires that all derogatory social media posts by Carol and by those within her control to take down Brittany will provide existing posts of concern to Gibson by Sunday 28, 2025. Both cases are still open, but the TikTok account for PNW Gem is gone, either deleted by the user or taken down by TikTok. Or maybe you're blocked, because I'm looking at this shit right now. Anyway, it says, we just want to serve food and build community spaces. The Ravens Party posted in the December 22nd Facebook caption discussing the agreement. A commercial tenant dispute has turned into something it should have never been. We just want to serve food and build community spaces. The Ravens Party posted in December. Oh, okay, I just read that. Surratt's Facebook post that Jones cited during the case have been taken down. This month, the only post on her feed about the restaurant is a repost of a 2021 video with glimpses of the restaurant when it was still open and a plate full of smiling gingerbread faces. Okay, and it says audio recording and next videos. Please check out the article. The entire court case is uploaded. Click the URL in the article. Okay. Let's see if the article pops up. That's not the article. God damn it. Whatever. Whatever, it's not like letting me search it. I think they posted it, so.
Allegations relating to.
Okay, now we are getting into the recording,
relating to the
into the court testimony. I am going to just let this all play, and maybe I'll pipe in a little bit, but we're just gonna see. We're gonna let the court testimony play, and then we'll see about wrapping up probably after that, and I might cover more of this another time after all that. Okay, but this is like 8 videos, so we're gonna be here for 2 more shakes of a lamb's tail.
premises were other than property taxes, insurance, and the operating costs of the restaurant?
There were no more listed.
Did you understand that Ms. Thoreau had a trust deed, note and trust deed obligation to her seller?
No, she did not disclose that, and I specifically asked if there was any liens or anything like that, and she said there was not.
All right, well, let me ask you to return then to Exhibit 101. Page 15. Excuse me, page 16. On October 29, Ms. Thoreau writes to you, the overhead on the property with taxes, mortgages, and insurance is $4,000 a month. So she did tell you that there was a mortgage, did she not?
A mortgage, but she didn't tell me with who or the.
But you just testified she told you that there was no mortgage.
You're right, I was mistaken. She did say there was a mortgage.
All right. So you understood that there was a mortgage.
Yes.
Did you understand that that was part of your obligation to pay that?
No, in real estate, when you sell or buy a house, when you're selling a house, the money you get coming in comes from the purchase price to pay the $4K. It would not be an additional payment in a typical real estate transaction. So the money towards the purchase price is what would take that out, not the operating expenses of the building.
Right. Did you understand that she had a further obligation in the purchase of the assets of the restaurant that was a monthly obligation?
For the mortgage, yes.
I mean, for the equipment.
No.
And the goodwill, the name of the restaurant. Didn't know about that agreement?
What agreement?
It's called an asset purchase agreement.
Are you talking about when she said they were included in our agreement?
I'm talking about if you were aware that Ms. Thoreau had an asset purchase agreement obligation to her seller.
No, she did not disclose that. She told me that the appliances, she listed out all the appliances, the cookware, bakeware, everything was included in our conversations in the lease to own. So, under your idea of this long-term arrangement, if there were, say, no profits in a month, there would be no payment due under the arrangement, correct? Yes, as long as expenses were taken care of.
But if the expenses included a mortgage, would you be prepared to pay the mortgage also?
They do not include the mortgage. That's not how real estate works.
Well, that's your idea of it, but it may not have been Ms. Thoreau's idea of it. She told you that the overhead, including mortgages, the property taxes and insurance, was $4,000 a month.
Yes, that was.
So I feel like right here is I'm not really understanding where Brittany was coming from. You know, I have seen businesses be able to, or people be able to work out agreements that are more flexible with what the payment amount is going to be each month. But typically, like, even in rent-to-own situations, I'm used to seeing some sort of flat rate that is expected monthly that would cover those costs. But I don't know. I feel like because the owner didn't want to actually go through with it, that wasn't actually articulated to Brittany. But even still, even if Brittany didn't get those specific numbers, I'm kind of not understanding where she's coming from here with those expectations. But yeah.
The response to me asking what her operating expenses were when she had it.
Okay, so was it your understanding that if there were no profits, you would pay her nothing and she would pay these expenses?
Not the operating expenses.
How about the mortgage?
The mortgage would be her responsibility at that point. With her own statement saying about how much money they raise, $400,000 a year, there's nothing to say that there wouldn't be profits. That's a highly desirable location, lots of traffic, and without the defamation of character, we could easily make profits. We would easily make profits with the unique menu where there's no fry bread easily accessible. People have already been driving from over 2 hours away to get fry bread.
What else are you selling in the restaurant?
Now we're selling cookies. Once we are fully licensed, which this has put a huge delay on, we plan on soups, sandwiches, hot sandwiches, nice filling meals. And at one point, Carol agreed to give us her gingerbread recipe, but that, I'm assuming, is no longer going to be done.
So you're referencing your testimony just now to her statement that when she was operating the restaurant, it turned a revenue of $400,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that with you operating the restaurant, that money would have been available to her to pay the mortgage?
We would have been profitable, yes, and we will be profitable.
But it's not your obligation to pay the mortgage, you've said.
It would come through the mortgage payments to her. It wouldn't come out of our operating expenses. The mortgage payment coming in covers her mortgage. It's like when you buy a house and you owe, if you're selling your house and you owe a mortgage and somebody comes and buys your house, the incoming payment that you get from the lender pays off your existing mortgage before you collect what's left. you get what's left. She's asking for more than twice the purchase price for the lending, how much she owes on it. The purchase price.
How much did she owe on it?
I've heard it's like 200,000 something. If we were to pay the $4,000 a month, or the mortgage on top of paying her, that would be paying mortgage twice.
I understand your position. Obligations relating to the premises were, other than property taxes, insurance, and the operating costs of the restaurant?
There were no more listed.
Did you understand that Ms. Thoreau had a trust deed, note and trust deed obligation to her seller?
No, she did not disclose that, and I specifically asked if there was any liens or anything like that. And she said
okay, I
there
just
was
realized
not.
it's like replaying now. My bad. All right, let's go to the next part.
This is a text from you on October 29.
Also, these recordings are like real low. I did try to turn them up. No, I don't think that helped.
You're wondering, looking down at the bottom, if we did a payment from revenue, how much would be needed? Was that a question that you were putting to Ms. Thoreau?
Yes.
All right. Did she answer that question?
No, she did not. That's why later on I offered 50%, because she did not give me a number, so I get your number.
And so, please turn to page 21 of this exhibit. And this is texts from I think it's Wednesday, October 30th still, or maybe it's the 28th. But in any case, I'm looking in the middle of the page there. She asks if she could be involved in some kind of council. She's supposing that there is some kind of council, perhaps, with the tribe. I'm not sure. But in any case, you offer your phone number. Is that your phone number, 541 and so on?
Yes.
Okay. If you wanted to discuss in more detail what the fundraiser could look like. And then she responds, I will just want to put, it's misspelling, but some real thought into this first. Is that how you understood that response?
Yes, and then we continued the discussion after she thought about it.
All right. Okay, and then please flip to page 23. Again, on October 29, Ms. Thoreau responds, I think she's talking about the fundraiser there. Sometimes I forget to keep it simple. I think she was talking about the menu, especially too with the already built up in love in its foundation, talking about the restaurant. The other plan, she says, would be at least 2 to 3 weeks out. What did you understand that to mean?
If we had gone along with the other fundraiser option that she brought up on page 22, that is what she meant by keeping it simple. She wanted to do a huge, large fundraiser, and I asked her to keep it simple for the first weekend instead of waiting and then I asked her how long it would take. She told me 2 to 3 weeks. And then that's why I said we could always plan for both. A soft fundraiser this weekend and have my team on board, introduced to the community,
Okay, so what she's referring to there, in your understanding, was another sort of fundraiser that would have happened at a later time after the coming weekend.
Yes.
All right, please flip to page 25. You offer there at the end of your text, I would even do 50% of the profits every month or whatever it takes. And this sounds like it's after, well, anyway. Does her response to that say 50% of the profits is fine with me or anything to that effect?
She said this weekend would be great. Do you have the first month rent to start? I have a lease to fill out with all the things we have discussed. She did not say anything against the 50%. She just said she has a lease for us to fill out with all the things we discussed, and considering 50% is part of what we discussed, it's open to interpretation.
Well, if you think she was responding to the 50% of profits for the first month, she's asking you, do you have that now? Do you hear that? See that? Do you have the first month rent to start?
And I answered her, which resulted in page 26, for saying weekly payments till first last deposit is paid.
Okay, so it seems like there's ships passing in the night here. She's asking you if you have money now, and you're saying that the rent would be something I would pay in the future once I get the restaurant. Isn't that a fair summary of what's going on here in this back and forth?
Yes, I said, would you be open to weekly payments for the first month while we get established?
Okay.
And she said, I do understand. I will need proof of liability insurance, weekly payments till first last deposit is paid.
Okay.
Agreeing to weekly payments.
And you've testified that there was no agreement as to how much the first, last, and deposit would be.
Right, considering the monthly payments are a portion of the revenue.
Or profits.
Or profits. We would have to calculate that at the end of each week to pay after that was calculated.
Now I want you to turn to page 44. This is a text from you. Now I want you to turn to page 44 and 45. This is a text from November 4, after the weekend fundraiser, in fact, the Monday after the November 1 and 2 fundraiser. And apparently on Monday the 3rd, Ms. Thoreau told you that she wasn't prepared to continue any kind of negotiations about a long-term arrangement. Is that correct?
No, she did not say negotiations. She said she didn't want to move forward. Negotiations were already done.
Except for these items that we've discussed haven't been figured out yet, correct?
Correct, but that's just calculating numbers. That's not negotiations. Waiting for revenue to come in, calculating the numbers.
Maybe to her it's like semantics, because to her she was done negotiating. I said semantics. What the fuck is wrong with those captioners? Anyway, maybe to her it's like if the negotiation was done, but theoretically, like in general, if the numbers are not confirmed yet, the negotiations are not done. The pricing is like the most important negotiation, matter of fact. I mean, the other items can matter too, blah, 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 but you know what I mean? Like, I feel like technically that it would still be up for negotiation, in my opinion.
Auditing the money.
Yeah. Did she tell you how much of the fundraising take?
I've already answered that. She did deny the deposit.
So that was never specified.
No.
So, anyway, it appears that on Monday, she said, we're not going to be talking about a long-term arrangement, and then you write this text on Tuesday saying, I just want to share how upsetting and heartbreaking your decision is. Since colonization, we have had treaties and agreements broken. I thought I had an amazing opportunity to build something for our community and so on, and expressing your disappointment and your prior excitement. At the end of that, you say, I will let you know when we have everything cleaned and the keys for you. So at the point that you were writing this email, you were prepared to give possession back to Ms. Thoreau, is that correct?
That was Monday, not Tuesday, and it was right after she got off the call with me. And as I stated in my own testimony regarding this, I was confused and did not know I had tenant protections at that time. As I learned more, I decided to exercise the protections that Oregon gives us.
Right. So, if I have the date wrong, I'm sorry, but in any case, as of the time you wrote this, you were prepared to give it all back. Is that right?
Just the keys. After my understanding, I didn't know I had rights. And no, I did not return possession.
Now I want you to turn to page 44 and 45. This is a text from November 4, after the weekend fundraiser, in fact, the Monday after the November 1 and 2 fundraiser. And apparently on Monday the 3rd, Ms. Thoreau told you that she wasn't prepared to continue any kind of negotiations about a long-term arrangement. Is that correct?
No, she did not say negotiations. She said she didn't want to move forward. Negotiations were already done.
Except for these items that we've discussed haven't been figured out yet, correct?
Correct, but that's just...
I just realized it's fucking repeating again. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that took me longer this time. Oh well, it took me like a minute. Whatever. Replay. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I'm just gonna get through playing the court recording. I think I've said enough for you guys to kind of know how I feel about these things so far, but I kind of want to process that more another time, maybe, if I feel like it another time, because tonight I'm too tired. But for now, my focus is just gonna see if we can get through these recordings. We have like 5 more to get through, so here's the next one.
Your articles of incorporation?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, the volume's so low.
And it says here that it's a domestic nonprofit corporation?
Yes.
So it's yours in the sense that you are the president of it?
Yes.
Does this have nonprofit status from under 501c3?
No, we are not tax exempt.
And it looks like you formed this organization, this corporation on October 22, 2025?
Yes, we're unofficially operating just out of our making donations, fundraising and stuff, and then we decided to officially organize.
Okay, and did this corporation have any working capital?
No.
Did you have any working capital to put toward either the 99 or the Highway 126 operation?
No. Once we established the corporation, we applied for grants and donations.
All right, so as I'm finishing this cross-examination, I want to have the court record to show that I'm serving you with this notice of termination of the arrangement. It gives you 2 weeks, assuming that this is an at-will arrangement, since you said it's not a tenancy month to month. So if the court determines that there was no enforceable contract due to the lack of any meeting of the minds, I understood you to say, even without that, we have the right to occupy under a tenancy month to month or a tenancy at will. Did I understand your statement earlier before lunch?
Yes, I put both down because I didn't know.
Okay. And so this that I'm serving you with now terminates the tenancy at will. You already testified that there would have been, and there was no agreement for a month-to-month tenancy. And that concludes my cross-examination.
Okay. Then we'll go to redirect.
Is redirect where I get to re-say my side?
So redirect is limited to addressing things that were asked of you on cross-examination. So you have to stay within the scope of the cross.
Okay.
Okay.
So, as you asked, like, about the month-to-month and the tenancy at will, that is not what me and Carol discussed. It was what was created by the transfer of the premises, the transfer utilities into my name. And I didn't know if it was an at-will or a month-to-month because of the terms. But with the agreements in writing for long-term, it would be better suited to a month-to-month tenancy. Not a tenancy at will, because there was long-term planning, long-term acceptance of the facts, and long-term payments accepted until a purchase was made. So it's not an at-will tenancy. However, this service right here proves that there is a tenancy currently happening regardless if it's at will or month to month. The number specifications can always be clarified if the civil courts or commercial courts decide to enforce a contract. That is not what's under the obligation here today. It's the contract negotiations or clarifying numbers is not what's on the question today. The question today is establishing the tenancy to keep the protective order in place. The insurance that you showed me, it shows commercial general liability insurance. Liability insurance is what is the part that covered the weekend. That's what she asked for, liability insurance. That was what was provided and accepted. And then, page 13. Page 13 is when I first initially, after her asking me if I wanted that restaurant, that's when she wanted it, like, me to purchase it. I let her know I couldn't purchase it through a standard loan, and I asked if she'd be willing to work with me, which she clearly states that she is willing to work with me on page 15.
Are you talking about Exhibit 101?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So page 13 of Exhibit 101 is when I told her I had to do it. It asked if an owner carry is possible, and we would take the responsibility of the space upkeep and the percentage of the profits each month towards purchase price with a balloon payment for the remainder once established. This is actually common in commercial real estate. A lot of food trucks make a percentage payment, and as well as other food establishments like at community colleges, etc. Making payments out of the revenue or profits is a standard practice in commercial law, which is another reason why I think this should be moved to the commercial docket. And I do have a motion for that submitted in court in the clerk's office. So page 15, she agreed to work with me. And then the lack of specific numbers, like how much money each week minimum would be paid, does not cancel the fact that a legal lease was created by the transfer of possession of the property, by the transfer of utilities into my name, and by the beginning of the operations of our business, along with the written agreements. And as you stated, tenancy at will, I said a tenancy at will or a month-to-month because I wasn't sure. I'm sure looking over all the facts, that's something that can be clarified through the courts. I believe it would be a tenancy at will after learning the real differences between it because of the long-term agreements and her saying month-to-month payments. That's clearly there is a long-term plan there. It's not short-term. And if she hadn't defamed my character so thoroughly in the Mapleton area and Florence area, profits would be no problem. I still think they would not be a problem considering that people are driving hours just to come and support us. So at the end of the day, a lease is established and I'm asking for protections on that. That's my redirect.
Okay. And I understand that covers all of your witnesses that you were calling for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gibson.
Just one question on recross.
All right, then I'm going to give her a redirect. So go ahead.
Just to ask, are you aware that a month-to-month tenancy can be terminated on 30 days notice?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Do you have any response, any testimony in response to that?
We still have the agreement to go further on, so I don't, this is, with the courts establishing, if the courts are able to establish a tenancy, it would be the civil court and the commercial court that would then enforce or not enforce the purchase option.
All right. With that then, plaintiff, I'm understanding your case, you're resting at this time. We're going to move then to the defendant's case, correct?
Your articles of incorporation?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it says here that it's a domestic nonprofit corporation?
Yes.
So it's yours in the sense that you are the president of it?
Yes.
Okay, now it's restarting again, but I caught it early this time. We are so close. It looks like, I thought that's part 4. I thought there was more to it than 4 parts. Oh, okay, there is more to it, but they show the raw footage again, apparently. I'm gonna mute this because I don't know if it'll get me copyright struck, but it looks like that might be a different video. But the caption here that it's that they wrote for the side of this says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones vacated the Gingerbread Village and Restaurant in Mapleton, Oregon, leaving the owner with a heck of a mess to clean up. Not a good look for a candidate who wants to be governor, is what they had posted about her. But I don't know. We will see. But yeah, so it says the restaurant was left a mess, costing the owner even more money to clean it up. They act like it was completely trashed. Was it the cleanest it could have been? Maybe not. But it wasn't completely fucked either. Like, to be honest, it really wouldn't have cost much to get this shit put it up. The worst thing was the flat tops, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, I'm not there, Doc. I can't see everything. Okay, so moving on.
So in order for this, the restraint to be continued, the preliminary injunction law is clear that there has to be a finding by the court that there's a reasonable, or excuse me, that there's likelihood of success on the merits on the part of the plaintiff. And the plaintiff's case is breach of contract. That is only going to succeed if there is a contract. And I think it's quite clear from the testimony of both parties that there was no meeting of the minds on essential terms of this purported long-term lease-to-own arrangement. There was, I mean, Ms. Soreau said she didn't know even what the price was supposed to be. One of the plaintiff's witnesses says it was either $400,000 or $499,000. There was unclarity as to who the tenant would be. It doesn't come up in the texts that are in 101 until at the very end, where Ms. Jones writes a formal statement saying basically the property's ours, I through the Ravens party. So there's uncertainty as to who the tenant was, what the purchase price would be if the option were ever exercised. There's no discussion of if a deadline for when the option to purchase must be exercised. There was uncertainty as to whether the monthly payment obligation was a portion of the revenue or the portion of the profits. That's a big thing not to have nailed down. And both parties admitted that that wasn't ever worked out. Ms. Jones admitted that there was no discussion of how much a security deposit would be, how much the first or last month's rent would be. She simply asked how much of the fundraiser money do you want. There was never a meeting of the minds as to what that amount would be, or even what it was for. And that was because by that time, Ms. Thoreau didn't want to proceed and with the negotiation. And that's what it was. It was a negotiation. We're going back and forth on, this idea, that idea. And the defendant's not claiming that the plaintiff was acting in bad faith at any time. I think these people both were sincerely excited about trying to put something together. They just never did. The fundraiser happened, and then Ms. Thoreau decided she didn't want to continue to negotiate over any kind of long-term arrangement. And so there was no meeting of the mind of the terms. And the fact that Ms. Thoreau had a lease form that could have been filled out doesn't mean that the terms were reached with any degree of reasonable certainty, which is what the Oregon law requires. As far as part performance, that would only pertain if what's being alleged here is that contracts for the sale of land or for lease arrangements that would last over 1 year have to be in writing under the statute of frauds. This arrangement, if it were one, obviously was going to take more than 1 year to pay off whatever the purchase price was. So it comes within the statute of frauds. Yes, it can be avoided by part performance, but part performance requires that the part performance must confer a benefit on the party to be charged with the contract. No benefit that was conferred on Ms. Thoreau here by all the doings that have been discussed in court today. So part performance does not save the purported oral contract from the operation of the statute of frauds. So if there's no contract, there's no basis for the continued occupancy of this property. Now, Ms. Jones argues, well, if there's no contract, then we have some kind of a tenancy. It's either a month-to-month tenancy or an at-will tenancy. Well, a month-to-month tenancy is something that is created by an agreement. And that, frankly, given her position that this was going to be an ongoing thing, allowing them to operate the restaurant long enough to fill up a $400 or whatever $1,000 bucket, that's more than 1 year. And so it is subject to the statute of frauds. Part performance doesn't save it from the statute of frauds. And so for that reason, along with the fact that the evidence does not establish that the terms of the contract came into existence with reasonable certainty, means that there was no contract. If there's no contract, there's no basis, as I said, for the occupancy. If it's an at-will tenancy because, yes, keys were given to them so they could have their fundraiser, they were promised back, they were not given back. In any case, that is something that can be terminated with notice with enough notice that equals the term of payment. So if it was supposed to be paid rent or whatever this money was for, supposed to be paid in a week, then at-will tenancy under the statute can be terminated with 1 week's notice. I just gave in here in court a termination of the at-will tenancy for 2 weeks. So if there's no contract for a long-term arrangement, if there was no contract for a month-to-month tenancy, the best that Ms. Jones could hope for is an at-will tenancy because the keys were given. But that's going to be terminated shortly per the notice that I just gave her. So it's kind of an odd situation, Your Honor, because, I mean, if based on the evidence that you've heard, if you find that no contract came into being, then we would ask that the possession be terminated within a reasonable period of time. My client would stipulate to a mutual restraining order that they don't get after each other on social media. I think that's cooled down now, but that could be in place. But it's just not going to be supported by the evidence. It wasn't today, it will never be, because nothing came into existence. Thank you.
Questions in response, feel free to do that. Are there any issues with the fact that Ms. Jones has brought her complaint as an individual here rather than as a tenant or as a president of the LLC who is the alleged tenant?
Yeah,
and can you address that?
That did occur to me because as she was talking about who was going to be the tenant, because I frankly wasn't clear based on the documents that I had who was supposed to be the tenant. So she's not really the proper party even in this case. If the Raven party was supposed to be the tenant, then the Raven party needs to be the plaintiff, not Ms. Jones. So to answer your question, that is an issue, and it's an important one.
All right. And the court also was wondering and looking at the motions that were filed and the declarations that were filed by Ms. Jones. And my understanding is that the show cause hearing today, not only does the court need to examine the probable cause exists for sustaining the validity, so the underlying claim itself has merit, but also whether security has been given in compliance with ORCP 82A. And in the court's review of the materials, there was no good cause language to forego a bond or security. It just was absent. It said that there was good cause because the court didn't order it, but the court does have to confirm whether or not.
82 does. So in order for this, the restraint to be continued, the preliminary injunction law is clear that there has to be a finding by the court that there's a reasonable, that there's likelihood of success on the merits on the part of the plaintiff. And the plaintiff's case is breach of contract. That is only going to succeed if there is a contract. And I think it's quite clear from the testimony of both parties that there was no meeting of the minds on essential terms of this purported long-term lease-to-own arrangement.
Shit, that's totally replaying. All right, next one.
All right, please proceed.
With our closing arguments, we're asking to maintain the injunction with an escrow account for us to pay our payments into with her denying the payments. With all the expenses that we have had dealing with the damages that she has caused, we're asking for the first month to be waived in that regard so that we could recoup some of our losses, but we are willing to make our first payment on Monday.
What authority does the court have to order that, though?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's in our request. If you can't, I understand. We are asking for an escrow account to be paid into. She didn't disclose the restrictions on the sale. With everything that we have done, we have satisfied the part performance for the establishing legal tenancy in Oregon. Even without a written lease, there are plenty of agreeing statements throughout our messages, and with the physical transference, the transfer of utilities, encumbering that bill, hiring employees, all with the discussion of moving forward long term, that is a conveyance of tenancy under Oregon law. we are willing to work on producing a contract to get all the numbers worked out. We are willing to, we're asking them to accept the injunction because it doesn't harm them to have it. They will still get their lease payments to help cover expenses. And what we are agreeing on, we're not trying to get anything for free. But removing the injunction will harm the Ravens Party and my team. It will cause undue hardship, massive loss of revenue, and massive loss of what we have already paid into it to have it established, even within that first weekend. We're also willing to have them cover the expenses of what we have already provided, and we will vacate within 30 days. But while this is being decided, we would want the injunction to remain in place to protect our investment in the property that we already have. And facing the defamation of character, the repeated violations of the injunction that we already faced, we need this protection as tenants while everything else is being sorted out. So we entered into this, we established our part, we acted on our part of the agreement, establishing tenancy, investing money, time, energy, and effort. We are faced with backlash, an illegal lockout, damaging of our possessions, defamation of character during this time, and we are asking for those protections to remain in place while all of this gets sorted out. No further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
With our closing arguments.
Okay, I think we got two more parts here.
The evidence, it wasn't today, it will never be, because nothing came into existence. Thank you.
And I've got a couple of questions, Mr. Gibson. Ms. Jones, when you make your final argument, if you want to answer any of these questions in response, feel free to do that. Are there any issues with the fact that Ms. Jones has brought her complaint as an individual here rather than as a tenant or as a president or officer of the LLC who is the alleged tenant?
Yeah,
and can you address that?
That did occur to me because as she was talking about who was going to be the tenant, because I frankly wasn't clear based on the documents that I had who was supposed to be the tenant. So she's not really the proper party even in this case. If the Raven Party was supposed to be the tenant, then the Raven Party needs to be the plaintiff, not Ms. Jones. So to answer your question, that is an issue, and it's an important one.
All right. And the court also was wondering, in looking at the motions that were filed and the declarations that were filed by Ms. Jones, and my understanding is that the show cause hearing today, not only does the court need to examine the probable cause exists for sustaining the validity, so the underlying claim itself has merit, but also whether security has been given in compliance with ORCP 82A. And in the court's review of the materials, there was no good party, it just was absent from the pleadings, and I don't know if that can be argued that that's implicit that there was good cause because the court didn't order it, but the court does have to confirm whether or not ORCP 82A was complied with in these type of situations.
Yeah, I think it was just skipped at X party, and it hasn't come back up around. 82 does require a bond or a finding that good cause exists to waive it. And good cause has not been even discussed up until you brought up the point. In terms of what it would be if there were to be a bond, it has to do with the loss that could be sustained by virtue of Ms. Thoreau not having control of the property so that she could sell it for whatever period of time. I propose that it would be at least $5,000 bond. That would be minimal.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have anything else. All right, Ms. Jones, for you, if you have final closing argument or want to address also the questions that I just asked of Mr. Gibson, I'm happy to hear from you.
I'm going to have to stand up for these?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my final closing argument, Your Honor, This what I brought today wasn't a breach of contract. It's about an illegal eviction.
So this is based on the complaint that you have filed here.
Yes.
So that complaint reads as a breach of contract.
Okay.
And so that's, I mean, part of what you've asked for is a lot of relief also in defamation, but what you have filed against Ms. Sorrow here is a breach of contract.
Okay. For the, he keeps saying it's verbal. It's not verbal. We have agreements in writing, 50% of the profits, starting with weekly payments, moving on to monthly payments until the purchase price is met. These are agreements for long term, and I do have a motion to compel evidence in, and I know it was denied, so I didn't do that appropriately. There is more evidence, video evidence that we have, or that they have, that if we got access to it, it would actually further support our stance on my end about creating the tenancy.
Was that put in your declarations that you filed for the preliminary injunction at all? Any of that information?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, keep going.
So the preliminary injunction is to protect our access as tenants under Oregon law. And it's not just the exchanging of keys. She also had us put utilities in our name and agreed for that to happen on Monday, and it did happen on Monday. She also agreed for menu items. There's plenty of agreements for moving forward in writing, not orally. So it did create a tendency, whether it's month to month. There is also the discussion of the balloon payment in there for the purchase, which is why I have a motion in there to move it to the commercial courts. This is, like as he said, a lot of moving pieces to this court case, and which is why I believe the preliminary injunction needs to be in place while we get the rest of the evidence, have it heard in the appropriate court, because Oregon does have a specific commercial court docket. And I am the one, I was talking to Carol on my personal account about establishing the business there. And so I brought it as me because we were the ones discussing it and the agreement. It was not me, it's not the Ravens Party against the Gingerbread. It's me trying to enforce the agreement that I entered into with Carol.
So wait, are you the tenant or is Raven Place the tenant?
The Ravens Party.
Sorry, I apologize
Yeah.
about that.
And I'm the president of the Ravens Party. So that's why
I understand that, but were you negotiating then, because I'm hearing two different things. Were you negotiating as the president and the officer of Ravens
Yes, Your
Party?
Honor. Yes.
Okay, but your lawsuit today, you've filed that's just in your name individually.
Yes, I filed it as well because I am a representing officer of the Ravens Party. So, but that's like when my motion to move it to the commercial docket, it's all for the Ravens Party.
Okay. You do realize that I'm not ruling on any motion to move anything today. It's just
Yes,
this,
Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
We're just asking simply for protections to be in place while this moves forward, because it would be irreparable damage to our organization if it was taken away. Because we did move forward with the agreements that with what we agreed to in those messages. I believed that she meant what she said, and we acted accordingly, financially, physically, and that would be a blow because she wants to pull out. And she says that in her message, as we stated, as I shared in the court, that she understands it's putting us in a difficult position with her pulling out of the agreement. So she knows what it's doing to us, which means she knows that there's harm being committed to our organization. And my move is to prevent that harm while this is being figured out more in depth, to get all these moving pieces under one aspect and worked on.
The evidence, it wasn't today, it will never be, because nothing came into existence. Thank you.
And I've got a couple of questions, Mr. Gibson. Ms. Jones, when you make your final argument, if you want to answer any of these questions in response, feel free to do that. Are there any issues with the fact that Ms. Jones has brought her complaint as an individual here, rather?
Okay, alright, sorry, replaying again, yet again. So now we are going to our last part here.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record. And so as I've outlined kind of in closing arguments, at this hearing today, the court has to examine whether probable cause exists for sustaining the validity of the underlying claim, so the breach of contract claim that was filed by Ms. Jones, and whether the security has been given in compliance with ORCP 82A. And so based on the evidence presented, the court is not finding that probable cause exists for sustaining the validity of the underlying claim and that there was not compliance with ORCP 82A. Therefore, the court is declining to issue provisional process that's being sought by the plaintiff here today. And further, the court is going to dissolve the temporary restraining order that is also in effect at this time. I am not going to be taking any other action with regards to orders here today. I understand that there's been a complaint filed that will run its normal course, and that there's also been a potential eviction. So that's another issue for the parties to address. The parties are free to negotiate with amongst themselves, but the court's not going to be entering in any other orders. The other thing I was going to mention before I made my ruling but failed to do so is that I do want to note that both of you, I find it admirable that you are trying to work with the community and provide good services. So I just wanted to acknowledge that here today. But these are complicated matters. And so it is best to consult with the experts when getting involved in scenarios like this, as they are very complicated scenarios. But I just wanted to acknowledge that I see that you are both trying to do good work in the community. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time here today. I'm going to prepare the order, so neither of you will need to do that. Ms. Jones, anything further for you today, ma'am?
Does this, without the preliminary injunction in place, with the eviction that was served to me today, we're still allowed at the location, correct?
And I can't give you an opinion on that, and I'm not going to issue an opinion on that. What it means is that the injunction and the temporary restraining order is no longer in effect. I would strongly suggest that you consult with an attorney to help work through some of the... Okay. All right, we're back on the record. And so as I've outlined kind of in closing arguments at this hearing today.
Okay, it looks like that was it, and let's see here. So I think that was it in terms of the 8 parts, the main things that were posted. I'm feeling a second wind, man. Maybe we'll just see how much I can get done in about 11 minutes.
Democratic candidate for governor.
Here, they're talking about the Venezuelan situation. I don't really care to spend my time on this right now. But here I do see that the creator of the PNW Gem page is liking pro-Trump commentary, in my opinion. So they're saying it's funny how she's calling Trump a dictator, yet she's mad because America saved the country from a dictator. So I don't know, was that a pro-Trump comment? Let's see. But whatever, I'm not gonna I don't have time to watch all that right now. But
No, this is your look.
yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't care. Auto playing here. Or actually, let me turn these captions off. Okay, I needed the music to play to turn the caption off. Okay, so here it's saying Brittany Jones for Oregon governor candidate Brittany Jones comes up with receipts under further investigation and are reaching out to Lane Event Center. They had this to say. And it said, I see the date of this event has passed, but just letting you know there was probably a scam anyway. There is no such event being held here. Thanks for reaching out. Okay, I don't know what they're referring to, but oh, the Ravens party. Back on December 20 for New Year's this year, this was posted the day after last Christmas, 2025, and it was for New Year 2026. It says that there was an event being held at Sweet Treat Market, and the venue said that that wasn't happening. And then they say that there is a receipt, and it says, Brittany, thank you for your patience and cooperation. It has been brought to my attention that Raven's Landing is planning on preparing and selling fried bread at the New Year's Sweet Treat Market. This is an approvable event for selling exempt foods. If you have not already gotten an exempt foods agreement approved, please do so prior to the event. And then it says rate sheet for the fee. Once you've obtained the agreement signed, maintain a copy of the exempt foods agreement, blah, 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 blah. Thank you again. And it says, so the public has some questions for this governor candidate running for governor. 1. The Ravens Party, as it's now a registered nonprofit with Oregon since October 2025, is not the Ravens Landing. So, who is the Ravens Landing? 2. Is there a business license for the Ravens Landing? 3. Is this business registered with the state of Oregon? Well, I mean, you can have your business registered as one name and do business as another. I don't know. And it says, and lastly, can you explain how when verifying said event on New Year's Eve at Lane County Fairgrounds, the event coordinator and the calendar for the events didn't have this even registered? I don't know. But from there, none of the flyers she posted or the email she posted looked like something she planned. It just looked like something she hopped on. So I don't really understand what they're scrutinizing. But yeah. Here they're posting about this like town hall thing she wanted to do. Let's see. So right here it says the Ravens Party is a political activism group and private security organization set out to prepare for the inevitable downfall of the United States. Our mission is to prepare by gathering our communities together to be able to train and organize so that we can take a stand when that collapse happens to ensure a peaceful transition of power back to First Nations of Turtle Island. I feel like her mission state, like, I feel like she kind of has a lot of goals, and I don't know. But, like, you can't, there's only so much a single person could do or a single organization could do, and I feel like the organizations have a lot of broad scope to it, you know, and sometimes having a broad scope can be an advantage because if you are too specific or narrow, that locks you in. And if you have more vagueness, you can be flexible. And that can go to long-term sustainability because then you can adapt. But sometimes I wonder if she's maybe potentially trying to do too much at once, because it's not like any of this is a bad long-term goal, but for what you can do immediately short-term, I don't know how feasible some of the planning from what we've seen here is. And it's not to put her down, but it's just to state human conditions. Okay, I'm gonna just watch this video. Let's see what it says. Okay, it's muted.
Video from a person on here, their username is Koska, saying that a lot of these leftists are about armed revolution, and something I've been saying again and again is if we take up arms right now, if you guys are pushed into an armed revolution, we lose. There's too much back and forth between our communities. There's too much anger and hatred and distrust and disorganization, and everybody wants to be the leader, everybody wants to be heard, but nobody wants to follow, nobody wants to actually come together and work together. We will lose. Full stop. Our dreams that we've been having in the Indigenous community and in other communities have been to go home, get your loved ones close, make safe spaces for people to gather. None of our dreams that I've heard have been about taking up arms and going to fight. It's always been about creating safe spaces, fortifying, protecting, surviving, making it through. Please do not initiate the violence. That's all he needs to get their corporate theocracy with him as their figurehead. Do not initiate the violence. Video from a person on here, their username is Koska, saying that a lot of these leftists are about armed revolution, armed revolution, armed revolution.
Another thing to note also on the post, you know, for the source of these anti-Brittany posts here, so they like this comment here. It says America's own brand of Hamas, Democrats. And mind you, I don't like Republicans or Democrats. But for you to, so Hamas was created in response to basically colonizers came into Palestinian land. We're killing them, murdering them, taking their land, sexually assaulting them, taking their house, and doing really fucked up things, you know, colonizing. And so Hamas was formed, regardless of how you feel about the organizations or how you feel about actions that they've done, they were formed literally to fight that colonialism. In my opinion, from what I understand. And I just feel like Democrats are colonizers. Republicans and Democrats are both colonizers. So this is just, it's quite disturbing to me. It shows a very colonial mindset to be posting that, something that upholds violence against Indigenous people. And it's liked by PNW Gem, who is contributing to Indigenous erasure against Powhatan people. Alright, moving on though. Let's see, do I have time for the next one? How the fuck are you? Okay, so here we go. It says Oregon governor candidate goes on a rant over ICE agent who defended himself, and sadly a woman who tried to run him over lost his life. Oh my god. Nope. See, they're pro-ICE. Fuck that. That tells you all there is. And the people agreeing with PNW Gem are engaging with somebody who is pro-ICE. So that star person literally supporting someone pro-ICE, miss me with that bullshit. You can't tell me you give a fuck about Native American people while you're sitting here supporting someone pro-ICE. Suck my fucking dick. You can't act like, oh, I care so much about MMIP, but you're over here supporting someone pro-ICE. Alright, so I guess not all MMIP then. But anyway, so that's just all you need to know about this page, about the intentions of this page, the mindset of this page, and the type of rhetoric that you'll find here, and the type of source that this page is. And the type of people that are on this page. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Fucking, I heavily disagree with this. I think it's fucking bullshit. Fuck ICE. Yeah, fuck PNW Gem. The fuck is this? This is disturbing and disgusting. The ICE agent wasn't defending himself, and no one was trying to run him over. He's literally fucking a danger to society, killing people for no reason. This is disturbing for you to twist it this way, but that's what colonizers do. That's what colonizers like PNW Gem do. Anyway, it says ICE agents are federal law enforcement. They have all the authority to enforce the laws. White people do not literally honor your word at all. If y'all cared about the law, then you would go back to Europe, because you broke the law when you came here the first time. Not a single European person is here legally. So why don't you go back to where the fuck you came from if now you give a fuck so much about it? If you're anti-immigration, why the fuck are you here when you're not Native American? If you're not Native American, you're a fucking immigrant. If you're anti-immigration, then you get the fuck out. Only Native Americans came here legally. If you're not Native, you're illegal. Fuck you. And to our detribalized African American brothers and sisters, it's not your fault. You still technically came here illegally though, but it's not your fault. But to the colonizers, fuck you. Anyway. Okay, I can't stay on this post. It pisses me off too much. Fuck that. So
Highway 126, where an alleged squatter is set to leave the property from a settlement agreement made in court. And reporter Israel LaRue has the latest from Mapleton.
I'm told Brittany Jones has left a property that was once known as the Old World Gingerbread Village, abiding by a court order to vacate the premises by midnight December 28th. Carol Serrell, the owner of the property, accused Jones of squatting in the building. And through the court system, both came to a settlement agreement on December 23rd, having Jones leave the property. Because of the settlement agreement, both sides aren't able to comment on the situation, but Jones has been active on social media talking about the legal battle with the property, and yesterday she reflected on the whole process.
When one door closes, another one opens, and we are already working on our next location so that we can have our full menu available and be able to serve the community the way that we have always planned.
Some local property owners feel for Serralt as they have dealt with similar situations themselves.
What I'm seeing Carol go through right now with Gingerbread Village, she has my wholehearted support. And I think she is right in her pursuit of justice. It's her property, not Brittany's, not anybody else's. It is Carol's.
While it is currently uncertain where Jones will set up her nonprofit Ravens Landing next, she posted on Facebook saying she will be serving fry bread on New Year's Day at Lane County Fairgrounds for the Sweet Treat Market. Reporting in Mapleton, I'm Israel LaRue.
Highway 126, where an alleged squatter is set.
You got some explaining to do.
Okay, so here, let's see, it is showing, Brittany had made a post where she said, "I'd never claimed to be a member of my tribe." But so here she's making reposting what she claims is the William Deyo endorsement of her being governor. So what she's saying that William Deyo said about her is that Brittany Jones is a very dedicated and conscientious person of Native American Indian heritage. She is a distant relative of mine with a proven descent from the important Patawomecks tribe of Virginia, which played a big role in helping the original Virginia colonists of the Jamestown colony to survive and to found our great American government that we know today. I am very familiar with Brittany's heritage as I was tribal historian of the Patawomecks tribe for over 23 years and am well versed in genealogies. I am very aware of Brittany's passion for her heritage and to support her state of Oregon. She would make an exceptional governor. So yeah. So here, in this post, it's, claiming she's got the sun, so I don't understand. So, right here, it's showing something redacted, but I can't see, I've already read this earlier, but someone who's Patawomeck, but no one will say who it is, so no one can verify if there's actually someone Patawomeck or not, claiming, it's redacted, but theoretically, they're saying that someone who's Patawomecks had called to see if she's part of the tribe, and she's not. But they're not saying who that Patawomecks person is, so I don't know. That might not be a Patawomecks person, that might be, I don't know. It doesn't say who, so I'm going to, unless you're willing to stand on it, I'm going to assume it's not, because otherwise, what do you got to hide? You know what I mean? The only reason you would hide your name is if you weren't actually Patawomecks, in my opinion. But yeah. So, she's saying that she's claimed by her family, is what Brittany posted, and they responded, "No, an individual cannot be legally claimed by a Native American tribe for legal or federal benefit purpose without being an official enrolled member." So she doesn't get any legal or federal benefits, but she's still Patawomecks. That doesn't make sense. Whether or not she gets legal or federal benefits as a Native person doesn't tie to whether or not she's Native. a lot of people are disabled. Not everybody who's disabled gets disability benefits. Doesn't mean they're not fucking disabled. This is a stupid argument, in my opinion. And then it says tribal membership is a political and legal classification, not a racial or ethnic one. Oh, Lord have mercy. But being a descendant of a tribe is an ethnic community, is an ethnic classification and a racial one. And it's a community classification. It's not just a political or legal classification. Enrollment is political and legal. You can still be Native and not enrolled. So this snippet here, I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing with that. It's just fucking weird. Anyway, and they want to talk about tribal sovereignty while invalidating Patawomecq. And they keep posting a snippet where William literally says she has valid Patawomecq descent. And then they say she's valid Patawomecq descent, but that means she's not Native. Make it make sense. They're just contributing to Indigenous erasure and paper genocide. But yeah. So they're posting a Facebook post from Brittany, and it says, "Growing up, I was always told we were Native, but never knew how. Today, I can finally say we're Patawomecq." You know what I don't understand though? Because I did her fucking genealogy. I looked into her. Her dad's side, definite Mexican ancestry, definite Southern Indigenous ancestry. So I'm having a hard time understanding how the fuck is your family Mexican, but you're just now realizing you're fucking Indigenous when you've been Southern Indigenous. I know for a goddamn fact her fucking dad's family is Mexican, and she's fucking connected to them bitches. Let me bitch about that. What the fuck? They never talk about this. What? Like, how did you grow up Mexican but not realize you're Native, dude? Okay, anyway, like, because, okay. It says, "Today I can finally say we're Patawomecq. I'm working on the steps to officially join the tribe as well, and can't wait to learn the language that was painstakingly put back together after the Patawomecq were almost wiped out from an English massacre." And here she's saying that she never claimed to be a member of the Patawomecq. So there's a difference between being an enrolled versus being a descendant. There's a difference between discussing your heritage, your ethnicity, your ancestry versus your enrollment status. You know what I mean? I don't know. But anyway, here, when you Google her, it's basically, she's saying that she's mixed Indigenous of Patawomecq, Mexican, and Welsh descent, and a bunch of other nations too. But whatever, we'd be here all day if we list them all. It says here, you can go through so many Oregon governor candidate Brittany N. Jones socials where she flat out states she's claimed by her tribe that she is Patawomecq. Now, William Deyo states she has descent. Who is the tribe historian? Who states she has a relative that is Native American? Hers is 10 plus generations back. So this to give her right to claim Native American. Is she being honest? Every tribe, I don't feel that answer to that question is a one-size-fit-all, because the answer to that question is different for each tribe, and each tribe's application to that answer is what would be valid for that tribe. And I don't think every people of different tribes should be projecting what would be valid for our tribe onto other people's tribes if we're respecting tribal sovereignty. That's just fucking me, because what the fuck? Anyway.
Our own community that don't know me feel the need to lie about me, like literally blatant lies. I saw the comment, it was shared with me, where this person is claiming that I am not Native when they know I am, and claiming that I said at an event that I inherited the gingerbread, which those words have never once came out of my mouth. I have never claimed to have inherited the gingerbread, because I never inherited the gingerbread. If you look at the court filings, you will see where I filed to pay rent into the courts. If I wanted it for free, why would I do that? Why? Not only that, my lineage has been verified multiple times. And the relative that is endorsing me for governor is literally part of the tribal leadership. So y'all can stop with that, oh, she's not native bullshit. I am. And for the person that made that comment, I have never interacted with them except for at the funeral when we were both cleaning up in the kitchen. And it was just like, excuse me, to get by or to get access to the sink. So I don't know why she feels the need to lie about me when she knows who I work for, who I volunteer for, and she knows I'm native. I don't get it. I don't understand people and why they want to cause harm. For what? Especially since she is a leader or in a leadership position of an organization meant to help natives, and she's out here harming natives instead? Come on, man. Do better. Do better. Our own community.
Okay, so now I'm back to that first post I reacted to, which is alright. We're getting closer to the top now. This one pissed me off. I'm not going back there.
ICE killed a woman, murdered a woman, shot her in the face.
Fuck ICE. All this shit is triggering me so much, you know. We'll be here all day, so I'm not watching all of it. It's not because I don't care. Whenever I'm over here, like, I don't have time for this shit right now. It's not because I don't fucking care. It's because mentally, my mind can't do this right now, so I'm not trying. We're just gonna keep going for now. But here they're posting some DNA tests. I don't give a fuck about that. The DNA test shit kind of freaked me out. That's why I've never taken one, because the ads really freak me out. Have you seen the ads on Facebook? They'll be like, prune your family tree to uncover your hidden mythical ancestors or some shit. I don't know. The fucking ads creep me out. They're stupid. I don't like them. You know what I mean? So I've never done one. I've considered doing one, and I kind of want to. I'm debating, should I do an ancestry? I kind of want to do one, but I haven't before because I'm paranoid, but I have a desire to because I'm curious, but I haven't before because I'm paranoid, and we'll see where I go. But I think all of this is stupid. I don't really give a fuck about any of it, because to be honest, you could have the lineage and the DNA not pass on to you the same way depending if you are a descendant, you know? So for me, I'm like, she could still be a descendant, but if the lineage is that far back, she may not carry common DNA traits from those ancestors. You know, so that is a possibility. If that were true, that would explain discrepancies between DNA results and why William Deyo verified her lineage, you know. So, but yeah, you can also be, you know, theoretically, if you look at your last ancestor documented pre-colonial contact, could be, you know, several generations ago, and you still come out looking like my dad. It could go either way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So here they're going into the DNA thing. Honestly, I cannot mentally process or read all of this right now. So I'm not going to try to. But they're basically trying to claim that Brittany's 98.8% white. And that she's like only 1% native if she's native, and so therefore she's not native. And the last one says, this Oregon candidate posts on socials when natives attack her on her claiming to be native, that those natives are hurting the community. My question is she hurting the community by claiming to be native while calling white people whitey and colonizers? Now, the fact that this person is in support of Trump and in support of ICE makes me have a hard time believing they are native. So if they're not native, them speaking over native issues is them being racist. Alright? This is an internal community question for people with native ancestry to address and work out, not for people who are not native. people who are not native trying to police who is or isn't native is literal colonialism, always. Now, the rest of this says, now, did this candidate have a 10th great-grandfather that is Native American? She did. Does this automatically make her Native American? No, she has descent. That makes you Native American. Okay. I'm not arguing with people. People saying, oh, having Native ancestors doesn't make you Native American. Y'all suck my dick. Do you listen to yourself when you speak? You're just contributing to genocide right then and there. But this is someone who is a Trump supporter who backs ICE and defends ICE. So that's why they don't give a fuck about Indigenous erasure or Indigenous genocide. They literally support it and they're proud of it. And the people who support them support Indigenous genocide. It's not a pro-Indigenous space here. But anyway, it says respect and honor the 1.7 million natives we have today. You know, you're not respecting natives. So why don't you stop policing natives when you don't fucking respect us? Literally, you're defending ICE. Fuck you. That have kept their heritage. Advocate, support, care. Then are you going to start speaking out against ICE, or are you just here to be a piece of shit? Are you going to go back to Europe, or do you not give a fuck about caring? Alright. Well, fuck you too then, bitch. Anyway.
Enact the rest.
It's saying that Brittany Jones is dangerous. I think Brittany Jones I don't agree with everything that she does. I don't agree with all the decisions she makes, but I don't think she's dangerous. You know what I mean? Look, I may not agree with the way in which she has, for example, I don't agree with the raffle for the car truck situation, for example, with the campaign, right? But at the end of the day, do I think that makes her dangerous? No. Why? All them dumbasses chose to do that shit. Free fucking will. You know what I mean? Like, you know what? If you don't agree with something, you don't have to do it. But if other people want to do that, fuck it, let them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she's dangerous, because what has she done that has actually posed a danger to others, that is actually threatening others? I think she's... Let me think on this. I think she's having a sense of community conflict, internal conflict that she needs to work through, that I think could explain some of the issues here with, you know, perhaps having a lack of experience with a community connection could explain the desire to feel a part of the community. I don't know. I think there are definite social issues to critique here, but I feel like calling Native people dangerous is leaning into a Native people are savages trope. And mind you, I cannot verify her lineage. I can only tell you my tribal historian verified her lineage, and if that's true, I trust my tribal historian. I can tell you I did do my own research into her lineage, and we can discuss that another time, because there is a lot to discuss there. But I cannot verify her lineage because I'm not the tribal historian. But yeah. Alright. So, I'm just going to... She's saying that Brittany's inciting violence. Let me see what she's saying. I don't fucking know.
The Insurrection Act against Minnesota. I am trying to tell you...
Oh, it's back to ICE. Honestly, I can't really handle this mentally right now. Fuck it. I'm just here to address the is she Native or not issue, and to address how it's all kind of came up and came to a head through this eviction case, you know? So here, it's saying Oregon governor candidate Brittany Jones tax SEIU 503 because of her own mistakes. She was to simply email them with the requirement. She showed up to interview in Portland and was told she didn't email them with her submission, so no interview. Then she came onto this platform blaming them when it was her responsibility as a candidate to do the simplest of emailing with questions answered from the website, a photograph, and a statement. So yeah, they're saying that she missed the deadline, and she's saying that she was being dodged in terms of getting her statement submitted for candidates running for candidates in Oregon, I think. So yeah, I don't know. So Brittany claims she never got an email to fill out the questionnaire. The website doesn't state she will be emailed. Her job as candidate was to email them. And she was then told to email them before the interview process so she can be interviewed. Going up on a platform blaming the organization and demanding they reopen that process so you get special privileges when all other candidates submitted before the deadline and was prepared is not a good look for this candidate. And that's like another thing where I think she may not have training, you know, if that's how it went, like I feel like she may not have had training or, you know, other things, which would explain how it ended up here, but may not necessarily justify it, right? But, yeah.
Jones. I'm running for governor of Oregon against Tsenacommacah on the Democratic primary, and we are looking for volunteers in Lane County. If you do DoorDash, if you do any type of delivery service that treats you as an independent contractor, because DoorDash, I already got the okay, we can hand out flyers and business cards, or if you list of addresses, we need volunteers.
I am very curious to see the proof of the okay with DoorDash. I feel like that's very much typically frowned upon and not a good idea and not a good marketing tactic. It's not consensual marketing. A better idea would be to make lists of businesses such as coffee shops that have bulletin boards, or maybe libraries, public businesses, head shops often have places, record shops. Coffee shops, head shops, record shops. 3 of the best fucking places to leave your flyers, you know? Things like that, depending on your market. Like, I just feel like there's just like a much better tactic you could do. Don't do DoorDash, Uber Eats. You don't want to, because, okay, if someone is looking around browsing and they see your flyer and they pick it up and they decide to take it, that's them consenting to receive this information. Versus, if someone orders their Chinese food and then with their Chinese food comes your flyer, guess what's going in the trash immediately? Do you want a chance at making it onto the refrigerator? Like, I don't know, just think about it.
To work on our website and social media. We need people who are able to call people to talk about me. We need a fundraising, a head of fundraising. We need a campaign manager, volunteer coordinator. I know it's getting close to the...
Definitely need a campaign manager, probably someone in PR as well. It's rough out here. But the overlay here says, why doesn't she have a team? Is it because she now needs donations? She does have an open custody case against her coming up next month. Okay, well, this overlay, I'm just gonna tell her fucking business. She won custody, so I don't know what the fuck you guys thought you were doing with that. Look, she may have a lot of problems, but giving a fuck about her kids ain't one of them. So, anyway, so fucking, we can criticize. There's a lot of critiques to make on, you know, statements she said, things she's done. We can make some criticisms all day, and people have their room to their opinion, whatever, but leave the kids out of it. You don't know shit about that, and that's extremely inappropriate unless somebody is literally making posts where it's like resilient Jenkins, this mad mama, like, Doherty doesn't level of showing everything about their kids type thing, you know, then I'm like, fuck it, you know, like, you can't show that much of your kids and expect people not to have some fucking commentary. But Brittany doesn't do it like that. Like, she's does leave her kids alone. Leave them out of this. Leave them out of this. Focus on, and that's another fucking thing, right? Where it's like, this platform, if they focused on more of the criticisms instead of looking for things to post about her, if they just focused bringing attention to the bigger issues, then the platform, I feel, wouldn't be so, I don't know, problematic. Besides the Trump supporting, ICE supporting fucked up shit, that's real fucked up. I don't know.
Election, and I still don't have those people. We've been doing a lot of the work on a skeleton crew. Also need donations to be able to get more flyers, yard signs, t-shirts made and ready to sell. And we need a lot. It's Jones. I'm running for governor of Oregon against Tsenacommacah on the
Okay, so then here it says, Oregon governor candidate Brittany Jones wants to abolish ICE. As the content creator said in that slide, does she even know why ICE was created? She was just a child when 9/11 happened. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. But meanwhile, you judge Hamas. Do you even know why Hamas was created? Like, oh, you cannot judge Hamas and then support ICE. Like, fuck that. Are you kidding me? ICE is literally just colonizers. Anyone that's involved in ICE is here illegally. Only Native Americans are here legally. Like, I'm not going back on that loophole. Disgusting. Disturbing. Disturbing. A Native American genocide is continuing today, but we're still alive for that. Alive and well. And they're talking about how we need to increase our borders, not abolish ICE in these comments. I'm not reading all this out loud. I can't mentally do it right now. Sorry, guys. And so here, Brittany's saying that she only registered as a Democrat to win in Oregon. She prefers to be unaffiliated. Both parties are bad. And someone's saying Democrat cities helped round up illegals under Obama, with laughing emojis. And someone said, so you are running under false pretenses. How can anyone trust you? And someone says, so who forces immigration laws then? If y'all cared about enforcing immigration laws, then you would leave because you never came here legally unless you're Native American. But you don't care about that. You just care about white supremacy, in my opinion. Anyway, so, and you don't, like, the fuck is all of this? And she's talking about border patrol. What the fuck you need border patrol for? Disgusting. There's, oh dear God. This, I can't, this is a pro-ICE post, and this is a pro-ICE page, and it's like, you have Native Americans commenting on here pro-ICE too, man. There are people who claim to be Native American supporting pro-ICE shit. Yeah, suck my dick with that shit. Y'all, fuck all of you bitches. Okay, alright. Let's see, fuck it, let's just bang out the rest. I don't know what the fuck they're looking here, but okay, apparently they're looking her up. I don't know what the fuck they're looking her up for, though. They're looking that she filed to be governor for Democrat. We know this shit already. None of this is new. Boring. Okay, waste of time. Anyway, let's see what is happening here.
Well, what would you do with a brain if you had one?
Oh, it's just like a overlay. So what would you do with a brain if you had one? I don't know. Okay, someone said, what are blowjobs for Oregon? See, I told you. I said it. I wasn't trying to be immature, but you shouldn't have done. It's just, no, you can't do it. The human mind is not capable of processing this correctly. So she says, how original. Another man sexualizing a woman because of her initials. Here's your award. I'm sorry, Brittany, but like, your initials suck dick. Anyway. I think I'm fucking hilarious. But nobody else does. It's fine. So, oh shit. Another one. Here we go. What the fuck is she saying now?
I have legislation that I will be posting on my website soon that outlines what I would like to see with removing the restrictions that counties, cities, towns, etc. put on private property ownership, like you can't live on your property in a trailer or a tent. All the extra permits you have to get just to build a fence or a shed or anything. If we remove all those money-grabbing schemes from private property, then we would have a lot of homeless people off the streets because people would be able to live in their trailers on their properties. Of course, they would have to maintain the property, keep it clean, keep it within code for safety violations and stuff like that. Like no hazardous materials, don't let it get dirty. But you should be able to live on your property in a trailer.
Okay, so you do understand code and the importance of the health code. I'm very confused as to why she never got her license if she planned on doing food.
Tent. However, as long as you keep it clean. I have legislation that I will be posting on my website soon.
Okay, so there's that. Alright, let's see what else is here. It said Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones for Oregon, did this to a voter here in Oregon. It's got the old World Gingerbread. It says updated their profile picture. The lien holders have been angels and many others too also during this whole thing. They have gone above and beyond. They even went to court with us. They know we are victims here and can't believe what was allowed to happen. So on the side here, it's saying that Brittany Jones for Oregon has left the restaurant in so much debt that she's now losing her restaurant. To be honest though, if Brittany was only there like, what, a month? 2 months tops? Like, if Brittany Jones, like, no, what Brittany did, like, even if you disagree with all of that, blah, 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 because I've already said I don't agree with that shit, right? But, like, if someone, you know, if her taking over the place for 2 months, whenever the place was already unoccupied, it wasn't going to anybody else, it could still go to somebody else. If that cost her to lose the building and being able to sell somehow, then she had some other issues happening right before that really exacerbated the timeline of these issues, in my opinion. But that's just me. I don't know, speaking from the outside looking in. But yeah, it says that they left her in so much debt that she's now losing her restaurant. Please check the court hearing video, proof that she used the legal system to squat and take over a restaurant in Mapleton, Oregon, creating thousands in debt to the owner, while this Oregon candidate for governor didn't pay a dime to the owner. Just opened her nonprofit, the Ravens Party, fried bread business without permits, business licenses clearance from the health department. This happened from November to the end of December 2025. Please, if you can, send in any amount donation. Donations add up. She was the victim of Brittany Jones. So y'all don't like it when Brittany asks for donations, but it's fine when you do. Got it. Okay, so I feel like I don't know, maybe I'm like misunderstanding something here, but I feel like she probably had some other financial issues if this caused her to now no longer be able to sell the place. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And it says we are on 8 years. Oh, I still got the caption on from the last video. We are on 8 years since we took over the Gingerbread Village. It's hard to believe with all the love we put into it, we might have to give it back. All because of misguided people that tried to land back it for their indigenous nonprofit. I don't like this. You see, I don't agree with Brittany having used the concept, used that phrase with this concept, because it had nothing to do with what would be Patawomeck or Powhatan ancestral land back. It has nothing to do with that, right? So the land back movement would not fit for that concept to begin with. But for Europeans to say, oh, if a Native American fought to stay somewhere, then they tried to land back it for their indigenous nonprofit, does come off as anti-indigenous. I'm just putting that out there. Like, it's like telling a woman for speaking out against sexual assault that she's trying to Me Too everything. You know, like, it's very discriminatory in my opinion. But anyway, it says, then use the legal system to delay the inevitable. We would have been able to pay everything until sold, but the $13,500 left in lawyers' fees. Oh, so it was the lawyers' fees. Came at the time that made it impossible to pay both. Thank you to all that donated to the GoFundMes. I mean, shit, you could have gotten a different lawyer though, or just filed pro se. And it says, I will pay you all back at the last thing I do. I know it's hard times for many out there. That was her choice to spend the money on the lawyer. That's not Brittany's fault, in my opinion. I don't know. That's just my opinion, but whatever. It's like, if someone says, hey, we're going out to eat, go get some clothes, and you should go to TJ Maxx, but you decide you're going to go get some designer clothes, you can't be mad at them because you got designer clothes instead of TJ Maxx. Like, you wanted a good lawyer, you got one. So here it says, there are heartless people out there that can hate you because of the color of your skin. So you're being anti-indigenous. You're telling mixed natives that we're not actually native. And then and then you're literally promoting indigenous genocide through pro-ICE rhetoric. And then you don't think that has to do with hating people based on the color of skin? Got it. But you want to use that? Okay. All right. It says, not to have any idea of what so many others have gone through. It is never right, even though still my heart is still filled only with love. I also feel very blessed in my life for my family, friends, community, and the opportunity to be a part of the gingerbread and its legacy. This also has made many people aware in Oregon, at least, that there are people out that would do this. So yeah, they are now raising funds to pay for the attorney because they're not, I don't know. So then here it's showing Tsenacommacah versus Brittany and Jones campaign reporting contributing. Last time they didn't even show shit. Like, okay, so now I guess they're trying to show that Tina actually has a bunch of donations because Brittany didn't. I'm fast forwarding through that. Yeah. Alright. So now we got a live stream from Oregon. Not from Oregon, from Brittany. But yeah. And then we just watched this. Is this the same one?
Of volunteers. I'm the only one so far. But as a DoorDash driver, when you're doing the leave on porch deliveries, you know, you would put one of my cards or stickers on the delivery. Awesome, Jaybird. Thank you. But if you do DoorDash, that's another way you can donate. I mean,
that's a terrible idea. Do not do that for marketing. That is not going to have a good conversion rate. It is a waste of resources. Highly do not recommend doing this. Hi, I do marketing. Okay, let's keep going.
Donate. Support the campaign. If you would be willing to pick up some stickers or some cards from me for when you DoorDash, I would absolutely set that up. I'm also getting a sign for my daughter because when she DoorDashes with me, she wants to be in the pictures. And so I'm going to make a sign for her to hold up in the pictures.
Or the overlay saying that you're not supposed to take pictures of people's like houses and doors and shit like that. I don't know, but I think it's weird to bring your kid with you to take pictures of your kid at random people's houses, you know, in terms of like, I don't know how safe that is, first of all, but, because I don't feel safe at all the houses, you know, like, whenever I've done this shit before, and I haven't felt safe at that, doing all that. But when it comes to, like, can you take pictures at someone's house, though, the apps often will make you take a picture to confirm that you dropped the delivery off, if it's the drop off like she is saying. But anytime it makes you do that, though, the picture just goes through the app. You don't keep the picture. So why would she be bringing her kid to take a picture of her kid? I feel like that should be a separate, like, taking pictures of your kid should be separate from doing the DoorDash political campaign. I don't know. But I don't agree with the combining the DoorDash and the political campaign. I don't really agree with that, like, at all. But yeah,
Kai, do you remember during the presidential campaign when we would have 10 people in the room and then by the end we would have hundreds? I bet it didn't. Oh my goodness, I bet it didn't. Team of volunteers. I'm the only one so far. But as a DoorDash driver, when you're doing the leave...
Okay, that's it for there.
For people saying that I'm lying about being Native, I would love to know how I was able to manipulate my DNA test to be a genetic match to my relatives in my tribe. Am I a genetic, like, I think it's physicist? Scientist? Biologist? I don't know.
So, mind you, they're literally trying to use William Deyo's name to verify if she's Native or not, while also acting like William Deyo isn't Native enough. Mind you, he is. Fuck you if you don't think William Deyo's Native enough. You're anti-Indigenous in my opinion. Now, when it comes to Brittany, they're trying to say, you know, if she's a descendant, then that means she's not Native. I think whether or not a descendant should claim Indigenous identity can tie down, they're definitely Indigenous descent, and I think that definitely ties down to ethnicity. I think it does matter, and I think it's there. I think each family lineage has a different background, and so it would be dependent on each person's family story. You know, you can have people who have different levels of connection based on their lineage. But I really disagree with this whole concept of if you don't have enough Native ancestors, then all of a sudden you're just no longer Native. I think that's Indigenous erasure, and all of that does is create a point of time in which that tribe no longer exists. That's the only thing that does. I feel like there's so much to criticize Brittany for when it comes to, or criticize whatever you want to call it or do. There's a lot to point out related to representation, social issues, and things like that. But wasting time sitting here invalidating people who are actually Native about ancestry, like if William Deyo has actually confirmed her lineage, I'm not arguing with William Deyo about who is or isn't Patawomecks. And anyone who thinks it's okay to do so that isn't an elder in a Powhatan tribe, you can suck my dick. You better be fucking Powhatan if you want to argue with me about if William Deyo is Native or not. And if you're not Powhatan, then I just think you're fucking xenophobic as shit. racist as fuck, potentially, depending on who you are. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Oh, I don't know. I would love to know how I manage that. Bye. For people saying that I'm lying about being Native.
And they keep claiming that, you know, acting as if Will Deyo didn't verify her. He literally fucking did.
Why the fuck?
And you can't literally weaponize William Deyo's emails against her, you know, where he says that she's a descendant. You can't act as if that means she's not Native enough while also claiming that William Deyo isn't Native. Dumbasses. Anyway, fuck you all. That just is hypocritical. Okay, so let's see what this video says.
Do Republicans keep coming in my comments and saying, we're not voting blue anymore, no more blue, vote red, turn Oregon red. I am campaigning for the primaries, you guys. I am a registered Democrat. If you are not a registered Democrat, you don't get to vote for me in May. You cannot vote for me in May. We are not turning Oregon red or blue in May. It is the primaries. It is where your party and your constituents registered to your party vote for who your party nominates and pushes forward for the general election. It's not until November that you guys actually could start the rhetoric of, let's turn Oregon red. You're welcome. Why the fuck do Republicans keep coming in my comments and saying, we're not voting? And then to take it away and then do all this illegal bullshit. I'm tired, but I was put here for a reason. And I asked, you know, should I fight this? Should I fight this? And then an elder from Standing Rock who was there for the DAPL line, who was in the protests, she told me, teach them, educate those people out there what land back means. So here I am. I'm going to educate these people on what land back means. True sovereignty, true freedom, and give us our fucking land back. And there's people out there trying to badmouth me already, saying that I'm not really...
So, theoretically, I support the theoretical goals of education on land back, but I think Brittany should question if she's the correct person to be a thought leader on that issue, or would she be a better person to rather be... Because for me, for example, like, when people ask me to teach them sign language, I don't teach them sign language. I go tell them where they can go learn sign language from. So there's a difference between being the person that's a good source on something versus being someone people can go to find the source on something. And I think that is more of a descendant's role. You know what I mean? There are certain parts of history and everything that I feel very comfortable to speak on because the facts don't change. 2 + 2 = 4. But when it comes to advanced shit, I'm gonna go get a mathematician, you know, to write out a formula, right? The same way I'm gonna get the historian to come explain some shit. Like, I just feel like her role in the land back movement, I don't feel should be on the platform that she is currently trying to use for it, you know. But I feel that part of her learning journey is gonna have to be, you know, her coming to her own processing on the social issues with this representation, and hopefully one day someone says to her connects with some of the harm being caused with some of those issues, as to how it escalated here, you know. But yeah, let's keep seeing what it said.
Native. When I am, my family, even though I'm not enrolled, they claim me. They're endorsing me for my political run. They're endorsing me for my political run. And then trying to say that I lost custody of my kids. I have custody of my kids. Trying to say I abandoned my kids when I was going to an MMIW event, which is for missing and murdered Indigenous women.
Hey, saint of God, you live in Mapleton? Are you up to date on everything that's happening? That's if she will. She told me this week she told me to keep the money, but I'm not going to. I'm going to set it aside for her. I'm going to keep setting it aside and show the courts that we have all this money that we've been trying to pay her per our terms, and she is refusing. Yeah, I've been volunteering with Hannah Shooting Bear from Standing Rock. I was just with her. We did an Indigenous Peoples Day event. I just volunteered with her with Indigenous now for Indigenous Peoples Day on October 13th.
Let's watch fucking.
And then where did Estelle go?
Something rocks to secure that up there.
Okay. Estelle. Remember, there is a bear. And then to take it away. And then do.
Off Highway 126, where an alleged squatter is set to leave the property from a settlement agreement made in court. And reporter Israel LaRue has the latest from Mapleton.
I'm told Brittany Jones has left the property that was once known as the Old World Gingerbread Village, abiding by a court order to vacate the premises by midnight December 28th. Carol Serrell, the owner of the property, accused Jones of squatting in the building. And through the court system, both came to a settlement agreement on December 23rd, having Jones leave the property. Because of the settlement agreement, both sides aren't able to comment on the situation, but Jones has been active on social media talking about the legal battle with the property, and yesterday she reflected on the whole process.
When one door closes, another one opens, and we are already working on our next location so that we can have our full menu available and be able to serve the community the way that we have always planned.
Some local property owners feel for Serralt as they have dealt with similar situations themselves.
What I'm seeing Carol go through right now with Gingerbread Village, she has my wholehearted support. And I think she is right in her pursuit of justice. It's her property, not Brittany's, not anybody else's. It is Carol's.
While it is currently uncertain where Jones will set up her nonprofit Ravens Landing next, she posted on Facebook saying she will be serving fry bread on New Year's Day at Lane County Fairgrounds for the Sweet Treat Market. Reporting in Mapleton, I'm Israel LaRue. The Gingerbread House driver's seat going to Florence or leaving the coast on Highway 126 is currently going through a legal battle. Back on March 30th, the Old World Gingerbread Village Restaurant closed after 7 years of service under owner Carol Serralt. Since it closed, there hasn't been much activity out of the building until now. Brittany Jones is accused of squatting in the gingerbread building by Serralt. Both parties say they couldn't comment on the issue today. A settlement reached in court Tuesday morning is barring anyone from either side from speaking about the alleged issue until December 29th, when the alleged squatter is supposed to vacate the premises. But Jones has posted on social media Tuesday regarding the situation, posting on TikTok about leaving the building.
Mapleton, you do get your way because we will not be staying in that building. There's too much hate, too much harassment. There are stipulations within the agreement that the other team has to abide by as well, and we will see if they do. We'll see if they do.
And commenting on one of our news posts on Facebook saying, "Hello, we are not squatters, and we have reached a settlement agreement where neither side is supposed to talk about what is going on." Street signs at the Gingerbread Village indicate the location is being run as a thrift shop instead of a restaurant under the nonprofit name of Ravens Landing. But according to public record, back on November 21st, Lane County Public Health issued a notice to Jones to stop selling food without a license. Jones is also running for governor under the Democratic Party, and according to court documents, Jones is ordered to vacate the premises by midnight December 28th. Reporting in Mapleton, I'm Israel LaRue.
In a crime alert, a Harrisburg woman faces serious charges after crashing her car trying.
Okay, so just to wrap up here, that would be, we had officially went through all of the pages on the Portland PNW Gem page or whatever. So we did it. We went through it all. Or skipped through it, but whatever. So yeah, that's all there it really is to see here. It's still showing this. Okay, so I'm gonna exit out here. This oral history on Tsenacommacah Algonquian oral history. That's linked in the description of this video, and you can go find out more information about the Mattaponi, Upper Mattaponi, the Patawomecks, the Pamunkey, and the Namesake tribes there. Highly recommend checking out. It was put together by Raven Brightwater Custela of the Mattaponi Nation, also of Rappahannock descent. So, just a few statements that Brittany has made on some of the situation. You know, she said that a news agency falsely claimed that she said she was a member of the Patawomecks tribe. They think that because she said that she was connected to and claimed by family, that that means she's saying she's Patawomecks and calls it her tribe, that she's claiming to be a member. When she's made discussions about her tribe, she says it's hard for me to like read it in first person when it's not me saying it, but then be reading first person and talking about it in third. I don't know, read my mind. But because this platform posted that Brittany had made that claim, an actual tribal member called the tribal office to verify. Of course, they were told that Brittany is not a member, and now people think that she's lying. This is literally affecting possible future tribal connections. She's asked the platform to correct their claims 3 times now. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see. So here she does post about when she was a kid that she had gone to powwows and potlucks, but that she only recently started posting about her Native American heritage because she was not sure if what she was told was true, is what she said before. Sorry, I got a notification. I got distracted. Anyway. Let's see. So here the post, Brittany said, as I grew up, the jokes made me think that maybe I was really not Native. Maybe we're just another white family claiming it for clout or attention or who knows what. Then I did the ancestry test. I started really following my family heritage and building my family tree. I learned this year at 32 years old that we are Native. We are Patawomecks and Powhatan. That is just from my mom's side. I am now working on officially joining my tribe out in Virginia. I cannot tell you how excited I am, how relieved I am. It has also made me face another prejudice of what people believe an Indian should look like. We come in all shapes and colors. The government has tried to wipe us out by saying we need a certain amount of blood quantum to get their protection. Once there are not enough of us, they can take tribal land, strip federal protections, and erase us. So before you tell someone you should only do this if you are Native because you are making an assumption off their skin, stop. You're helping the government wipe us out. So here, this other post, she said European immigrants are the first illegals. That is why it's in the first place. They almost wiped out my tribe. I would say, when you do look at it though, like, because even me, like, looking at my dad, you know, but, okay, so even for me, I have to acknowledge that I have a lot of European ancestry. And so for me, I don't feel like it's this whole like, oh, I am mixed because Europeans tried to wipe out my native side, right? Because to a point, yes, that's the only reason I exist. But I think we need to recognize when we descend from, if we have more European ancestors documented than Native ancestors documented, then we need to recognize, that that our descendancy was the method, was the tool intended to wipe out the tribe. And so I think that is why so many people do not like us calling ourselves natives. But also I think that is why we need to look at how we discuss it, because when we're talking about when you're mostly European talking about I'm only mixed because Europeans try to wipe out my tribe, it seems to create a cognitive dissonance between the European ancestors you do have. So there are a lot of points to be made about, just because you're mixed native doesn't mean you're not native. But on another level, sometimes I feel mixed natives are trying so hard to prove native that they're not acknowledging the mixed aspect either sometimes with the wording. And it can be like a hard balance to hit. But anyway, let's see, there was something else that I wanted to pull up. So she says Algonquian here. Patawomecks is Eastern Algonquian. It is considered Northeastern Woodland Algonquian. Let's see. So she was previously selling fry bread out of that location. I do have some feelings, like we are Powhatan. I don't think she should be selling apone, because APONE, which is Powhatan bread, because if you don't have that and like the actual connection and the teaching and the recipes and everything, it's not appropriate to do so. But theoretically, right, it's like we are Powhatan. So if you're trying to do indigenous food from our ways, wouldn't you sell a bone instead of fry bread? Like, I don't know. But she did sell fry bread. I feel like I feel very firmly that even if someone's a descendant, that still means they're technically Native American descent. Descendant of what? Native Americans. You know what I mean? Like, so that's just me. But when it comes, so I feel like there's like when it comes to like representation though, I do feel, are descendants Native? Yes, I think descendants are Native. And I think we have a place to speak on our family history, and our role is to be that bridge between the colonial world and the Native world through walking through both worlds in a way in which you don't get to when you're one or the other, because we are both, right? But I don't think that we are the representation. We are who support the representation, if that makes sense. In my opinion. But yeah. So right here, this is what I wanted to address. Brittany says that Powhatan is another name for Patawomecks. That is not true. Powhatan is not another name for Patawomecks. So Powhatan can refer to multiple things. Powhatan was originally its own tribe. The original members of that Powhatan tribe had all the living descendants have been absorbed into other tribes today. So the Powhatan name can refer to that original tribe, which is no longer technically in existence. It can refer to the Powhatan Confederacy, which could be either the 6 original tribes of the Powhatan Confederacy, or I think it was 32 that it became. Or it could refer to the Powhatan culture, or it could refer to the Powhatan language, or we could refer to the Powhatan man, Tsenacommacah. Patawomecks, at different parts of the tribe, at different times they were part of the Confederacy, but they were not always part of the Confederacy. So if you ask people off the top of their head, some will say yes, some will say no, but they were in and out of the Powhatan Confederacy. But they've always been culturally Powhatan, linguistically Powhatan, religiously, spiritually Powhatan. But whether or not they were under the paramount chief, Tsenacommacah Powhatan, varied. So, Powhatan is not another name for Patawomecks, but all Patawomecks are Powhatan because all Patawomecks have Powhatan ancestry through Tsenacommacah Powhatan today. All Patawomecks have Powhatan language, Powhatan language, customs, Powhatan culture. So all Patawomecks are Powhatan, but not all Powhatans are Patawomeck. Does that make sense? So Powhatan is not another name for Patawomeck. I don't know where she got that from. That is not true at all. That is just, let's correct that. That is false. Okay. Let's see. I think that's it. That I want to address today. Oh, that was an accident. Must have clicked that. My bad, y'all. I was just up in there stalking. Apologies. I'm just being creepy. So anyway. So here, she had made one more post about everything. It says, I'll keep yapping, it's Indigenous. And I'm gonna, let's just give this a little whirl. Let's watch this. Okay, so she's not actually saying anything. It's just got music in the background. And it says, keep yapping, white lady. And then the overlay, it says, thanks, I will, because white men have tried silencing Native women since colonization. Is she talking here? No. Back to music. It's just videos of her speaking. And it says, and I'm going to keep going until they hear us. This caption turn off. So yeah. Alright. So here she talks about the story of the 1666 massacre of the Patawomecks tribe. I'm gonna see what she has to say about that before we wrap it up. Okay, it's muted. Hold on. Do that.
We have a person of European descent whitewashing history of the Patawomecks. And I am here to correct that history. They are claiming that the 1666 massacre of the Patawomecks was the Patawomecks going into Jamestown and committing a massacre. That is not what happened. And I'm thinking I should make an educational video moving forward on different aspects of Native American history that have been whitewashed historically. There was a...
Who the fuck was saying that?
Confederacy called the Powhatan Confederacy, similar to the Iroquois Confederacy and others throughout the indigenous communities. The Powhatan Confederacy had my tribe, the Patawomecks, the Pamunkey, and a few others along the Potomac River. At one point, the Pamunkey and other tribes wanted to take a stand against Jamestown. My tribe did not want to take a stand with them. Part of me wishes they did. When the Pamunkey and other tribes attacked Jamestown, they unfortunately did not win. And as a result of that, our tribe's chief was charged with treason. He had to travel out of state and eventually...
You see, what she's not including here is at this point, so when Patawomecks tribe was affiliated under Seneca Powhatan, all of that would be mostly pre-Pocahontas getting stolen. After all of that, people were really like the Patawomecks tribe really couldn't connect under Seneca again like that because there's no trust. That trust has been lost. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the timeline, that's what I think. But, so, yeah, that would be the end. Like, the Patawomecks tribe would have no security with the other Powhatan tribes by 1666 because of what happened with Pocahontas, in my opinion.
Actually, after his trial, he was acquitted, and he got a coin of safe passage to go back to Virginia. During his trip back, he was assassinated. It was after his assassination that there was an order from the Virginia colonies to massacre, to wipe out the Patawomecks tribe. So the 1666 massacre of the Patawomecks is not the Patawomecks massacring Jamestown.
The way she says Patawomecks makes me think she's saying Patawatomi. But anyway, so the Wahonga Noche being murdered thing. So he was given a coin by the state of Virginia in show of good faith after they were like accusing him of murder. So he had gone to fucking court. He won the goddamn murder trial. They gave him this like silver coin or whatever as a show of like good faith theoretically. And then he never made it back home. So we assumed that he's been assassinated because why the fuck else would he have not come back home? And you know what we found was that medallion that was given to him by the state that was found on the path that he would have taken to return. So we do believe he was, potentially kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered that way. But there's no direct proof and to know for sure, but that's what is assumed. With the 1666 massacre, the genocide, earlier when I was telling you guys about, a theoretical story, that example, of like where the English would poison the dogs and the animals so they wouldn't alert us, and they would use their weapons to surprise us and strong arm us, weapons and technology and tools we didn't have. So, yeah. And they wouldn't have been able to do any of that. If the Powhatans had never helped the colonists to begin with and had let the fucking colonists die, they never would have been able to do any of that. But that's what we get for, like, basic human decency, am I right? Anyway, okay, let's see what else she said.
It is Jamestown and the Virginia colonies massacring the Patawomecks. Very few of us survived, and those of us that did were taken in by settlers or sent off into servitude, and there are even stories of being sent off into slavery. There are just over 2,000 enrolled members of the Patawomecks tribe today. I am not enrolled, however, I am connected to my enrolled family. Currently, they are claiming that I am a descendant of the settlers, which I am that as well because we did mix. Through my own reconnection journey, I sent my DNA into the Patawomecks tribe, and the tribal historian compared it to his own, and we are related. You cannot lie about DNA in that way. You cannot manipulate it. You cannot force it. I think it's funny that today, a descendant of...
You can falsify DNA tests, so I don't know where that argument is going. I don't know why you're throwing that in there, because that can be done, but whatever.
Jamestown is coming after a descendant of the Patawomecks. How ironic. Am I white presenting? Yes, I am. Do I acknowledge my white privilege? Yes, I do, which is why I am using it to fight for our communities. We have a person of European descent whitewashing history.
Okay, so yeah.
Of the Patawomecks.
I feel like she was, talking about servitude, and I don't know, maybe she was just not going into details. I feel like technically what she said was true. It was just so broad and it didn't go into details that I feel like it doesn't really explain the horrors of the 1666 genocide. But whatever, it's technically true. Is it technically true? Yes. So yeah, and that puts us off here, and I will link this link earlier about the Potomac Indian Tribe Federal Recognition paperwork, and I'll add that link later in the description of the video because it did come up. But yeah, just to recap, we've been here for a long time tonight. So to sum it all up real quick though, basically in a nutshell, if William Deyo has verified Brittany Jones's lineage, I'm not gonna question what William Deyo confirms as truth. I'm gonna take William Deyo's word for it for who is or isn't Potomac. Also, in terms of who is or isn't Potomac, like, I just feel like people invalidating William Deyo because he's white presenting when he has so many Native ancestors documented are extremely racist in my opinion. Like, it's just because honestly, like, I think mixed white presenting people experience racism too. Not everybody agrees with me, but whatever. Like, I don't think we experience racism for being white. I think we experience racism for whatever other ethnic group we come from. But I think mixed white presenting people experience racism and xenophobia too. And I feel like a lot of people think, oh, they're white, so they can be racist to mixed people. But really, it just, like, us having, you know, our white ancestry doesn't excuse that. But on the same token, I do feel a lot of mixed white presenting people, especially when it comes to descendants, you know, when you have majority European ancestors, I think you need to come from a place of acknowledging the impact that has, because that will be the majority of what you've been influenced by. And it does not negate, like, you could be 1% Native and it doesn't negate that to me, but it's just like a fact of the matter. I think there's got to be a balance, right? On one level, I do not agree with invalidating Natives based on blood quanta. On another level, I do feel that there are valid criticisms and opinions and discussions to be had on representation for who represents Native identity and who is the right person to be the thought leader and the spokesperson for community on specific issues. And I'm also tired of people who are not from tribes speaking on those tribes. Like, if you're not Powhatan, stop fucking speaking on Pocahontas. Stop speaking on Powhatan people. Powhatan people, like, y'all piss me the fuck off. Pocahontas is such a hot topic, you know? Everybody likes to act so triggered by her, but to be honest, it pisses me off when people who are not Powhatan try to act like they are somehow more triggered by Pocahontas than someone who is an actual fucking relative of Pocahontas. Like, it really does piss me off. Imagine your father died at a funeral and you're really upset because your dad died at a funeral, and some stranger comes up to you talking about how they are so much more upset than you about your father dying. How would you feel? Wouldn't you be like, bitch, fuck you, right? Like, that's how the fuck you guys act when it comes to us Powhatans. So anyway, just reflect on that. And I don't understand why so many people want to be the authority on Powhatans, be the authority on Pocahontas, but then when people who are actually Powhatan speak on it, then you want to tell us that we don't know about our own history? Okay. Y'all need to reflect on that. I have questioned people's lineage when they gave me reason to question, but I don't just go around sitting there, like, I'm not sitting there telling, you know, for example, Apache people that they don't know about Lozin. I'm not sitting there telling, Lakota people that they don't know about Sitting Bull. Like, I just feel like if I were to do that, like, if I were to tell an Apache person they don't know shit about Geronimo, the Apaches would be like, bitch, fuck you, right? Like, that's how I would be as a Powhatan. But a lot of natives, they love to basically tell Powhatans, you don't know about Seneca. You don't know about Pocahontas. We know about Pocahontas. Pocahontas wasn't Powhatan. That's how the fuck y'all act. And Pocahontas was Powhatan, dumbasses. Where the fuck do you think she's from? Everybody wants to claim Pocahontas. Man, y'all piss me the fuck off. But anyway, so the Portland Northwest Gem page, we did see that they are pro-ICE, they are pro-Trump, and that is the mindset they cultivate. Those are the commenters they cultivate, people who enable them and support them in that rhetoric. So, to a point, their page is kind of fun for, like, the drama of it, to get the court records and to see the posting of all of that receipt or whatever. It could be whatever, like, worth taking a look at to see some of that shit. But when it comes to what are you engaging with, how are you taking the veracity of this information, you need to really reflect on the value alignment you are associating yourself with in that space, and reflect on, are you the type of person who aligns with that type of rhetoric? And if so, please stay far, far, far the fuck away from me. Star. So anyway, yeah. Alright. I have more thoughts on all of this, but this has been such a long live stream. I can't keep going. I'm crashing. So I'm so sorry that this is a terrible summary, or it's a good one, whatever makes you feel better. Thank you for joining me tonight. I appreciate all of you guys. I do believe that Brittany Jones, if confirmed by William Deyo, I trust William Deyo. In terms of lineage confirmation, I have a lot of thoughts on some of the choices on a lot of the choices she's been making. I think there's a lot of room to speak on what could be good for improvements there, but I don't like it when people invalidate others. And it's like, why is it also when people act like, oh, just because I don't like someone, they're not native now? You can dislike someone and they can be native, right? Like, I just, because I know in native community, we really like to support each other, and, like, it's a whole thing. Like, if you're native, we follow each other, we just support, blah, 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 right? But, like, you don't have to like someone just because they're native, So, could it not be true that maybe she is a descendant, maybe she is native descent, but also you could just not like her. She could just be problematic to you for XYZ reason. Both could be true, right? Like, there's not this, like, world in which it has to be one or the other. No? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Now, I have thoughts on her lineage. I'll have to cover that another time. I feel like I'm very interested in the future to see people's criticisms on her political ideology. I hope people keep that separate from Indigenous issues in terms of invalidating ancestry based on blood quantum. If people have thoughts, I really feel very interested in people speaking up on representation in Native community. I think that's a good place, and I think you can do that without invalidating Native identity, and I would really love to see more of that. I would love to see more of people speaking out on Native representation and guiding descendants to know their place versus just invalidating native lineage and contributing to genocide. You know what I mean? Like, that's just me personally. But anyway, yeah, okay, I said I was ending this thing. I'm actually ending it. I need to go to fuck to sleep. It's after 4 a.m. now. What the fuck? I gotta go to sleep. I'm crashing. Alright, thank you guys for joining me. Goodbye for real this time. Good night. Ana, winkan, no peace. I appreciate you guys. Good night. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladutchhow.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.